Okay, colleagues, I'm going to call the meeting to order. This is the 10th meeting of the Strategic Priorities and Policy Committee. I'm going to start by doing a land acknowledgement. The City of London is situated on the traditional territories of the Anishinaabeg, Haudenosaunee, Lenape-Pewak, and Attawandaron. We honor and respect the history, languages, and culture of the diverse Indigenous people who call this territory home. The City of London is currently home to many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people today. As representatives of the people of the City of London, we are grateful to have the opportunity to work and live in this territory. Further to that, I wanted to also state that the City of London is committed to making every effort to provide alternate formats and communication supports for meetings upon request. To make a request specific to this meeting, please contact SPPC at london.ca or 519-661-2489, extension 2425. I will start with disclosures of pecuniary interest for colleagues and see if there are any. Okay, seeing none, we do have one consent item. It is the 2023 assessment growth funding allocations. On the added agenda, there is an additional piece of correspondence and a delegation request. I've also been asked by a colleague to pull case number 11 to be voted on for receipt separately, and that's the case related to the police services increase. And so before we get to that, though, I think I'd like to hear if anybody is willing to move a motion to hear the delegation request on this item. There's no staff presentation on the assessment growth business cases, although our staff are certainly able to answer questions. But let's entertain the idea of the delegation first. And then we can do the Q&A with staff afterwards. Delegation moved by Councillor Lehman, seconded by Councillor Hillier. Okay. Does anybody have any discussion or comments on the delegation request? Okay, we'll open that request for delegation for voting.
Closing the vote. The motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, Mr. Wallace, you've been granted 5 minutes for a delegation today. Got my timer ready, although you usually stick under it, so I'll let you get started.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors, for allowing me to speak to this consent item. I have 3 points to be made. Let me start with the first one, which is obvious. This is not a consent item. The motion says in the recommendation is to be received for information. Councillors, this is a $14 million decision made on where money will be spent of property tax money. You have an open public process for the budget system that you just went through. There's no reason why this should be on the consent item. The way this reads currently, that without any discussion, without any public input, the decisions made by the treasurer on where the surplus money or this additional allocation of growth money would be done through their office based on the input from the business cases that were provided, and you would be receiving it for information. Well, you're not receiving this for information. You are making these are directions that you're making. You're spending taxpayers' money that has come from the property tax from assessment growth. This should never, ever be in the consent agenda. I do have an issue with the use of consent agendas here, which I have spoken to before. I'm looking forward that when your strat plan going forward, one of the sections in your strat plan is about one of the areas that you want a focus talks about inclusion, and one of the outcomes is all Londoners have the opportunity to participate in civic engagement. You need to be able to, going forward, take this off the consent agenda, and this should be in the items for consideration, because that's what you're actually doing, or that's what you should be doing with this amount of money. Listen, this is not, you have a very, very competent, politically astute treasurer. It's nothing to do with the decision-making that's in this in these business cases. I have no issue with that. That's my first point, that you need, as a council, to review what the role of the public is in input and opportunities at City Council and at committee. I'm happy to provide that, any information on that going forward after your strat plan is approved. The second point is I want to make a few points from the actual report. It says that this assessment growth, which clearly comes from additional property tax collected from expanded housing and businesses. So part of our industry is part of that growth that you've had, that 14 million that's there. The assessment growth is used to fund extension of municipal services provided to the property tax base. In our view, the services that development and planning department provides is an extension of what the services that you provide the public. Our members are very much taxpayers in this community for a lot of properties, and we believe that this money should be viewed in that way. There is an approved assessment growth policy. I would be recommending that this council look at that going forward, particularly with the commitment to the 47,000 new homes in 10 years, which is basically doubling what you're doing now, and have a look at what that policy states. My final point, Mr. Mayor and Council, is this. You're approving $14 million. About 12 million of it or so has been allocated through the business case process. Then the balance, due to policy, gets split between debt reduction and capital infrastructure, the capital infrastructure grant. Our position is this, that once the business case piece is looked after, that allocation should be split 3 ways. A certain percentage, let's say 10% of whatever's left over, goes back into development and planning. The department that generates this revenue. Let's be absolute. I know the treasurer doesn't like putting money back into, just because you make money, you shouldn't get it back. But from a business, if you treat anything in government like a business, if anything, you should be reinvesting where you're generating revenue. So let's say 10%, cap it at 200,000, and then the balance gets split between debt reduction.
20 seconds.
Yep, debt reduction and the infrastructure gap. I'm asking you, not making any changes tonight because I know that's not going to happen, but going forward, have a look at where that new assessment that you are not capturing in the current budget system that comes at this time of year, how it can be reinvested in the department that generates it for you. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Wallace. That concludes the delegation request that we have before us. I would look to see if colleagues have any general questions on the assessment growth allocation funding. If you're looking for some comments on the current policy and how it operates, I know our staff could certainly comment on that based on both the correspondence as well as the delegation. And as was requested earlier, I'll be separating the vote into 2 pieces. But first, I want to deal with any general questions that colleagues might have about the process. Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I think Mr. Wallace raises some interesting points. However, I want to ask staff, through you, Mayor, we deal with things, certain things in our 4-year budget process. One of those things is surplus, which we allocate as per a prescribed thing that's agreed to in that process. And assessment growth is, we cover that as well at that time. Is that correct? Or is that another process?
Ms. Barbon.
Through the chair. So I think the question is, do we cover assessment growth at the same time as when we do our surplus deficit? Did I get that? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get to the nub. Like Mr. Wallace expressed, that's a considerable amount of monies that we're talking about. He expressed concern about community engagement on those expenditures. Where is that debated? Is that debated at the 4-year budget process?
Through the chair, thank you for that clarification. So the way the assessment growth policy works is the policy itself delegates to the city treasurer the allocation of funding via a business case through the assessment growth policy to be clear as to support the needs of a growing city. So as new assessment is built and new homes and houses are built throughout the City of London, the services that we deliver currently to the rest of the City of London has to be extended to those new homes. There is an additional cost to that. So the intent of the policy is to continue to allow the additional revenue that is generated through growth to pay for the additional cost to service that growth through the policy. So there is no debate at the budget because it is not approved through the budget process. It has been delegated outside of that process through the report that you see before you today. So based on the business cases that I receive in accordance with the policy, I review them to ensure that they meet the tests and are in accordance with that policy. And if they are aligned and all of the information has been there and the business case has been properly made to serve the costs of those new growths, then I would approve those business cases in that respect. And that is why this report is before you today as an information report, is to advise the council of the business cases that I've received and how they've been delegated and basically in accordance with the policy to fulfill that. If there is any remainder, the policy is very clear with how that is then allocated, which is what you see contained within this report for you today.
Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. I appreciate that information, Ms. Barbone. My comment is this. I think that this is something that should be explored in our four-year budget process to provide a little, I like the idea of the way we handle surplus. It's very, it's a debated process. X amount goes here, X amount goes there. There seems to be a lot of gray area in defining, especially as our city's undergoing such a tremendous amount of growth. I just want to get away from any concerns the community might have that decisions are being made without their input. So I don't mean to change things now, but I think it's something that we should look at next year at this time when we look at the four-year budget process.
So, Councillor, what I would suggest is for anybody feeling the same way as you, the path forward would be to review the assessment growth policy, which is the authority that the treasurer is exercising a delegated authority under, and the process under which we make these decisions. And certainly that work could be done. The pros and cons could be measured, and we could make a change of approach in the future, as was even suggested by the delegation. Wasn't looking for a change today, but a process in the future. So, I know that we have a governance working group. That could be an appropriate place to have that review conducted once that group comes together and starts meeting. Through SPPC, we could task that to that group. So that would be the process to review the policy, just so colleagues know. Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'd like to, I guess, second, not the motion, but the sentiments that Councillor Lehman had. In addition, if I could maybe add to the governance working groups, working plate. If we could also see the assessment growth cases that don't make it past the policy. So I know that there have been some in the past that have been submitted that don't meet the criteria that are laid out. And I do think it is of value for council just to understand which ones have been submitted and why they didn't achieve the policy criteria. So if I could add that maybe to the list of things for the governance working group to look at when they're looking at that policy.
So we have a policy about reviewing policy. So because the policies are reviewed on a regular basis, so I'm going to have the clerk just give some information about that process and when we would expect to see this policy potentially reviewed as of due course.
Thank you. Through the chair, I've been scrambling to try and pull up said policy, and I haven't found it yet, but 2023 is a year where all of the policies the review will be undertaken as a housekeeping matter, so you will see all of these policies coming forward through the regular committee cycles.
So at that time, if some more in-depth work was to be done, it could be referred to the governance working group for review consultation. Some policies might be reviewed in a very routine way. Some we might be looking to make substantive changes to, so we can kind of hit that as they come through committees. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, first to colleagues who have expressed some interest in having this reviewed. Although it's a housekeeping policy, I will offer right now, because I've been making a list of some items for a direction through SPPC to refer to the government's working group, including some items that were not finished from the last term. So please, if you want to reach out to me individually with an email to ask me to include those in that list, then I'm happy to work with you on that. And I actually will hopefully be bringing forward, I wanted to get through the strat plan first, but then bringing forward a motion to SPPC to provide some direction to governance working group. So I wanted to share that with everybody right now, so that if there were things that you wanted to see on that list, please forward them along. Now through you, Your Worship, before we get too far into the weeds, I wonder if staff could indicate, because it is assessment growth that we are allocating, I'm very much aware that this is not money we can just put wherever we want. These business cases have to be tied to the growth of the city and the increased costs of service delivery as a result of that growth. So I'm just wondering if our administration can provide us just a quick overview of those sort of areas that are eligible for assessment growth considerations to begin with, because I know that there, I've seen a couple comments from the public like, oh, go spend it here on something that was not even municipal jurisdiction, but provincial. But there are things we cannot even spend it on that are in municipal jurisdiction because it's growth related. So I'm just wondering if our staff could provide colleagues with a little bit of clarity on what's eligible.
Go ahead, Ms. Bourbon.
Thank you, through the chair. So typically what this covers is specifically with respect to the operating costs. So as we have growth in the city, the capital costs are generally funded through the development charges and through that background study. This is primarily for the operating costs. So very, very common items are specifically our snow plowing, additional cost to pick up garbage, additional hectares of land that we now, that are parks that we need to grass for cut, or along the boulevards and places that we need grass cutting, et cetera. So those are some very common examples. So where there are service improvements, so if, and all of the metrics in the business cases are based on the existing levels of service and what it costs to deliver service. So if there is something that is truly a volume-driven increase that isn't specifically tied to population growth or additional homes being built, so an increase in the level of service is not something that would qualify under the policy, as that's not something that we would be currently delivering, that we would not exclude. So if someone was trying to put in a bit, so as Councillor Frank had raised earlier, if there was a business case that had come forward that was to enhance the level of existing service, that would not qualify, given that that current level of service is not delivered today. But if it was to extend those services to the new homes, those are the kinds of costs that are included.
Thank you. I just thought it was very important to get that sort of preliminary understanding out there. I know for some of us, this is the first time dealing with an assessment growth item on the agenda, so I just thought it'd be good to have that information shared out, and that answers my question very well, so thank you.
Any other questions before I move to dividing this up, and we can obviously still have discussion on the components as they're divided? I just want to deal with any general questions about the process. Councillor Frank?
Thank you, and through the chair, I was hoping that staff could maybe comment on the business cases that were submitted that didn't meet the criteria. I just know that there were a couple this year, and I was just wanting to hear a bit more about what they were and maybe how they didn't meet the criteria. Thank you.
Ms. Bourbon.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm going by memory, I don't have them right in front of me, but there were two business cases that did come forward, and they were very specifically with respect to new services delivery and extension of a new incremental service level increases. So because those were not levels that we currently do today, those were not approved in accordance with the policy.
Good, okay. Okay, so I have a request to deal with, and again, all of these items are for receipt based on the policy currently, but I have a request to have a vote on case number 11 related to the police, London Police Services complement increase item separately. So if anybody wants anything else besides that item dealt with separately, I'd need to know now. Otherwise, what we'll do is we'll have a motion to receive all of the report and the delegation and kind of the compendium of all the stuff we need to do with the motion, with the exception of case 11. So is there someone willing to move that? Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on that grouping for receipt? No? Okay, I'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed, 14-0.
Okay, so do I have a mover and a seconder for case number 11? Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor Lehman. This is for the police services increased complement business case. And again, this is a motion for receipt. That's moved and seconded. Questions and comments? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And through the chair, I was hoping to ask staff some questions, and I'm not sure maybe who would be able to answer them. But one of them I was hoping to ask for the London Police Services, what the breakdown are of their calls for service. For example, what is the percentage of calls related to mental health, wellness checks, people deprived of housing? I'm just trying to get an understanding of, I know that there were some details about increases, but I was hoping to hear what those breakdowns were.
I'll start with Ms. Barbon. I'm not sure who would back you up on that, but I'll start with you.
So thank you through the chair. So primarily looking at this business case, when the business case comes forward, they're looking at a very high level with respect to justifying the number of officers. So it is at a holistic level and based on the officers per capita, which has not kept up with the assessment growth increases that have put forward. So we did not look specifically at the amount of the metrics per call because that isn't really relevant in terms of a growth, given the population increase that the City of London has increased, that more than and justifies what the increase in the level of the officers that they are looking at. Given the increase, they've been putting forward that based on the board's recommendation over 3 years, as opposed to coming at it all at once, given that would have a very, very significant magnitude, which has been helpful in terms of trying to manage what that ask coming forward would be.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm not sure if there is anyone, though, able to answer the question regarding the breakdowns on calls for service. I'm not sure if anyone is here from LPS or if there's other staff members maybe who know. Thank you.
So we don't have anyone from LPS here. So I don't think we have someone who can answer that particular breakdown if the deputy city manager doesn't have it at her disposal. Certainly, the police board, you could approach them and ask them for some data. I'm not sure what they'll be able to give or not, but there isn't anyone here who can answer that question specifically.
Thank you. Well then, it does make the rest of my questions a little bit more difficult because they were directed specifically to London Police Services. And I think probably their staff would be best equipped to answer them. I guess I will just hop then maybe to some of my comments. I personally am really struggling with this request because
I have a suggestion for you. Although we won't have it before us today, this is a committee recommendation that will go to council. So you could certainly endeavor to, if you have a series of questions related to the business case, you could pass them on to, say, the deputy chief's office or the chief's office, and see what answers you get in advance of the council meeting, which hopefully will help you with your voting decisions at that time. So I know it'll be a little bit difficult for today, but there would be that opportunity since we're not making a final decision on the receipt of this business case today.
great, thank you. No, that actually is a really good point, and then I will save a bunch of them. I think I will say my comments because I think I will be voting differently than some of my fellow councillors. And as I was about to hop into, I'm personally really struggling with this request because I have heard from citizens, some citizens really want more police presidents, and some citizens really want us to address the root causes of crime and not necessarily increase the police complement that we currently have. And I feel personally very strongly this request is very similar to our EMS services request. And as we know, the EMS services request came through because we were seeing a significant increase in offload delay times because of how the province is managing our healthcare system. And based on what I have read in the news and heard from other staff members, I have heard a lot of the calls and the increase in calls are dealing with mental health and drug addiction issues, which I think are healthcare responsibilities. And so I really do in the future want to evaluate our success in a reduction in calls, not necessarily a shorter response time. And we know that calls for mental health and drug addiction are on the rise and relating to those people who are experiencing those healthcare issues. So I personally won't be supporting this increase because I do think we are covering provincial healthcare funding through sending police officers to deal with things that we should be sending doctors and nurses and social workers to be dealing with. Not that I have anything against the work that is being done by London Police Services, and I've attended some of the community consultations and spoken with various police officers, and my understanding is they also personally don't want to be responding to these calls and would also appreciate maybe the correct experienced professionals being sent to a lot of those calls. So I'll save my questions, I guess, for when we have council and we have some police service members there to ask, but I will be voting differently. Thank you.
So let me say, we wouldn't have police service members at council to ask the questions. I was suggesting that you could ask the questions of them between the meeting because we tend not to have delegations at council. So I didn't want to have any false expectations there. I have a speakers list. I have Councillor Lehman, Councillor Lewis, Councillor Hopkins, and Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, Mayor. We all sit on various boards and commissions, and we sit on council, and we're asked to wear two separate hats for those roles. And I just want to say at the outset, I'm speaking now as under the hat of a councillor. Not, even though I sit on the Police Services Board, I'm not speaking as a Police Services Board member. Councillor asked about certain statistics, and I'd like to highlight some of the stats and numbers that were included in our report. We have officers per 100,000 people. We have 145 officers in London. That's 20% less than the provincial average of 181, and even less, further still, than the national average of 191. In the last 2 years, there has been a 30% increase in violent offenses. Currently, in the province, on average, there's about 2,300 property crimes per 100,000 residents. In London, we have almost double that, of about 4,300 property crimes per 100,000. Sexual assaults are up 42% over 3 years. Physical and emotional abuse of elders are up 178% over 3 years. Child abuse up 24% over 3 years. With the addition of 54 officers, of which this is just a part of, after we add 54, we'll still be 12% less than the provincial number of officers per 100,000. But that's more of a board matter, but I'm just giving you a heads up when we get to the 4-year budgeting. As a councillor, I toured the 911 center a year or two ago, and I encourage all my colleagues to do the same. And what I saw was 200 unanswered calls facing officers on the board when they arrived to work that day. What is the impact of that? Well, on Londoners, they're not getting response. Maybe in 2 or 3 days, they'll have an officer finally be able to make it out to answer that call. That leads to frustration, that leads to anger, which I saw and I heard at the door when I campaigned this year. The other thing it leads to is non-reporting. People go, what's the use of calling it in? And that's very detrimental to how modern policing works. Modern policing works on getting statistics and data so they can prevent crime before responding to crime that's already happened. And they need to know where crime is happening. The other impact is on officers. And we see it daily with burnout. We can't hire. We're having trouble finding the officers to apply for a job that used to be highly in demand. We see a number of officers off on stress leave because of the burden that's placed on them. And I hear it, the stress that they're under because they can't catch up. And when they do get out to a property owner or someone who's called 911, those folks, instead of happy to see the police, are upset, angry, frustrated. Our citizens do not feel safe today. I remember as a rookie counselor on the first time when I went at the 4-year budget, police came in, I think 2.3% increase they're requesting. And I was thinking that, oh, that was a good thing. Boy, they're efficient. Police is our biggest item on our budget, and that was going to help us keep property taxes down. But I've since seen that police have trimmed all the fat long ago. And what we're doing now is we're cutting into the bone. One of our main responsibilities as council is to keep our city safe. London, I think, has made it clear in the last election that we are failing in that regard. I think it's time to correct the imbalance that we see. So I encourage you to support this and encourage you learning more about it. I think it's good that, Councillor, that you are going to look into those things. I think that's very important. I encourage councillors to go on the ride-alongs, visit the 911 center, learn what our police are doing. We tend to frame it as just a homeless thing. It's way more than that. There's a lot of stuff that's going on to our city that our police are there to protect us with and deal with. So thank you very much for your time.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, Councillor Lehman highlighted some really important factors there. I agree completely that we have to consider the impact of the understaffing on our officers themselves and the stress that that puts on them. You know, we talk here and we thank our staff for the work they do here. We need to be thanking those officers too, but thanking them is not enough. We need to provide them the staffing levels that they need to do their job appropriately. Councillor Lehman talked about the property crime, 86% higher than the provincial average. And I have heard from my constituents the same thing that he related. My concern is the number that are unreported because people have given up even trying to report them. And that should not be the case in London, Ontario. People should be able to report those property crimes. And that doesn't mean that an officer is going to show up right away because your shed was broken into, but that they will ultimately get a police response. But right now, they can't do that because they don't have the officers to do the day-to-day business. I visited the 911 center as well. And on a Wednesday morning at 10 a.m., there were over 100 calls waiting in the queue as officers were coming on shift. Over 100 on a Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. So imagine what it's like during peak period. It's no wonder we're experiencing officer burnout. It's no wonder the officers are feeling frustrated and tired and frankly, disappointed that they can't do the proactive policing work as well. I've had nothing but wonderful things to say about the core unit before it was disbanded so that those officers could be reassigned to frontline 911 calls. They were really, really helpful at diffusing and de-escalating some potential neighborhood issues that I had in my ward before they became criminal issues. And we don't have that unit right now because we don't have the officers to staff it. I know that we don't have the officers that we need staffing traffic enforcement right now. And every single one of us around this horseshoe gets complaints, I would wager daily, but at least weekly, about bad driving behaviors in the city and the lack of seemingly police enforcement. But if we don't have officers to put on the streets because they're all busy, tied up, responding to 911 calls that they can't proactively do traffic enforcement, we are never going to see progress made on that front. I'm going to share a story from the Argyle BIA. This is not just a downtown issue. The franchise owner of my Canadian Tire store called police because an employee was assaulted by a customer. And it was more than 6 hours before an officer was free to respond to that situation. Somebody who's at work and is assaulted by somebody who's in the store, whether it's a server in a restaurant, whether it's a clerk at a retail store. We talk about the difficulty people are having recruiting employees right now. If the employee doesn't feel safe at work, we're not going to solve that problem either. So I really, really strongly encourage individuals to support this business case, because Councillor Lehman is 100% correct. This is not just an issue around the housing and homelessness crisis that we're dealing with right now. If we took all of those mental health calls and all those homelessness calls off the police docket tomorrow, they would still need these officers. I agree 100% with Councillor Frank, by the way. Mental health and addiction treatment is provincial responsibility, and it's a healthcare matter, and the province needs to step up and help us with the funding to deliver those services. And later tonight, we're going to be talking about our Housing and Homelessness Summit and the outcome from that. And I think we've developed with a number of people who are in the gallery here tonight a really solid blueprint to move forward, but we're going to need our provincial partners at the table. But that is one prong. We cannot ignore the community safety aspect, and this business case is towards that second prong. So there's compassion and work towards mental health and addictions, but there's also enforcement and community safety that needs to happen. So I absolutely think that we need to fund this business case.
30 seconds.
And I really encourage people to think for a moment about how fair is it for an employee to not feel safe at work because the police officer can't respond, or somebody to not feel safe in their home because a police officer can't respond. We've got to address this, so I encourage you to support this.
Thank you. My speakers list includes Councillor Hopkins, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor McAllister so far. I'll just remind colleagues that the matter before us is receipt of the information that the Treasurer and Deputy City Manager has reviewed and is authorizing this business case. So there's no motion on the floor to do something different at this point. I'm going to let the debate continue because I think people are raising points, but I just wanted colleagues to be, because when I hear some comments about support this so that we can, or don't support this, like there's a motion to receive on the floor tonight, and I think points are being raised, but just be aware that that's what's on the floor. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, for reminding us that we are receiving this. And I do want to make a comment, and I will be quick. I will be supporting the almost $4 million going forward for the 20 police officers and upgrades to vehicles. But I also understand where Councillor Frank is coming from. We are going to be addressing, most likely in the 4-year budget going forward, 32 more officers. And I think when we go through that 4-year budget, we need to have a better understanding what policing and how policing works in our city now. Because as a councillor, when I speak to the community about policing, the expectations of the community are very different to the expectations that the police services have. It's, I think, a lot more complicated than it ever has been. And I would like more information when we do go through the 4-year budget, just following up on Councillor Frank's concerns, because I hear them as well. What do these numbers mean, and what difference will these added police officers mean to the safety of our city? I won't go into the numbers. Councillor Lehman showed how far behind we are as a city, but I think it's more than that. We need to have a better understanding about policing in our city. So that is what I would like to look forward to in the 4-year budget when we address safety. Thank you.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and I'll keep my comments brief as well, and as councillor and not as a member of the London Police Services Board, but I do want to reiterate that this business case is not based on the issue with calls. It is based on the need for a number of police officers for an increase in population, and we are far below it. This is only going to add 17 frontline officers. The rest are communications, HR, maintenance. There's a sexual assault and a child abuse officer, and a couple for training. So safety is a huge, huge issue in the city. In my ward, we had, at the Gold Buyer, a shooting and fighting for his life with a morning break-in and robbery. And it's my understanding that we are not only getting the population from Toronto, but we're getting the crime too, and the violent crime. There's a lot more guns in the city. There's a lot more violent crime, and I'm 100% supportive of this. And my understanding from residents is that safety is a #1 concern.
Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the chair, I think what I've heard this evening, for me personally, I don't think this is it shouldn't be an either-or situation. I do believe we need to see an increase in the number of officers, but on the same hand, we also, as some of my colleagues have indicated, we need to see an increase in social workers as well. As we've heard, the police aren't able to respond to the crimes that our citizens are reporting on a regular basis, and we're all hearing that. We're in the midst of a homelessness, mental health, and addiction crises, and the police can't solve this. What we're seeing is an offloading of healthcare to cities and our police. I will be supporting this business case, but I just wanted to point out this is what I think we also need to acknowledge is that we need the increase for police to support enforcement, but we do also need to recognize that social workers play a vital role in helping address all those crises I identified. Thank you.
I have Councillor Van Meerbergen.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I will be supporting this 110%. We have people in our community that unfortunately are still looking to defund the police, and nothing could be more of folly in terms of a wrong public policy decision or policy direction. We're in a period where we desperately need refunding of the police. We need to invest. Some very good points have been made previous. The fact of the matter is our police officers, with the workloads that they're having to carry, are burning out. They're looking at endless overtime. Clearly, this is a step in the right direction. It has to continue. We're rapidly growing. Our population is, what now, 423,000. Here we are sitting at the bottom of police presence, or close to the bottom. So this simply cannot continue. It's a recipe for disaster. It's dangerous for our residents. And the residents of London have a right to expect a timely reaction to a situation that they may find themselves in, and that having a timely presence of police when needed. And currently, that's just not the case. So I would certainly urge all of us to support this. It's necessary, it's common sense, and it's definitely a step in the right direction.
I have Councillor Frank next.
Thank you. Yes, and I appreciate all the comments that other councillors are making. I actually don't necessarily disagree with most of your points. I agree that this isn't just about mental health and drug addiction issues. I do see that there's a current belief that somehow meeting the provincial averages will make our community safer, and that's one of the things actually I was hoping to speak with the police about. I'd like to see the data that supports having more police officers means more safety, and I'd also like to understand safety for whom. I think we do as a council applaud that we, are in, I think, the bottom third of how much we collect for property taxes. So I do think it's no surprise that we also then, many of our services are very lean organizations, because as a city as a whole, we do not collect a lot in property taxes comparable to other Ontario municipalities. But overall, I just wanted to kind of reiterate about how I don't see it necessarily as just a mental health and drug addiction crisis. I think in the past 10 years in Ontario, but broader across, Canada and across the world, we've seen a marked decline in our social security net. Most people in our community and across, again, Ontario, are living paycheck to paycheck. We've seen a dramatic rise and increase in the disparity between those who are very poor and those who are very rich. We've seen an increase in people living without a home, an increase in property crime, an increase in hate crimes. And I think overall we are, unfortunately, despite our best efforts and our best intentions, growing more and more divided. And that personally scares me. I think that's where I think safety is a very big concern. COVID didn't help, and neither does really social media. But to me, if we look at this at a higher scale, property theft is honestly a redistribution of resources. People who have nothing need a way to survive, and they're very desperate. And, you know, we've seen that increase incredibly, as Deputy Mayor Lewis mentioned, in London, because we have a lot of incredibly desperate people who are being forced through lack of options to choose something to try and get by. So I do greatly respect and appreciate the dedication of the London Police Services to our community, and for stepping up to answer all of these frontline calls that are sometimes out of their scope. And I do hope in the next 5 to 10 years, both for the police services and the community, we see a reduction in these complex calls that they are responding to. I do agree with Councillor Lehman that we need to keep our city and our members of our community safe. I may not have the same actions that would produce the same result, but I believe that we do need to keep our community safe, and I do think that there are lots of ways we can be doing that. I've had wonderful experiences personally with the London Police Services. I lived in an apartment, and we accidentally left our keys in the front door. Don't do that. We did have somebody come in and take our laptops, and I walked into the living room while they're in mid-progress at 4 a.m. on a Sunday morning, and had to call the police services, and they were there within 5 minutes. I think it was because it was 4 a.m. on a Sunday, and perhaps not a lot was going on. But I think success there for me, I appreciate how fast they responded. I appreciated what they did. They got my laptops back and my wallet. But I think success there is not having that happen in the first place. So that person not feeling that they needed to come into my home and take some of my personal items. So I genuinely believe that people don't want to commit crime, and I think a lot of the reason behind that is through trauma and maybe a lack of options. People are forced to do what they must to survive. So I think if we want crime to go down, we need to rebuild our social security net, and to do that, I think we need to be investing in other things. And I do think, actually, Mike might appreciate this, but I do think some of the reduction in the police response rate would come if we stop doing urban sprawl, because it does take them quite a long time to get across the city, given the level of traffic congestion, and that is, in my opinion, because of urban sprawl. So if we addressed urban sprawl, we could also see a reduction in police response times. But those are just a couple of my thoughts, and again, I look forward to speaking with various police staff, and I will be reaching out to hopefully do a tour of some of their facilities, so thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you. I have myself next on the speakers list, so I'll hand the chair over to Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, and I'll just start by reminding the gallery of no verbal comments out loud as our speakers take their turns, making sure that councillors feel safe in our workplace too, as well as our fellow guests in the gallery. My speakers list starts with Mayor Morgan.
Thank you, colleagues. So I want to say I appreciate all of the comments, and despite my my earlier caution about the nature of what we're discussing today, I think sharing these perspectives on the floor, I think, is quite helpful for us, as there likely will be discussions in the multi-year budget about the directions we need to go on these sorts of issues, and so getting a sense on where people are thinking and where they stand on things, I think, is good. And I also appreciate that the diversity perspective is important. These are conversations and discussions, the conversations and discussions that Councillor Frank is raising are conversations and discussions that are happening across the country about how we best tackle the complex challenges our community are facing, the intersection of crime and other social issues, and where to invest those resources to be effective. And I'm reminded of a saying that I know both the city manager and Romina Morris, our director of anti-racism and anti-oppression, often say, although maybe not used in this context, and that's the words both and. They're complex issues. We need to both ensure that we're adequately providing police services to meet the demands of residents, including the service levels, and we need to make significant investments in tackling the determinants and the social determinants of what can be putting people in a situation where they feel they might need to resort to crime to survive. And so we have two important discussions today. This one on supporting a police ask, and another one coming up next, of which there are many people in the gallery waiting to hear, on how we transform our system and make significant and historic investments and transformational change within the health and homelessness space. We need to do both and more. These are complex issues and complex challenges, and they're not going to be being solved by simple, if we don't do this and this instead, all of our problems will be solved. So these are important debates to have and important discussion points to have on the floor for consideration. The point I will remind you about with this particular ask of the police budget is, remember, this is a growth-related business case. The city has grown dramatically and is expected to increase in population dramatically in the future. We are one of the fastest growing communities in the province and country, and we do not have the resources within the police service to keep pace with the level of service that people expect. So I think we need to make this investment, and I support the Treasurer's decision in supporting this business case. And I also think we need to make significant investments in other areas to take pressure off of those types of service calls that the police are making on mental health, homelessness, addiction services, the things that are healthcare issues. Because in the future, we need to control and mitigate the pace of police costs and the cost expansion based on the challenges that we have within the budgets, within the budget structure. So my hope is that, we do both and. We do both of these things, and the results are, we curtail the pace of needed investments in police down the road, but that day is not today. We need to do both right now. And so I'm supportive of what we have before us. I'm supportive of the decision the Treasurer and Deputy City Manager has made. And I'm going to be very supportive later in the meeting about investments elsewhere. So thank you.
Thank you, and I return the chair to Mayor Morgan.
I have Councillor Ferreira.
And thank you, and through you. I was just kind of waiting just to see what all my colleagues were just kind of thinking or what they had to say on the matter. As a downtown ward councillor, before I was the downtown ward councillor, speaking from my armchair when, I had less of a stake, I still lived in the ward, so I still saw what was going on, but I was, a little kind of adverse towards, increasing the police budget. But, once you start getting into the reality of things and you really start seeing what's going on, it's true. I do get, throughout the campaign, I had a lot of people speak about this issue, and then as sitting in the councillor's seat, I do get these calls almost daily. So, speaking to other councillors and what their concerns are, especially with the social security nets and the other issues that we would like to provide money for, I'm definitely on board with that. And that's really where it all started for me. But just kind of learning with the realities of how things are right now, I am going to support this receipt of this, and I am going to support what the Treasurer is recommending. Just because, speaking with all the stakeholders, like I got people at their doors telling me, I have an issue. I make a call, I have to go online, I report it online. Sometimes people, the police may not show up, and that is simply, yes, because we are too lean at the moment. There was a time in the past that argument, being a lean police force, was an argument that was used, saying, look what we can do this on such a lean capacity, a small capacity. But nowadays, especially with the increase of the population, it does seem to, the need is definitely there. So those are the things that I really wanted to say. And speaking to also on the police force itself, I'm kind of focused on the people approach, whereas the people at the door, do they get the services that they need? Do people who are houseless right now, do they have the services that they need? Do the police, their people as well, are they in a job that they're able to maintain as a human being? And these are a lot of issues that we're seeing. Like was spoken before, the attrition rate for the police right now is alarming. Officers leaving the force altogether into another industry, officers going to other police forces. How are we supposed to be competitive with that when the pay structure is pretty much the same? It's the queue. It's the amount of work that's coming in is really what the issue is at this moment. And that just amplifies the issues we have, because if we have, a force that's not able to meet the demand that the city needs, and then we have issues of police burnout, we are going to see kind of like a double effect where it's just pushing us down and down and down, being able to provide the services that we need. So these are the reasons that I would be supporting this receipt of this motion. And it is a receipt. We're not actually deciding on it today. So that's basically what I really wanted to put out there. And so I do see all the concerns. And I would also add, like the mayor has just said, we are going to be speaking about our social aspects later in this meeting. We're going to be speaking about that, what we saw in the Health and Homelessness Summit and the whole of community program that's coming out. And we're also going to be speaking about the cost orders of magnitude for our strategic plan with our housing goals as well and the services there. So all these things are going to be spoken about today. So that's basically just what I wanted to throw out there. And I'm sorry I didn't say that before. The mayor did say what he wanted to say, but I just wanted to put that out there. So thank you.
Well, that's okay. I don't need to go last, and you spoke very well. Any other speakers? Okay, so this is business case number 11 for receipt. It's moved and seconded. We'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, the motion's passed 13-1.
Okay, thank you. We have no scheduled items. However, we do have a number of items for direction, and I will make note that there's a significant number of added letters related to item 4.1, which is the Health and Homelessness Summit's proposed whole of community system response. So I hope you've had time to take note of each and every one of those. And I'm not saying that because I wrote a letter, but many community members did as well. For this section, I'm going to have our city manager, Lynn Livingston, start off with some comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the opportunity to introduce this very important item. I do have a few remarks that will take just a few moments. So as members of council know very, very well, London is experiencing a health and homelessness crisis, and the community is looking to all of us to address it. The impacts of this crisis are significant, urgent, and affecting our entire community. This crisis is impacting members of our community who are suffering and in some cases dying on our streets. This crisis is also impacting the health of our businesses and of our community overall. And we know that many agencies, organizations, and volunteers and businesses have done amazing and good work to try and help those who are most marginalized and homeless in our community. But those efforts alone are no longer able to respond to this crisis, no longer able to respond to the dramatic increase in the volume and complexity of health and housing needs that we are seeing today, or to the pain and suffering of individuals and our community. What has become very clear is that something needs to change to save lives, to better deliver healthcare and housing to those that are most marginalized in our community, and to address the whole of community impacts of this crisis. So that call is what led to the London's Health and Homelessness Summits and the whole of community system response that has been tabled for council's consideration this afternoon. The work has happened very quickly by necessity between November and January of this year. But it's important to note that while it has happened quickly, it is built on data, it is built on best practices from our own community and other places, and it is built on the breadth and depth of expertise of over 200 people from across 70 organizations representing community health and social services, institutional healthcare, education, emergency services, business and economic development, land and housing development, City of London staff, and staff from other levels of government. The proposed whole of community system response is, in my view, elegant in its simplicity. There are fundamental components. Two of them are that it is people-centered, both from those who are being served and for those who are doing the very hard work with people. And it is housing-centric, intentionally designed to get folks housed because housing is healthcare and a fundamental human right. The system that's being discussed is a single holistic system of care with multiple locations distributed throughout the community, hubs that focus on the very immediate needs and deliver clear and direct pathways to care and housing on a unique person-by-person basis. These hubs would be purpose-built and population-specific. They would each host a range of common and integrated care and service functions in each location that have been identified through this process. They would be delivered by multi-agency and interprofessional teams, and they would be where all doors lead. This is the place you go, with one number to call for referral. The hubs would be designed to very intentionally connect people to timely and direct pathways to housing along a support continuum. That housing continuum would include the highest level of support, interdisciplinary 24/7 supports on site through a range of supporting housing options for individuals in private housing, whether that's daily or weekly or on some other basis, all the way to independent living. The system is premised on very important set of shared values and principles in order to ensure consistency and unify the work truly as a system. These include respecting individual experience and ensuring choice in care, promoting dignity, a system based on an anti-racism and anti-oppression framework, a harm reduction approach, trauma and violence informed, a system that is culturally safe and informed by the social determinants of health, one that is co-designed with providers and those with lived and living experience, centering those important voices, one where there is shared accountability and engagement, communication and transparency, a continued commitment to prevention and advocacy while we try to serve those in need, and a supportive system that is based on mutual respect and care for everyone participating. In addition to the service components that would need to be in place, there are some critical system foundations that will also need to be addressed. These include workforce development, which looks at attraction, retention, and engagement in a collaborative and shared way, ensuring that we have greater resources to hire and train and boost the well-being of our frontline workers who are doing such incredible work. System governance is also one of those critical foundations, defining governance and leadership and accountability for the structure of this system. Ensuring there are standards of care, establishing sector-wide standards of care to improve consistency in the approaches to outreach and intake, harm reduction, and anti-racism and anti-oppression practices and low barrier spaces. We need to have shared systems and processes and support so that we have common policies, procedures, tools, and training to be able to support the system to deliver consistent, high-quality care, but also to support businesses and community members with the tools and supports they need. Additionally, this would include a review of policies and procedures and bylaws so that we can support the whole of community response. As well, a fundamental foundation is centralized data and measurement. This is looking at developing centralized data sources so that we can understand what difference is being made, impact measurements that are in place, and it will include new or enhanced assessment tools. The proposed approach is based on our estimated numbers for the scope of the system based on our current rosters, for the information we currently have. So based on the number of folks that we believe need support in our community, we would propose having 12 to 15 hub locations across the community in place, beginning with 5 this year. Each hub location, on average, would serve approximately 25 to 30 people, but that each hub would really, while delivering the common set of functions, the number of people would really depend on the population being served, the level of acuity. So whether this is women, youth, highly acute folks, that's what will determine the actual numbers, look and feel of each of these hubs. And for housing, we know that we need an immediate investment in the highest support of housing with a goal of over 600 units over the next 3 years, but looking to have 100 units of highly supportive housing immediately. So this is a vision to transform the current programs and services into an integrated, people-centered, housing-centric system through the development of a network of these integrated hubs, all with common core functions and a supportive housing continuum. The summits achieved the goal of identifying a shared community response, a shared direction, but this is not yet a detailed plan. That is what would happen next. The next critical phase begins with a focus on system governance and implementation we're proposing to start in March. This is where many of the how questions would begin to be answered. What exactly does this look like? How will it work? Where will the hubs be located? That will all be developed through implementation work and co-design. As with the summits, this work would be open and inclusive to leaders from across the sectors, and an important part of co-design will also include consultation with those who have lived and living experience and those frontline workers who are critically important. Also, a very important part of this work will be the ongoing communication and engagement with the London community and other levels of government. The first system governance and implementation meeting has been set for late March, with the co-design work anticipated to begin April through June. Another important aspect of moving forward with implementation is resources. And as we work to transform the existing system to the one that's been shared for Council's consideration this evening, we know, and it's been said by a few of you already, that it will require more and different resources to implement. In our staff report, you will note 3 key aspects to resources. The first is municipal, and there are 2 areas here, at least in the staff report. So the first is identifying a backbone team that would support the ongoing nature of this work, the facilitation, engagement, communication. This is not side of the desk work. While we are looking to some of our partners to contribute to this team, Civic Administration has identified existing resources to support a backbone of 3 staff to help this important work to move forward immediately. The second area for the municipality and for council to consider is to build on the decision of previous council to direct the remaining London Community Recovery Network funds to address homelessness. Civic Administration is recommending that that funding, that $2.8 million, be allocated to initiate the implementation of the whole of community system response. Specifically, we would anticipate that this funding would be directed to support the initial 5 hubs, or the 100 units of highly supported housing, but we would return to council with those details for your consideration. The second area for resources that's important to consider is, of course, the provincial and federal governments. We already are underway with actively pursuing funding from other levels of government to support the implementation of this response through the Mayor's leadership at OBCM and Councillor Hopkins' leadership at AMO, as well as our own advocacy strategies with the province and federal government, and those will need to continue. And finally, and this makes us unique, I believe, is our community. Of course, everyone will know the very generous gift from an anonymous donor family of $25 million to fund the system response, and that cannot be understated. This historic philanthropy also, though, has the engagement of the land and building sector and businesses, and I think that that positions us like no other community in Ontario. In summary, our staff recommendations for Council's consideration are that Council endorse the Health and Homelessness Whole of Community System Response that was developed through the summits. Recommendation B is that Civic Administration be directed to allocate the remaining $2.8 million from the London Community Recovery Network funds to support the implementation of this system. C is that Civic Administration be directed to proceed to support the implementation of the Whole of Community System Response. And the last recommendation is directing us to return to future standing committees with regular updates. That's my introduction, Mr. Mayor, and we would be pleased to answer any questions.
Sure, colleagues. I'm going to do something a little bit differently now. I will have some general questions for the city manager and her team on this. But given the importance of this topic to myself and the community, I'm actually going to leave the chair, have Deputy Mayor Lewis chair the meeting. And at the appropriate time, I'll be willing to move the staff recommendation after the question and answer period is done, and I'll make some further comments about my support for this recommendation at that time. So I'll hand the chair over to the Deputy Mayor.
All right, we will start the speakers list with Mayor Morgan.
Well, Mr. Presiding Officer, do you want me to put a motion on the floor now, or did you want to do the general question and answer that the city manager asked
If you would
for?
like to put a motion on the floor so that we can frame our discussion, that would be great. That might also spur colleagues for any specifics that they may want to address in terms of any changes they want to make to the motion.
Sure, then get your timer ready, because I'm going to make some comments. So first off, I will be clear that I will be moving the staff recommendation before you. And I know a number of colleagues have some small amendments to it that they've alerted to me, which I'll let them raise, and then you can go to me because I consider the ones that I've heard friendly. So I don't know if you want to wait for a seconder, but I'll make some comments once you have that.
Well, Councillor Lehman has already indicated he was quick to pass me a note already to say he'll second. So you have a seconder and the floor is yours. You have 5 minutes. I might be a little generous with the timer, but you can begin now.
Sure. So let me first say I did prepare some notes on this, but given the comments that our city manager made, there would be some overlap. So I'm going to talk. I'm going to talk to a few groups in the room, of course, through the presiding officer. The first is to those in the community who have done the work on this. First and foremost, I want to thank you for the incredible work that you have done. Hundreds of you coming together representing dozens and dozens of organizations, putting aside differences of opinions, processes, the way you used to work in the past, all coming forward to try to tackle what is the most important issue our community is facing, and one of the most important issues that will be before this term of council, and the decisions we need to make that I don't think will be trumped by any other issue that comes forward. I know that many of you have worked on the front line as well. And I do know it's a diverse group of builders, developers, healthcare professionals, but to those who've worked on the front line, I know some of you have worked your entire lifetime towards this. And I know how frustrating it's been because you have seen things get worse over that time period. You've seen people you've cared for die over that time period. And you have likely been as frustrated as others have been in our inability to do something that makes this better. I think many of the community who weren't working in the space woke up from a pandemic where it was very easy to ignore the types of things happening, to ignore the illumination of the inequities in our system, and woke up from the pandemic to see that things were not good in our street, on our streets, in cities of our size across the province and the country. And this compels a level of action that is unprecedented and a level of cooperation and coordination that had yet to be seen in our city and has yet to be seen in other cities. And as the city manager said, what we are doing here is truly leading the way. I say to our city manager, and I know through the chair that you don't often take credit for things, and nor am I saying you should get all of the credit for this. But I will tell you time and time again, members of this group who have worked, people who have been involved in this space, time and time again, point to your humility, your leadership, the approach that you've taken to keep a group together and keep it focused on coming towards a solution that can be before us today. And I know that there are many more steps in the process, but I want to say a heartfelt thank you for the incredible amount of time that you've spent on this, for taking this on beyond all the other important duties of running a city, and all of the other challenges that we face in our community, because you know, I can't say how many times I've come across individuals who have said, this has been held together because of work that you've done, the people that you've surrounded yourself with, and the space that you created for people to have frank, honest dialogues and conversations that needed to be had. And that, I'm not saying to take away from any of the work of any individual in that room, but I know, having worked closely with our city manager, how much is on her plate, how stressful that job can be. I got a little bit of a peek into that with my job now, and what it takes to really provide leadership, especially leadership from behind, which is often happening in this space where many others have many expert opinions on how to move forward. To my colleagues on council, I know we ran an election last year, and I don't think any of us thought that this would happen in the way that it's evolved. I don't think any of us could have possibly predicted the incredible generosity and trust that came from an anonymous donor who donated a significant portion of their wealth, put up matching funds without having any idea, except through the discussions that were happening with the Health and Homelessness Summit on where we would get to, but having that trust to put significant dollars behind this. And that's only a part of what we need. But I took the state of the city as an opportunity to really say to our community that we recognize that this is a challenge that we have to tackle. This is something that we as elected officials have to be part of the solution on. This is something that the city needs to provide leadership and partnership on, and we have to be part of the discussion and part of the solution. And so before you today, you see the first step in that opportunity for us to be part of a solution here. Again, there will be many, many more steps, but I don't think that there is any more important work that we will do in our time on council than this. I don't think there's anything that will be more impactful to our community and those on our streets who are suffering than this work. And I don't know what the full scope of the work will be ahead, but I know that we have a council and a team of people who so far has shown themselves to raise differences of opinion, to challenge ideas, but do so respectfully, thoughtfully, in a way where we come together with better solutions. And I anticipate we will have many discussions on this moving forward, but I think today is the day for us to take that first step together. The final thing I want to say is, as the city manager mentioned, this work is so important to me that I've decided to devote a significant portion of my time externally to the city and working on this through the Ontario Big City Mayors, and I appreciate the work that Councillor Hopkins is also doing through AMO. Mayor Patterson and I, Mayor Patterson's the mayor of Kingston, and I have presented and passed a motion through OBCM to form the basis of our lobby position with the province on this, which very much aligns with the work being done out of the Health and Homelessness Summit. We are laying the groundwork for the wider partnership that needs to happen while this work is happening here. The partnership that will need to be involved in this absolutely involves other levels of government, including the province. The healthcare resources that we're going to need to tackle this issue can only come from the province, and it will be an exceptionally important discussion that we need to have. But let me tell you, and I know many of you will stand with me in those efforts, we are positioned exceptionally well to have this discussion. We not only will come with a plan that has widespread and near unanimous community support, but with significant dollars in hand to make the significant asks that we need to make, and to challenge and work with other communities across this province to take similar actions in their cities. Because we know this challenge is not defined by our city limits. It's not defined by the borders of the jurisdiction we're responsible for, but it is about people's lives. It is about their suffering, and it is about how we do better. And we cannot just hope to do better within the borders of the City of London, although we absolutely must take action. We must be leaders across this province to challenge others to do the same, so that this issue is something that is tackled on a wider basis. The work ahead is important. I think it's transformative. I support the motion before us. My time is probably up now, but I look forward to the debate today, and I look forward to the discussion, and absolutely I look forward to the important work that we can endeavor and embark on ahead as a council with an important community partnership that has been working on this for months, and for some people, decades. So thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Morgan. And I allocated my 5 minutes to you as well, so you wouldn't go over the time. I'll look for other speakers to this. Councillor Pelosa.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and to those in the gallery tonight, thank you for being here. I know the chairs aren't the most comfortable, and we brammer on before we come to speaking to this. So thank you for all your work that you do behind the scenes and for caring about this. To all the 70 organizations and over 200 individuals in our community, Thank you for all that you do. This is really a community-led plan and a system-wide plan versus one-offs, which is definitely a first for us. And with no disrespect to those around this horseshoe and those who've served before, but it's amazing what you can do when politicians step aside, give you the space that you need, and listen to the report that comes back to us. Listening to those who are frontline workers from these various sectors, knowing what is best, what their clients need, what Londoners need, and that lived experience that comes back to us. So thank you for bringing that forward. And for the community in this report, it's a stakeholder-led, community-made that, as we know, and it's already been mentioned in the State of City of Address, ideally, we don't only focus on political cycles, but in a 4-year cycle, this plan will truly outlive anyone around this horseshoe and really have long-standing community impacts for the Londoners of today and those for tomorrow, and those who might come to need our services going forward who are actually okay right now. And absolutely nothing about those in our community who need these supports without them. So that's why it's so important that you're here and you keep showing up and keep pushing us to do better. And it's more housing, wraparound supports, and everything in a timely fashion. So as it's been said, this is the start of the plan, and I just want to thank my colleagues around the horseshoe tonight for their support and the community conversations we've given space to, and for all those who show up at the table and the time and need to come back and have faith that things can change when sometimes things in our community seem so dire. So thank you for being here tonight and with us on this journey.
Thank you, Councillor Pelosa. Do we have other speakers to the motion that's on the floor? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and through the chair. This was a #1 issue for my campaign, a #1 issue for a lot of people in Ward 4. It has been very difficult to stand back. It's been very difficult to not be a part of this process. And I'm looking forward to being a part of it going forward because although we're not the ones in the front line, the residents hold us accountable for the outcomes. We're responsible for the situation that is there right now, and we will be responsible for creating a very positive change going forward. It's on us. We are the ones responsible for ensuring that things improve for our most vulnerable population and for our core areas and the other issues that residents have. So, and the issue of trust is truly important, and I think it's trust, not trust without accountability and communication and transparency, but with it and strengthened by it. So I've got a couple of amendments to put on here, and I'm happy to say that staff has been very supportive of the amendments and provided the wording. The first amendment is on B, and it is added to what's already here. It will say, it being noted that civic administration will return to council with a business case detailing the proposed use of funds. And then under D, that it will just add, instead of reports, but monthly reports back. And I think the intention, although it's not explicit there, is that it's operational and financial, so that communication is just really out there. I know the people in my ward care very much about what's happening, and the $25 million donation, which was so exciting, has everyone even more interested in what's happening and us being willing to answer the residents and assure them that positive changes are coming and that we are part of the process and ensuring that money is spent as well as possible and the results are as good as possible and contributing what we can to the process, I think is really important. So I thank everybody for what they've done, and I'm looking forward to what is created.
So thank you for that. First of all, have you sent the language for those to the clerk?
I have, and Councillor Rahman has agreed to second.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder for those amendments. I'm going to go to the mover of the original motion first, just to see if he deems it as friendly. Now, we are at committee, so we can actually amend motions on the fly. But I think given the importance of this issue, what we'll do is deal with the amendments as separate votes, and then we'll vote on the motion as amended. So first I'm going to go to Mayor Morgan to see if he deems these as friendly.
Yes, so let me be clear. What's being asked is the exact way that we've spent every other single dollar of the London Community Recovery Network funds. And so I think that that is a very appropriate addition to Part B. And on Part D, our staff have said monthly reports, although aggressive at the start, given the importance of the issue, is likely appropriate. We may adjust that as we move on. And I would ask if we are that aggressive in the cycle, that colleagues would give some diligence to some things likely landing on the added agenda, given, with 3 weeks lead time, we might just get an update and then a report being due the next week for 3 weeks later. So if we want timely information and we want monthly information, we may have to accommodate things coming on the added agenda and not be critical of that being last minute. So I'm happy to support both as friendly with just those comments.
Thank you. I'm going to go to City Manager, Ms. Livingston, for some comment on that because your comments raised her hand. So, Ms. Livingston.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, and I appreciate the understanding and flexibility on delivering a regular report. I would just note that I would, in the interest of transparency, wish to begin that in April, since the first meeting of implementation does not occur till the end of March. So if I can have council's understanding for that, and we would begin to report on a regular basis in April.
I see lots of nodding, so I think we have council's understanding there as a consensus, unless anyone is objecting. And if you wish to object, please do so now. And I'm not seeing anyone doing that. Councillor Stevenson, comment?
Just one request. Is it possible to get an update on what's been spent so far on this Health and Homeless Summit, like just to bring us up to date on this project?
I think from the LCRN funds, we haven't spent anything yet, but I'll go to Ms. Livingston and see if she can provide some further details.
Through you, Mr. Presiding Officer, we have not spent any resources of the LCRN funding, if that is the question.
I guess I was thinking of other funding, just to bring us up to speed on the project so far.
Ms. Livingston?
Yes, so in terms of the resources spent to support the summits, is that what you are asking for? So we had, it's under $100,000. We worked with a consulting firm as well as supporting the events to occur at the Hellenic Center.
Thank you, Ms. Livingston. I've got Councillor McAllister next on the speakers list. If we're focused on the amendment or the main motion? Amendment? Okay, Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, and through the presiding officer, question with regards to the reporting. So you had mentioned in terms of having the 3 staff who will support this on the city side. Is this reporting being done by them, or are we asking, the partner agencies that we're working with to allocate their staff in terms of reporting back? Just keeping in mind that, we've just acknowledged the hard work that all these agencies have done, and in terms of the frontline work that they're trying to accomplish, whether they have the staff complement to be able to provide this reporting to us in a monthly fashion. Thank you.
Ms. Livingston?
Through you, my understanding of the request is a regular monthly report on the work that's being done to implement the whole of community system response. So I would envision that that is a report coming from staff, providing council a sense of the progress. So for example, when the community identifies the system governance and implementation structure, we would share that information with council in one of those reports, providing a monthly update on where we're at with implementation. Along the way would also be the business case once we understand where it is best to allocate the LCRN funding. That would also be part of it. So no, I'm not envisioning that this is the work of agencies to do. It would be the work of our staff team that are supporting the implementation to bring the reports forward. That's how I'm envisioning it.
And I see Councillor McAllister nodding, so you're good with that, Councillor? Okay, I've got Councillor Hopkins next on the list.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair, and to the amendment. I appreciate the 2 amendments coming forward. I do want to make a comment around the monthly reporting, though, through you, just to staff. I do see it as being a lot of work on a monthly basis, and maybe prematurely just thinking what exactly is going to be in that report. So I would be okay doing it every other month. I know we spoke starting in April, but I'm just a little bit cautious as to exactly what we as a council want in that reporting, but definitely having some form of reporting and updates. And like I said, I would be open to even having it every other month or something to that effect. As it relates to the LCRN funding, I think we heard from the city manager exactly with the 3 staff people, and most likely that business case coming forward to us whenever that gets done is fair. When we have spent the LCRN money throughout the past couple of years, we always had that reported back to us, so that makes sense. I would like to just make a comment on the reporting part, and I know there's a number of community members in our city that have donated to the that partial $5 million matching funds. And I do think it is important somehow out there that the community be somehow given not regular updates, but a way of understanding where we are when we are going forward, in particular, as we're trying to fundraise, I think it's important that the community be aware exactly what we're doing. We may even have community members here that have donated to the matching funds, but obviously maybe through the city website, but some way that they can see where we are as we go forward with this initiative. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Councillor Hopkins. And I will just suggest to colleagues that staff have indicated while it's aggressive, they feel that they can do monthly reporting starting in April to begin. But of course, we can always change that frequency as time moves on. If we find we're not giving them enough time, that's always council's discretion to change that reporting structure as well. So I would encourage everybody to keep an open mind and to talk to our staff about whether or not that monthly reporting cycle is reasonable once we have things up and running. So just wanted to share that as we work through the speakers list here. Councillor Lehman, I have you next.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, to the amendment itself. I see value in a monthly reporting. I don't want to put onerous tasks on city staff because I want to see this up and running. I don't want to see delays either. However, to Councillor Hopkins' point, there's a considerable amount of public money coming in, and I think transparency here is important to have the confidence of Londoners. And the other point is this, is that I want to see us building a sustainable model. We're very fortunate right now to be coming in with an unbelievable donation as well as monies from the LCRN. But we won't have that in years to come, but I believe that we need to develop a model that we can continue to operate in an efficient manner that is sustainable. And I think I'm hoping that while monthly reporting might be seen as an additional task, that it can be used to develop that model for building a system in place that we can use for, the years to come, which no doubt will begin next year when we talk about our multi-year budget. As far as the LCRN, the source of funding, I think that's totally appropriate. I believe COVID is a major contributing factor in what we're seeing out there. So I think that's very appropriate to that. So I will support the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I've got Councillor Ferreira next.
And thank you. And through you, for the amendment to the motion, it does sound reasonable. I'd like to read it first, but it does sound like something that I would support. But what I really wanted to say.
Counselor, I will, sorry, not to interrupt, but the clerk has put it in e-scribe now, so you'll be able to read it there.
Okay, thank you. I really wanted to say, yeah, as Councillor Lehman just said, we are very fortunate. We have a huge donation coming through, and we are also very fortunate for everybody from the community that stepped up and came to the Health and Homelessness Summit and provided your input. I can see there's some of you in the gallery right now and some leaders of some of the agencies, and we're just fortunate for that because you guys have done great work, and we actually have some type of system that seems like it will work. It is a skeleton system, it seems, at the moment, and I know that it will be developed further in the future, but at the moment, it's definitely raising the hope of other councillors here and many of the community members that I've been speaking to about it, so I'm very grateful for that. I also just wanted to point out that as we develop further, I do hope that we continue getting your support and your input to develop the plan, especially from the frontline workers and from the agencies in this space, because it's clearly been very beneficial for us and it's helped us a lot. So that's where I'll keep it from that, and I'll check out the amendment for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferreira. Any other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Pelosa?
Just a request that C and E be called separate, please.
Okay, we can have the clerk call them separately. Any others? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, I just wanted to get in that my focus on the reporting and the accountability and transparency is all because we all so much want help for this population, right? So it's all about getting the results for this population that needs it so much, and that is the ultimate goal. I think we all share that, and that's the whole reason for the amendment, is just to be sure, do everything that we can to ensure that the results are met.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Do we have other speakers on the amendment? I see none. So just before we call the vote on this, two things. Because the mayor and I have switched seats, I will ask him to vote verbally on the amendment piece. I'll vote verbally as well, since we're not logged into our appropriate e-scribes. And I will just say very, very briefly on the amendments, if you'll indulge me quickly from the chair. The group that we still have to talk to about this plan is the public at large. We've got a really solid blueprint here from those who participated, but I really like the addition of the reporting, because I think that's an opportunity for us to communicate out to the citizens of London where we are in developing this blueprint into a fuller framework. So I will say, I know it is going to create some extra work for our staff, and certainly if it becomes too much, I hope you will very much let us know so that we can alter that schedule. But I think it's very important for us to be able to communicate out to our constituents as individual residents who may not have been part of these discussions so far on where we are. So I will end my comments there, and we will call the vote on C. That's the amendment to adding it being noted that civic administration will return to council with a business case detailing the proposed use of the funds. And we will open that for voting in e-scribe, and the mayor and I will vote verbally, and I'll indicate my vote is yes.
My vote is yes.
Sorry, and just for clarification, Councillor Stevenson, I know you had suggested B and D, but if you look in the full agenda and in e-scribe, the two pieces, they've been relettered so that it actually is C and E rather than B and D.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed, 14-0.
Okay, we will turn now to the main motion as amended. Oh, sorry, we've got Part E to deal with first. Councillor Pelosi, you did ask for that to be separated. And thanks to our clerk for getting right on top of us on that. So now we'll call Part E. And again, the mayor and I will be voting verbally, and I'll vote yes. Mayor?
I vote yes.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed, 12-2.
Thank you, colleagues. And now we will return to discussion on the main motion as amended. And Councillor Stevenson?
I apologize, I didn't catch this earlier, but E does not say monthly? It does? All right, I take it back.
I have no one else on the speakers list, so we will once again open this to vote unless anyone wants to indicate they'd like to speak before we do so. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, Presiding Officer. I just wanted to start by, again, thanking the community members, the over 200 individuals that have participated in this summit for their participation and their commitment to looking for new solutions and working on this whole of a community response. I know that Councillor Stevenson also mentioned that sometimes it's difficult being out of the room for these types of conversations. And one of the challenges I know that I found was that, you know, a lot of people were leaving these talks excited about the change that was coming. And that was wonderful to hear in terms of the renewed hope, especially for folks that were feeling very burnt out or feeling that they were part of a system that was difficult to change. So I wanted to thank those that have taken part in these conversations, to city staff for being willing to think differently about the way forward, especially with work that you've been, for many of you, dedicated your life to. I will be supporting the plan in front of us and the way forward. And I know for the community and from folks that I've heard from already, there's concerns and challenges around accepting a plan that isn't fully laid out and isn't fully developed. And I'm going to reiterate something that our city manager has been saying around building the bridge as you're walking across it. And how we will get that out to the public is really important, how we're building as we're walking across. And I think that the accountability measures that we're looking to put in through those amendments that we've just now passed are that opportunity to have that conversation with the community about how we build, making sure that we have really excellent communication as we go forward about how we're moving this process forward and how it is going to have impact. You know, my hope is a year from now, we're going to be hearing an update and hearing the successes of where we've gotten to already in this process. But I also think back to our conversation around assessment growth and policing, and I think we'll have dual successes. And I think that that's also important to note, is we're undertaking two approaches at the same time. That's increasing our policing, as well as looking at a differentiated community response. And it's important to see the system, and I was really pleased to see our emergency services involved and also their commitment to a new approach as well. So I just wanted to thank, again, those involved and look forward to supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rahman. Any other questions, comments before we vote? Councillor Lehman.
Thank you. Today I met with operators of Tim Hortons up my ward, and it was about this type of discussion that all of us have been having for the last number of years. And for the first time, I had what I felt something positive to say to these folks that were feeling incredibly frustrated, feeling that no one was listening, and didn't have any answers. And I guess that's what it comes down to. When we've talked about this issue, it's so complex. Everyone recognizes the problem. But what everyone says is, when you ask them, well, what would you do? No one has the answer. And so I'll say to Ms. Livingston, thank you for giving us an answer. You took on this role to bring in 70 organizations, 200 people, and somehow come up with a solution where we can start to address this problem. Thank you all who participated in that unbelievable discussion, adventure, hard, I'm sure it was, to achieve some sort of consensus. We had large corporate citizens, Canada Life, Libro, et cetera, sitting down with hospitals, sitting down with developers, sitting down with so many social agencies, city staff, economic organizations, and to see a consensus come out of those disparate people in our community, I think underscore that we're all on the same page here. We as a council, and I think we as a community, want to see this problem addressed. Will this be the solution that ends homelessness and mental health and addiction? No. But I believe, honestly, that this is a gigantic step in the right direction. What's been mentioned today in our discussion, we've seen the balance of, and I see it out in the community, compassion for those that are suffering on our streets with mental health issues and addiction, but also concern about safety for families, well-being for their homes, their businesses, et cetera. And it was mentioned by Councilor Rahman just now. I think that's an example. We address it both with talk about policing, enforcement, and law and order. But on the other hand, this incredible commitment to this road that we're about to go down. So Ms. Livingston, thank you for your work on this, for heading this up, to all those that were involved in being part of the solution. Thank you so much. It means so much to ourselves, me as a councillor, and to my ward constituents. And here we go. Like I said, this is the first step on a road that's going to take many different paths as we go along, but at least we've started. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lehman. I've got Councillor Hopkins next.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Chair, and there's not too many things that put a smile on my face, but this definitely is. I just want to give my thanks to the stakeholders in the community for being part of the summit, the frontline workers, Ms. Livingston, and city staff. I know it's a team effort. Thank you for making that happen. I know as a board member of AMO, and Mayor Morgan spoke about the need for resources and the work that needs to be done and the lobbying. And I am really looking forward to lobbying the provincial government, obviously the federal government, but I am just so proud and pleased that as a city, we've all come together, and how we move forward, we'll see what's going to happen. But I do think that I would like this council to be known as a council that has respect and treats the vulnerable people of our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hopkins. Councillor McAllister is next.
Thank you. And through the presiding officer, I'll keep my comments brief. I do also want to express my thanks to everyone who was involved in this landmark collaboration. I think everyone deserves credit for coming together, talking through these very important issues that really have such an important impact on our community and our city at large. And I think, you know, as everything's we've gone through and said, you know, it's great that we were able to bring all the partners together, but now it's up to us. And I would encourage all my colleagues that we now have the duty of moving this forward. And we have to ensure that we maintain the political will to actually see those results that we're all looking to see. And I would say that this is a call to action for us, that this will probably be one of those defining moments of this term in our council, that we have been given this task. We have heard from the community, we've heard from all of our partners, and it's now up to us to see it through. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McAllister. I've got Mayor Morgan next on the list.
I just want to add to the debate, because it's been raised a couple of times that, and no offense to the colleague sitting beside me, that it's kind of on us. I just want to be clear that the shared community work and the work of the group that came together will continue on. And there's two phases that was mentioned that will happen. One is the implementation, and another is essentially setting up the system governance, of which I would expect that we would have a role in, but we would not be exclusive to that system governance piece. And so I anticipate, although yes, we have important work to do as a council, we will be part of a continued community collaboration on this. Which is the only way this is going to be effective, is to have all of these voices that have come together continue to be at the table, continue to be modifying the system, to continue to build the bridge that we're walking across, and kind of keeping people on it as we go. And so I just want to be clear that, the expectation is not that it's all us now and we're getting handed a ball and we're going to do everything. This is a shared collaboration that we are now a part of. And will be an important next phase in this work of working together, building on the success that the community has created, but now together as a larger group that involves us on a shared project.
I have no other speakers on. Councillor Frank.
I just want to say I really like it and good job, everyone.
That was very brief, Councillor Frank. Thank you for being respectful of everyone's time. I have no one else on the list, so I will get the clerk to open the vote. I am going to just briefly say from the chair, I want to echo the thanks that so many people have offered to everyone, and also echo what the mayor just said. The work is not done. So the challenge is now to continue the work in the next step. And the clerk has opened the vote, so we will ask colleagues to vote. And Mayor, please.
In favor.
And I will also be voting yes.
Closing the vote, the main motion as amended is carried 14-0.
Thank you, colleagues. Now, this is the part where I should give the mayor a hard time about saying he can't actually have the chair back until I give it to him, and I could just continue on in the agenda, but I am going to turn the chair back to the mayor now to take us through the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, and before we switch seats, colleagues, our staff will engage in the strategic planning discussion, as well as I know a number of people will want to probably, although you're welcome to stay, maybe not stay for that. I would like to entertain, and I don't want people to go anywhere, just a 5-minute break to allow our staff to get set up for the strategic plan discussion, let the gallery shuffle. So why don't you lead us through a quick vote on that?
So, Councillor Hopkins, you're willing to support that as well. So we've got a motion for a 5-minute recess, and we can just do this by hand. All those in favor?
That motion's carried.
Colleagues, we will resume at 5 p.m. sharp.
Okay, we're gonna get going. I just want to outline for colleagues the approach that we're going to take, because we do have a scheduled break at 5:30, which is not long from now, which is why I said that was going to be a quick, short break. We're going to have the staff presentation on the strategic plan that they prepared for us. We're going to entertain the delegation request. And then at that time, depending on the timing, I think that'll be probably one more break, and then we'll come back and we'll do all of the really efficient, logical, effective work on the strategic plan that we're going to engage in after the break. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager to do the staff presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I'll just walk through an overview. It's a big night tonight in terms of strategy discussion and lots of information to share. I'll do a quick review of where we're at in the process. Ms. Wilcox will then provide you with the results of the community engagement up to this point. And then we'll move into the strategy's order of magnitude and metrics. So just a review of what the purpose is of Council's strategic plan and a reminder of the connections to our allocation of resources through MYB and our technology investment strategy. And the guiding principles, you've seen these many times, so I will not reiterate them for you. The timelines that we're working towards, so seeking to support council to finalize your strategic plan in April. In May, the multi-year budget process begins, and as does the work on the implementation plan, with us having that in place for November. So this process you've seen a number of times, so just highlighting what will happen this evening. Reviewing the order of magnitude costing is really a tool to assist you in your decision-making with respect to draft strategies, which we would be seeking from you this evening. And then the next discussion would be to review and provide any direction you might have on the draft metrics. That's where we are this evening. The steps after that are heading to the PPM on March 8th and providing any final direction you might have for the plan, and we would return to you on March 28th with presumably the final draft, seeking council decision in early April. This is the engagement timeline that you've also seen a number of times. So we are coming towards the end of the third phase. Lots of engagement, and Ms. Wilcox will speak to that in just a moment, over the last couple of weeks, and through Get Involved, stakeholder meetings, ward meetings, pop-ups, culminating in the PPM. And you'll hear some of the information from that, or you will hear the information from that to date. A reminder of our strat plan structure that we're driving towards and how those pieces all fit together. So strategies, which you're focusing on this evening, are the actions to achieve the outcomes and expected results that you've set thus far. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Wilcox to walk you through the results of the engagement so far.
Thank you, and through the chair. So as Ms. Livingston said, we've been quite busy over the last few weeks since February 8th, and this has included continuing to gather input across the organization and through the city's agencies, boards, and commissions, and organizational and community partners. It's also included meetings with advisory committees. Our Get Involved platform has included all of a continued ability to complete surveys there. We launched a community conversation toolkit, which allowed organizations, businesses, or Londoners to share their thoughts, host a conversation, and send that in to us. There have been many council-led engagement opportunities during this time, and we had community connectors leading pop-ups, and I think to date there have been about 28 of those that have happened at our busiest centers across the community, and there are 7 more planned in the coming week as we lead up to the public participation meeting taking place on March 8th. So across all of our engagement mechanisms, we heard from over 250 Londoners, and that was, again, across all mechanisms. There was the opportunity to share thoughts on the draft vision, mission, values, the areas of focus, outcomes, expected results, and the strategies that were tabled for council on February 7th. So the results I'll take you through are those from the February 8th to the 24th. A note as well, we've included the number of times, so you'll see an N across all of the themes that we've identified. It's not to represent an individual response, but it's the number of times we heard a theme across all of our engagement channels. Because you think at a ward meeting, you might be able to share at a number of post-its at any of the boards, so it's representative of how many times response was provided across our data collection methods. So again, there was an opportunity to share thoughts around the vision, mission, and values, and our questions were sort of structured around, is there anything that you would like to see added, and any other feedback. So what we heard in this, there are some additional words to be considered, and sometimes that was specific to one of the statements, and sometimes it's a broad statement around, please include more focus on any of the number of themes noted here. There was some feedback again about more clarity and specificity in being required. An example would be a feedback that stated that these are statements that it's hard to connect with, so ensuring that Londoners can connect with those is really important. And then we also heard the third theme here, that the vision, mission, values had improved from where they started on earlier in January. When we looked at the areas of focus, there was a section that allowed Londoners to share what is missing or should be added to the areas of focus, and the themes are here. So adding arts and culture as a separate area of focus, again, including definitions and clarifying terms, including affordability, planning and development, focus on environment and green spaces, and learning and education. Overall, again, there was a section where Londoners could provide feedback on just general comments on the 8 areas of focus. And the feedback here was that there are too many areas of focus, considering the order of the areas, and if there would be some consideration in putting them in order of importance. Also, a common theme that there is agreement with the 8 areas of focus. So again, there's four responses that indicated that there was a need to further revise the areas of focus to ensure consistency and avoid redundancy, and referencing other plans. So I'll take you through each of the specific areas of focus. So in this section, there was the opportunity to provide feedback on all of the components. So the outcomes, the draft expected results, and the draft strategies. And so what we heard in terms of reconciliation, equity, and inclusion about what could be added, definitions, including accessibility and anti-ableism, be inclusive of all culturally diverse communities, and consider broadening the strategies to include all Londoners. In terms of overall feedback on this area of focus, there was a common theme that it's really important to engage Londoners in the implementation of this work, and general agreement in having reconciliation, equity, and inclusion as an area of focus. We looked at housing and homelessness. What we heard about what could be added were specific strategies related to the variety and continuum of housing options, including mixed use and higher density. Again, the notion of further clarifying and revising some of the language in the strategies, and also to include definitions and use plain language, a focus on affordability of housing, and also adding a strategy related to accessible and supportive housing. Overall, in this area of focus, addressing the issue of homelessness, taking action, setting clear goals, getting to the root cause of issues, and general agreement. Well-being and safety, there were a number of things that were noted that could be added. This included addressing issues related to safety, focusing on mental health and addiction supports, financial well-being and affordability, including a strategy related to animal welfare, and also something around streetlights. Looking at overall, creating recreation, arts, and cultural activities and opportunities for all, that services and life standards are equitable, general agreement in having this as a specific area of focus, and then there were some comments as well and themes around alternative solutions to policing, and then ensuring that implementation of this area of focus on the whole is a collaborative effort. For Safe London, there was a common theme around including additional populations and taking an intersectional approach in the implementation of this area. And also expanding it to include everyone, collaborating with experts and individuals with lived and living experience when it comes to the implementation of a Safe London for women, girls, gender diverse, and trans people, and a notation that there's an appreciation of having definitions included here. In terms of economic growth, culture, and prosperity, the common themes of what could be added were, again, plain language and definitions, a strategy related to keeping people in London, and creative placemaking that focus on safety and expanding. There's a strategy on small businesses, so suggestion to expand that beyond small businesses, and a strategy about making it easy to do business in London. In terms of what we heard of what could be added here as well, continuation, having a strategy related to vacancy in the core area, including nonprofits, ensuring that language is inclusive. So example would be an inclusive economy, and expanding strategies to be inclusive of recreation, sport, tourism, and culture. Again, overall, ensuring there's collaboration during the implementation, continuing to invest in and develop the core, more access to arts and cultural activities, and pieces as well around not solely focusing on the core area, and the role of training for police in supporting the implementation of that specific area. Mobility and transportation, adding strategies around reducing traffic congestion and road safety, and also improving the efficiency and access to public transit. There were also themes around having strategies that are related to cycling, winter maintenance and snow removal, and expanding and creating better connections with public transit. Additionally, adding and including accessible transit and paratransit strategies within this area of focus, adding strategies to improve public transit infrastructure, and including walkability and regional transit. And overall, the feedback on this area of focus, when there's that section to tell us any other feedback you'd like to share, consider how funding affects public transportation and making active transportation a priority. Climate action and sustainable growth, common themes here were clarifying language and providing definitions, having strategies related to infrastructure and development, naturalization, and related to planting. And overall, an agreement with this area of focus was a common theme, and being more specific in how this work would be implemented in the life of the plan. And the last area of focus is well-run city. So looking for a common theme that there was a strategies related to communications and engagement, and again, definitions and clarifying terms. And that there was a general agreement of the importance of having this area of focus and recognizing the importance and impact of this work. And I wanted to note as well, while we heard from, as I noted in an earlier slide, there were over 250 Londoners that engaged in the process. You were not required to respond to each and every question as part of the survey. So the N is low in many cases because you may have been able to go in and just add a comment around a specific area that was really important to you, and you weren't required to provide responses across. So the theming and the notation with the N for each is reflective of that in the approach in the survey. And I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the engagement in the past few weeks.
Okay, questions on the engagement over the last few weeks? Okay, I don't see any. Oh, there's one, Deputy Mayor Lewis. Sorry, we waited till you moved away, and then we decided to ask a question.
Sorry for letting Ms. Wilcox move all the way back to her chair and then calling her back, Your Worship. Through you, just a very quick question, and it relates to the comment that she just offered, because I was noting the same thing. The N factors are are fairly low in, well, in fact, the highest one is 19. And if we had 250 community engagements, that would certainly indicate that not everybody responded to everything. I know from the pop-up sessions and my own ward meeting, people could move around the room and focus on the areas they were particularly interested in. In the online process, I'm just wondering, from a process standpoint, and maybe I'm getting overly technical here, but how would people have had the option to skip through the survey and not respond to some sections, but respond to others? Because to me, when we've got this many low ends, people read a lot of areas that they were happy with because they didn't provide us any sort of change direction. So how was that, I guess, how did that process work?
Thank you, and through the chair, yes, thank you for that question. And I think it absolutely is that where, and when you navigated the survey, you were asked, is there anything you would like to add? So we did hear general feedback on, no, I'm good with what is in front of me and moving on to the next question. So these reflect where, as part of whether it was at a ward meeting or a pop-up or on our Get Involved site, where if you wish to see something added in addition to what was in front of you in draft, then this is what reflects the comments that were received in those questions. Same as the additional questions on overall, this reflects anywhere where, again, we had many people navigate through and say, no, I don't have any additional comments, and move on to the next question.
Great, thanks for that answer. That's the only question I had. I think it actually speaks very clearly and strongly to overall, from a sample of 250 plus, how much Londoners are pretty supportive of the plan that's there now. So as we think about that, and especially as I know the mayor has an opportunity for us to break soon for dinner, but I would say that it's certainly something for us to reflect on, that most people were supportive of what's been put out in the draft form so far in most areas. So just an opportunity to say to Ms. Wilcox and Mr. Steinberg and Ms. Livingston and the rest of the team that I think this reflects very positively on what we've already got before us.
Okay, any other questions before Councillor Lehman?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Councillor Lewis's comments there. The amount of work city staff has done is incredible. I know councillors have held ward meetings across the city. And I want to know how I use this information, because for me, at first blush, I see n equals 5 or n equals 19, n equals 12 out of a city of 420,000 people. It's been a while since my stats courses at Western, but it would strike me that these are statistically insignificant. How would you suggest we use this information?
I'm going to let you answer if you'd like, but I would say to the councillor before you drag Ms. Wilcox into a question like that, as I've said before, we get many pieces of information to help us make decisions, whether it's someone stopping you in the grocery store, conversations at doors, emails, phone calls, the information from a survey, discussions with staff, discussions with colleagues. And so a very difficult question. You're welcome to give it a go, but I certainly recognize that that's a tough one. Yes, Councillor Lehman?
With respect, Chair, I totally understand that. We're dealing with this particular area of, how we arrive at, our strategic vision, right? And maybe that was an unfair question to telling you're presenting the information, how we use it is up to me, I guess.
Do you want to know how this compares with engagements in the past?
I'm just trying to figure out if this is valuable to me, quite frankly, and correct me if I'm wrong, Chair, I totally appreciate your guidance on this. Do I look at this as, if one's 19 and one's 4, does that mean it's 5 times more in favor of extrapolated across the city? Or is this a bare minimum of some feedback from the community.
So I think that is a fair question. The one that I had a caution about is the question about how you should interpret this and
Correct.
use it.
I
So,
understand.
but
Thanks.
I'll go to Ms. Wilcox on this question.
Thank you, and through the chair, yeah, it's absolutely valuable information to consider, and we're providing it to you as information you can consider in your decision making this evening. I think when you look across, again, given how we've structured the sessions and how you can participate in it, I think this brings to the surface the key issues. So of those 250 Londoners that participated and took time to share their feedback, these are the things that were raised as being something that was missing or needing to be added. You're correct, it's not a representative sample. That's about 502 in terms of our community, but it does represent conversations that an organization may have hosted. And again, that's coming through and highlighting key issues in that conversation, or that someone posted at a ward meeting or community pop-up. So I think it is information to support you in your decision making, and on balance, kind of looking and seeing where we may have missed something in terms of the theming or strategies.
Thank you.
Any other questions on the engagement process piece? Okay, I think you're good. Thank you for your work.
So that leads me to just introducing how we'll approach the rest of the evening. We would recommend, Mr. Mayor, that the first discussion would be a full group discussion of all of SPPC with respect to the strategies. You've heard some feedback, as well as the order of magnitude costing as an additional piece of information to consider. So that would be the first piece. Once council is completed that, we would then move on to the next discussion in terms of any direction you may want to provide with respect to metrics. So that's how we would suggest approaching this evening.
Okay, so thank you for that. What I'd like to do next, colleagues, just given the time frame, is I'd like to entertain the question to you on whether you want to make a motion to grant the delegation. After that point, and we've heard from the delegation, we will take a break, a half-an-hour break that was scheduled, and then we'll come back and we can ask some more questions of staff, or we can get right into the work. So, Councillor Pelosa, willing to move the delegation?
Yes, I'll move the delegation so we
Okay,
have now.
Councillor Hopkins is second. Any discussion on granting the delegation? Okay, we're going to open that for voting.
Yes. Councillor Pribble?
Yes. Yes.
Closing the vote, that motion's passed 14-0.
Okay, Mr. Henderson, you got 5 minutes for your delegation, so go ahead.
Thank you. The presentation I'm going to make today was prepared in collaboration with Pillar, not-for-profit, the Grand Theatre, Museum London, and other members of the business, cultural, and not-for-profit community. The fact that the business, cultural, and not-for-profit community stands as one on this presentation, I think should speak to the importance that we together place on culture, creativity, and the arts, and their place in the strategic plan. From a business perspective, tourism, together with a thriving cultural and sporting tapestry, is absolutely essential for the growth and prosperity of our city. And I will say there is some consternation in the cultural and business community about where we are currently with the plan. And I do not believe that you should necessarily consider the results of the consultations so far as dispositive of the mood. So I'm going to run very quickly through the changes that we believe should be added. And they were put into your emails. You have a black line and you've got a clean copy to look at. So I'm going to go quickly through them. Expected result 1.1. We would suggest the change strengthen existing and introduce new partnerships. We would suggest removing the words improve City of London processes and supports for businesses and entrepreneurs, and replace it with more inclusive wording. Create a regulatory framework in which businesses, entrepreneurs, cultural and not-for-profit organizations can prosper and grow. 1.4, add the words and retain talent to the result. In 2.1, City of Music, use existing and then add the words and create new assets. And then we have suggested a range of new strategies for you to consider. To initiate professional and artistic exchange programs, to undertake research and analysis on the local impacts of culture, sport, and recreation and heritage, to undertake communications and awareness raising activities, to work collaboratively to ensure London's cultural and heritage venues are inclusive and well-maintained, and to actively support the work of Heritage London. 2.2 was focused exclusively on film, which we feel is overly granular. And we would suggest that that expected result be more inclusive, thusly, enhanced and increased creation and distribution of all cultural activities, goods and services, and yes, notably film and music. We would suggest that databases be created not just for filming, but also recording. That we market London not just as a film center, but to creative producers throughout all cultural industries. That we support and promote not just a film festival, but all festivals and events. That we continue to promote London's creative film industry, but all other creative industries as well. And we would advocate creating a plan to attract and retain cultural workers. We would also suggest that you add a third, and that is to work in the area of tourism, so that London is recognized as a premier tourism destination. Outcome 3 is also very granular, that currently focuses on musical talent. We believe that this is one of the most critical changes you could make, to say instead that London will integrate creativity and culture into local development strategies and plans. Now, if you look at 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, they all basically say the same thing. And we believe they can be simplified into one important statement, that Londoners have increased access to and participation in cultural and creative activities, both as creators and consumers of culture. And then, as strategies, we retain all of the great strategies that have been brought to you so far, but by adding a couple. Importantly, to develop hubs of creativity and innovation, and more opportunities for creators and professionals in the creative and culture sectors, to increase access to existing spaces, and to simplify permitting procedures and reduce costs, to rationalize and improve bylaws and regulations.
30 seconds.
Yep, I'm there. To create a more music and musician-friendly environment, and most importantly, not most, but update the cultural prosperity plan. Those are my remarks.
Okay, thank you for the delegation. As I said to colleagues, at this point, I think it would be appropriate for us to take the break. We know what we're expected to work on tonight. We've got a plan. We've heard a delegation with some suggested changes to this. I will note for colleagues, if you're looking to make some of the changes that have been suggested, it will require a counselor to suggest to do so as we work through the document, which we will do after a break. So without further ado, I'd entertain a motion to break for 30 minutes. Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Ferreira. Any discussion on breaking? Oh, by hand? Can I do that by hand? Okay, we'll do that by hand. All those in favor?
That motion's passed.
Okay, we'll see you in 30 minutes. Okay, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. Before the break, we had the presentation from staff just on outlining where we are today. We had a delegation, and now we're going to work through section by section the draft strategies. And if colleagues are looking to revisit either an outcome or an expected result, you can kind of do it as we go through. But my preference here is to do these slowly, one at a time, get everything done in that, and make a decision on whether or not we're putting something in, and then move on to the next piece. So I'm going to let the city manager just kind of introduce where we are, and obviously, if you have a question about what a draft strategy means, then we can go through that. But why don't you lead it off, and we'll move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as you can see on the screen, well, we would propose to start with the, excuse me, first area of focus of reconciliation, equity, and inclusion. And you can see the outcomes, expected results, and strategies. As the mayor has said, the focus tonight is the strategies. However, if there are changes to any of the other components that you would like, we will do that. So you can see the first two. I believe there's 3 in this section. No, yeah, so you can see the first 2, and I'll just, Mr. Mayor, leave it in your hands.
Sure, I have Councillor Stevenson.
Oh,
that's okay. Thank you, and through the chair, I'm just wondering from staff, we've got a lot of dollar signs now in the one section, so at what point is the right time to start looking at some of these? Do you want us taking out some of the ones that we think, aren't going to make the cut based on the dollar signs?
Your worship, yes, that's exact. I'm not sure I would say make the cut, but the idea of the orders of magnitude was to give you a sense of, if we do this strategy, is there a cost above base budget? What is the range of that cost? So that if you want to include the strategy, you're aware of the potential cost. Of course, the specifics of that get addressed through the multi-year budget, but it may also influence you to say, no, I don't want it. I don't want to consider it. It's not where we want to put resources at this time. So it's just meant to be an additional piece of information as you think about what you might like to do with the strategies.
Go ahead.
So based on that, when I look at this section of the strategic plan, we're at 4 to almost $9 million, because we've got 2, 4, 6 single dollar signs and a $3 sign. May I ask, 1.1B has $3 signs beside it. Can we maybe have an understanding as to why that's so expensive?
Mr. Dickens?
Thank you, and through you, your worship. This particular strategy speaks to additional Indigenous specific funding to implement the Giwatashkat Indigenous homelessness strategy, and to some overall continuation to support the implementation of that plan, including supporting some of the capital needs for an Indigenous healing hub and some of the Indigenous outreach programs attached to the Giwatashkat plan that previous council has supported.
Before I go back to Councillor Stevenson on that, did we allocate money? So I guess what I want to determine is, when there's dollar signs, is this new money or is this spending some allocated money? Because in that case, I think there was money allocated, but not spent yet. And so I think, I think we want to get a sense on ongoing costs moving forward.
So, Mr. Mayor, I want to be clear that where the dollar signs are, it's where there's incremental costs. So new operating or new capital. We've tried to give a range to help inform council's thinking about each of the strategies. The specifics, so if the strategy is left in, I'm not going to say it's $3 signs or $2 signs. We will do the work through multi-year budget to bring forward the specific business case around those components. This is just to give a sense, order of magnitude, of the implications. And just a reminder on that particular strategy, that is a council-approved plan.
Before I go to, I have other people to speak, but I want to go back to the councillor. Okay, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, just following up on Ms. Livingston's comments around the business case. So just so I understand that if we do go forward, a business case will come back to us, and then that would be the time that we would agree or not to do it.
Yes, Your Worship. So this is the connection between the strategic plan and the multi-year budget. So the next step, once we have council's strategic plan, if there is this strategy in it, then it would transfers into the work of the multi-year budget, which the multi-year budget includes business cases for new funding. So council would be very clearly making that decision. What the multi-year budget also does, where there are year-over-year strategies, it would be our best efforts at the pacing of the implementation of that strategy, which would also, if there's new dollars, whether it's operating or capital, would come forward as business cases through the multi-year budget process.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. I guess in the first section, that's where I was a little bit confused, because where there were some items with dollar signs and then there were some without any dollar signs, I just don't want to give anybody the false impression that some of these things do not require any funding or do not require perhaps any staff resources or things like that, because I know some of them do based on the work that we're doing. So I'm just trying to figure that out, that piece out. And with the explanation that Mr. Dickens gave us around B, 1.1B, I'm just wondering why that would show up here and perhaps not further down in the plan related to housing or related to some of our other strategy work. I can see why it shows up here, but I'm just wondering if maybe then it somehow almost seems double counted in a way. Thanks.
Go ahead.
I will, through you, Mr. Chair, I will tackle the first question and then refer to Mr. Dickens for the second. So this is any incremental funding. So we do have an ARAO division. They have a budget. There are positions that are funded. There is one that is temporarily funded, which is why a dollar sign shows up here to indicate making that position permanent. That's part of what's in some of these. So the way to look at it is not that the way to understand it is, yes, there's existing funding. If we're not putting a dollar sign, it's because we can believe we can deliver the strategy within existing resources. If there is a dollar sign or whatever number of dollar signs, it's trying to say we would need additional resources to be able to deliver.
Can I, oh, sorry, Mr. Dickens, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. The reason that it's in this part of the strategic plan is because the work is Indigenous-led and not civic administration-led, and we felt that that was better reflected there with the intentionality that it's tied to the Indigenous work.
So I just want to step back for a sec before we go too far down the costing and what it means path. So that we're all on the same page on the approach here. So I'd like you to comment on the following, if you could. So we're going to go through the strategic plan process. Some of these things you feel like you can address within existing budgets. Some of them are having incremental costs where indicated with different magnitudes. In some cases, there may be opportunities to engage with other partners like provincial and federal governments potentially to take on some of the costs in some cases. But all of that will be fleshed out in the multi-year budget process through business cases. So the question probably on some of my colleagues' minds is, how do we reconcile, this sounds really good, I'd like to do it put it in the strategic plan, and when we get to the multi-year budget, say, with all the things in the multi-year budget, we can't afford to do everything, so we're not doing this now. Where does that leave us from a strategic plan perspective of putting something in that maybe we don't fund? And how do you suggest we approach that in a way that is genuine to staying true to the strategic plan, but reconciling that we have to have a budget discussion about limited resources later where the details will be?
It comes down to the pacing. So we are trying to be transparent with council that if you choose a strategy, we anticipate there will be an incremental cost and to give you a range of that. It's by no means a budgeting exercise. It's just to say when you get to the MYB, don't be surprised if you see a business case. What you can be assured is that at civic administration, we would be paying a lot of attention. Council will likely give us a range to work within, and we would do that, and we will be giving a lot of consideration to how we minimize tax impacts. We always do that. We just did that for the last budget update. But we want there to be an understanding for some of these strategies to be implemented, and investment is required. So, but the specifics of how much, over how many years, that's what comes through the MYB.
All right, I hope that was helpful context for colleagues, because there's a point where we can chop some things out now. There's also a point where, or after the PPM, or anytime through the strategic planning process, there's also a time where we can adjust the pacing and timing of things to control costs too down the road. Obviously, though, if you put a whole bunch of things that cost in there, it'll be tricky. Oh, I'll go to Ms. Barmont.
Thank you, through your worship. Just to add to that is, after the strategic plan is completed, the very first step that will set the stage for the MYB, in addition to what Ms. Livingston said, is that there will be a target setting exercise. So that's where council will be able to direct us what the parameters of which, perhaps what the investments that the council would want to do, to be able to guide us to the extent of the pacing and what we would then be bringing back as part of the multi-year budget. So where these orders of magnitude may be helpful is perhaps you might tweak language, because given the significance of it, you may want to tweak it so that it's maybe not as significant, perhaps, given there's many things that you may wish to do. So it's really intended to be a tool so that council fully understands the implications, and then the MYB will start with the target setting, where we will get the direction as to how much investment the council and the tax rates you may wish to support, and then we would do the work to bring back on the MYB how we would implement the council strategic plan with the business cases that would fit within those ranges provided by council.
Okay. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Given the dollar figures on this section already, that we have a new department that's just been created in the last couple of years, and the request that I've seen come back in the small feedback that we've had around having less focus issues and to be more focused, I would like to vote on each of the ones with the dollar sign on here, to vote whether we want to keep them. And I'd also like to know which one of these is the one that makes full-time the position that we have in the department.
So I want to go to the question first on the
Your
Department of
worship, that
Resources.
is 2.1A.
So 2.18 doesn't have incremental additional investments, so that's something that, although not funded, you feel like you could do within existing budgets. Sorry?
Sorry, there should be a dollar sign there. Do I have the wrong one? 2.1A is correct. Yes. It's making a position that we have funded temporarily permanent. I don't have the permanent dollars for it.
Sounds like we need to add a dollar sign.
There are.
Oh, where am I looking?
Your worship, these
Sorry.
are the strategies. The order
That's
of
my-
magnitude is a
no,
separate.
That's me not
apologize.
scrolling down on the page that I had. Got it. I see the dollar sign now. Okay. So Councillor Stevenson, you said you wanted to vote on all of the things with dollar signs. Yeah.
I'm just recommending that at this point, we just confirm that we do want those still in there, knowing that there are dollar signs beside those, and that one relates to a position that's temporary that is looking to be made permanent, and that the other one is part of a previous commitment. My understanding is 1.1B was previously approved by council, so knowing that.
I guess we're at a point in the process where I think if colleagues want to take something out, we certainly could. We still have a PPM on some of these matters too, so there may be some desire from some colleagues to keep some things in to get that additional direct information from the public as well before we decide to lop some stuff off. So rather than vote on each and every one, which would be time consuming and we still have to work through all the metrics, if there's something that someone feels like they think now is the time to take it out, it might be best to deal with those as one-offs, knowing that we can take another go at this after the PPM as well, and knowing that if we make some adjustments to the draft strategies or even the expected outcomes based on, say, the delegation or something else, that there may be additional adjustments that need to be made to the strategies and the order of magnitude costs. So I think before we just get too far down the path, we should decide when are we going to do what, so that we're not doing the work twice. So I think, and I see the city manager's hand up, I think what might be advantageous is, like, let's deal with the things that you really would like to take out now, and otherwise leave them with the option that we can take them out later, to the city manager.
Your Worship, I just also want to be clear that these dollar signs aren't all for civic administration. They also, this is a roll-up of all the ABCs, so this reflects, for example, actions the London Public Library might need to take, or our conservation authorities, thank you, I lost the name there for a moment. So just, it's not just civic administration, we're just trying to give you a sense of the whole picture.
I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, thank you. And just to follow up what you said, Mr. Mayor, I wonder if it is the right time now to remove anything, given that we have not had a public participation meeting yet, and maybe through you to staff. Is that exactly what you're looking for, is what we can remove, or can we just add as opposed to subtract, and then after the public participation meeting, get into the weeds?
Go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I'm truly in the hands of council. We were anticipating receiving some direction this evening on changes to the strategies that you may wish to have, so that we could turn that around for the PPM, and we anticipate more changes coming out of the PPM. I just want to remind you that we're trying to get to final direction coming out of March 8th so that we can give you a final draft on March 28th. So if you're able to provide direction this evening, that's great. And we anticipate further direction on the 8th as well.
Okay, I'm going to go to a couple more councillors who have some thoughts, and then I'm just going to make a decision on how we're going to proceed. Councillor Ferreira, sorry I missed you and bumped Councillor Hopkins in front of you. Go ahead.
And thank you, and through you, no worries for missing me. I wanted to point out, actually, you kind of alluded to it, Mr. Mayor, and Ms. Barbone kind of alluded to it too, but the phasing in of everything, from what I understand, doesn't have to be within the 4-year, multi-year budget. It can actually be beyond that. So if we consider, that is correct? Sorry.
Thank you, through your worship. That's what the pacing, so absolutely, and that's what some of the budget discussion is that if council is trying to stay within a certain parameter, it may be begun within the next multi-year budget, but it may not actually be completed. So really what the council has is the ability to set what the investment is over that period of time, and it can be as slow or as quick, and certainly through the direction, through the target setting, we would look at putting forward an implementation plan that would be in accordance with council's wishes. So that could be as fast or as quick or as slow as council would like to see that proceed.
And thank you. I wanted to just kind of clarify that a little bit more, just to point out that that is also a strategy. Like, if we do have huge costs here, and obviously we're gonna have to make some cuts, but for some things that we do really want to prioritize, some big ticket items, we can push it down a little bit further than the 4-year, multi-year budget. So that is a strategy as well. Thanks.
Thank you. I have Councillor Frank and then Councillor Lehman.
Thank you, yes. And I just wanted to perhaps echo Councillor Hopkins' points and share that I feel at this point, I don't have enough information to start taking things off of this list, and I'd rather see like true costing. While I appreciate the work that staff has done and to try and give us some best estimates, I'm much happier to kind of leave it as is and then do some thinning as needed later. But I don't want to miss any of the good work that we want the community to do, so thank you.
Councillor Lehman.
Just a quick question. The incremental operating costs from 24 to 27, is that annually, or is that the total sum of 4 years? So the annual impact would be divided by 4?
Thank you. That would be the annual incremental cost.
Through you, Chair. So just in quick calculations, taking the low end of the range on each thing, it adds up to like $81 million annually. Like I just, at what, it's great to throw in everything and, and the kitchen sink, but when do we make some decisions? Do we go through this whole process knowing that I think rough back of the envelope, that's like a 13% increase without even talking about costs that just inflationary costs of sustaining current services. I don't want to create A, false expectations, or B, a lot of work for staff only to come to this point, whereabouts, in the strat plan or a 4-year budget to do a massive job paring this back.
Go ahead.
Your worship, in the past strategic plan, I'll just use that as an example because some councillors went through this process. Council set a strategic plan and then went through the multi-year budget exercise. There were some strategies out of the multi-year budget exercise that were then not funded. So that kind of, the way we reported on that is just to say it wasn't implemented because funds weren't provided to do it. So it was indicated initially as a desire, but when the details around the specifics of the funding became clear, that's when I'm just sharing with that as, you can change it now. There's also the option to address it through the multi-year budget process.
Go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
So we finished the strat plan, we're kind of the things that we want to address. Then we get to the 4-year budget. Do you go from a top-down approach? You kind of get a feel for tax increases and kind of bring suggestions to get into kind of that narrow range. I don't remember 4 years ago having to make, that much of a, there was tweaks and what we got from staff was pretty reasonable. It was there. We had to make some adjustments. It wasn't of this magnitude.
Go ahead.
Your worship, that will be the exercise that we undertake. So as Ms. Barbone indicated, the first step will be for council to set the target. What range do you want us to work within? And then we will develop an MYB that works within that. It may, to Councillor Ferrara's point, draw the pacing out over many more years. We may say to you, you can do this much, which ties to the targets, right? So that ties to the targets around, which is why you see metrics, not targets yet, right? So that's the interrelationship, and that's what sets the pacing and magnitude of what can be achieved.
And I do remember that from the last process. When we got to the multi-year budget, there was that chart that said, this is how much is inflationary pressure, this is how much is related to your strategic priorities, this is how much is related to agency boards and commissions, and we kind of had that laid out so we could see what percentage of the increase was related to what. The way we made decisions, I think, was through the business case process. And some were recommended, some were for consideration, and some we said yes to, and some we didn't. And I think that's what the city manager is saying. For some of the ones we didn't, guess what? If it was a priority in the strategic plan, we voted not to fund it. It didn't get done, and it's recorded as not completed because it's not funded. Okay, I do have others on the speakers list. I have Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So I will say, if there's something somebody feels really strongly they want pulled out tonight, I'm certainly willing to entertain that. When I looked through this, and this is just some constructive feedback for staff for the future, perhaps we could have a couple more brackets of costing where those upper gaps or those upper ranges are not quite such a large range. When we move from the first two brackets where we're talking about $500,000, and I know because some things are very expensive, you have to have a bit broader range at the top. But when we go from 5 million to 19.9 million, as Councillor Lehman alluded to, even using the low end of the number is very high. And I would be concerned about underestimating for myself in my decision-making process what kind of pressures we might be putting on staff to meet those budget targets that we will encourage later. So that's just some feedback for the future. I will say that I absolutely recognize, and I'm going to share an example from the last strategic plan, and I might open some old wounds for some people who might be tuned in, but there was a big funding ask, and it was in the strategic plan, and Councillor Squire and I argued to take it out because we weren't going to do it. It stayed in anyway, and then the multi-year budget came along, and the Back to the River Bridge lookout thing at the Forks of the Thames was not funded and was canceled. So that it's in the strategic plan does not guarantee that it is going to be funded. Priorities change, circumstances change as well. We have all lived that in the last 4 years, how radically circumstances can change. I would just say I am comfortable if people have some suggestions that they want to delete tonight or that they want to add. I'm happy to hear either of those options. I will say, for me, the concern is that I'm not sure in terms of the things with the $4 and $5 signs in the legend, where we would reasonably, as a council, be looking to make reductions. Certainly the pacing might change, but these are some pretty core when we're talking about housing, transit, policing, and some climate change mitigation measures. Those account for some pretty significant dollar signs in this scoping exercise. So I would say that I'm not sure how much of this is really something to remove versus it's more of a discussion around pacing in the future. So I just wanted to share those thoughts, but if anyone has strong feelings on any of these, I think we can, the public has seen the draft for a little while. Yes, we will have some public participation on the 8th. I have yet to sit through a public participation meeting where the gallery has people suggesting that we remove things. Everybody always wants stuff added, but very rarely does somebody say, you know what, I'm going to offer up this suggestion for a reduction. That's incredibly rare. So if there's something that you do feel should be removed, I'm certainly happy to entertain that at least tonight and see where that discussion goes. But I don't think we should rule out everything goes forward just because it's in there tonight.
Okay, I think Councillor Ferrer, I have you on the list again, and then I'm going to make some comments, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. I have actually, Councillor Lehman, when he actually brought up the incremental operating costs, actually kind of sparked a question in me. I thought I knew the answer, but I thought I would just kind of pose that to staff and see what the actual answer is. And on the total capital cost side of things, that is not something that's ongoing, obviously. That's like a one-time thing. So that's just one question. I do have another one after.
Capital costs, go ahead.
Thank you, through your worship. Capital cost is the total capital cost, and because that is a one-time, it is the full total cost.
And there are also a range of ways to fund capital costs. It could be debt, it could be capital levy and actually hit the tax base. It could be pulling from reserve fund if there's, or reallocating reserve funds. So like those sorts of sources of funding will come out in the business cases associated with them. We won't have that detail today. Okay, so here's how I'd like to, oh, go ahead, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. And sorry, my last question, I'll keep it really quick, really brief. The ones with the $5 signs, the 20 million plus, is there any way to gauge how much more of that 20 million, like 20 million plus could be 20 million to 50? So I just wanted to know if there's like a way we can look at that to really kind of, if we would know how close it is to that number.
you might have to ask a question when we get to that one, because I think they might have different answers depending on the dollar signs, but go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. That may be, depending on what strategies are there, we may have some ideas, but again, it would ultimately potentially be timing to the pacing and potentially other sources of financing to truly, we could give you an estimate, depending on what that is specifically. If you'd like to know details on something, we could provide that information. But again, depending on the pacing, that probably could change also.
Okay, so here's how I'd like to proceed. I know early on in the strategic planning process, I did the very friendly, let's throw everything in and we'll kind of do it at the end. I think we're to the point where for efficiency and to keep things going, I'm going to move more to, if you want something out, you're going to make a motion to take it out. And I'm going to see if there's a seconder, and then we're going to vote on it. If you want to change language, you're going to make a motion to change language in that item. I'm going to see if there's a seconder, we're going to vote on it. And we're going to proceed through that way, so we don't get ourselves to a position where we've got a whole bunch of stuff that people may or may not agree to, and we have to pull it all back apart. So that means as we go through these sections, if you want to make a change, make a specific motion for the change. If you want to take something out, make a specific motion, and we'll proceed that way. And I think that way we can make some decisions. And just realize these will not be our final decisions just because something goes one way here. It may be because colleagues feel like it should stay in for the PPM, but might be willing to revisit that later. So I think put what you think you feel you need to at this point on the table. But for efficiency, I'd like to just proceed that way so we can roll through this. It'll still be time consuming, but we'll be able to make some decisions, I think, tonight and draw some conclusions. So with that, sorry, I'll go to you, Councillor Stevenson, and then we're going to start to proceed.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, and I'm happy with that. I thought I'd checked prior to making that as to how and when to do this. I am just conscious of the financial strain that a lot of people are under right now and just wanting to be conscious about that. I was excited to see how many of these could be done with existing resources, and I'm happy to move forward however council wants.
So that means that's the process we're going to follow. So as we go through these sections, our staff are going to introduce them. If you have a question, you can ask a question. But if you're looking to make a change, before we get through the section, suggest the change. Okay? So I'll go back to Ms. Livingston. I think we've got our plan now and we can proceed.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you for that clarity. So we're at the first area of focus, reconciliation, equity, and inclusion. And on the screen, you see the first two outcomes and the related strategies. So any changes to wording or?
So what we've got is the first section, outcome 1, outcome 2, and the related strategies associated with them. Is anybody looking to make changes to those areas? Okay, you can go to the next. Sorry, I think we didn't have outcome 3 on the screen, so just allow colleagues to see.
Yes,
sorry,
so
wait.
now the screen, we've got outcome 2 and outcome 3. Is that how you wish to proceed based on what people can see on the screen?
Yes, I just want, because we're looking at the screen, so I think we're dealing with what's on the screen. So then
Yes,
once we've dealt with that, we'll go to the next part.
Okay. So they're done with that?
So that means, I think we did 1 and 2 there. So now we're on just 3 at the bottom. So any changes to outcome 3? I have a question. We're doing the outcomes and strategies, but we're going to do the metrics after this? Okay, so metrics are coming after this, before anybody starts to jump into the metrics discussion. So no changes for outcome 3, no adjustments there, so we'll move to the next section.
So housing and homelessness, and on the screen are outcome 1 and down to 2.4 of outcome 2. Thank you, Nick.
Okay, so housing and homelessness, you see 1.1 all the way to 2.4. So we'll deal with outcome 1 and outcome 2 in their subsections. Changes to this area. You just let me know. Okay, I don't see any. So if you can scroll now to put outcome 3 on.
So the last outcome in this area is outcome 3.
Outcome 3, changes proposed to outcome 3. Okay, on to the next section.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, so we're at well-being and safety, so we're looking at the strategies for outcome 1 that go all the way with the expected results to, on the screen, 1.4.
Okay, so this is well-being and safety. 1.1 to 1.4, all of outcome 1. Actually, it's not all of outcome 1. On the next page, there's more strategies for outcome 1. Nothing here? Okay, you can go to the next group.
So the remainder of that first outcome all the way down to 1.9 and the associated strategies.
Changes to this? Okay, next area.
So that leads us to outcome 2 of well-being and safety, and the strategies tied to all the way down to 2.4.
Okay, outcome 2 to 2.4. No changes? If anybody wants me to slow down, I don't want to have to go back, so just fight. Okay. Outcome 2 is London is an affordable and supportive community for individuals and families. There are 4 areas under that that are on the screen. Councillor Pelosa, go ahead.
Thank you. Just my concern, I guess, just in wording or interpretation of 2.1, housing in London is affordable and attainable. Just the part being ensure that there is an adequate supply of lands for new home and services, just making sure that this implies like we have undeveloped land, also redevelopment and infill, that it's not specific just to sprawl. Just through you to staff.
Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, that's my interpretation of it, but if there's more clarity required, then that can be added, but that would be my interpretation, that it's all forms of housing.
Okay, I'm satisfied.
Thanks, Councillor Pelosa. Are we good to move on from this area? Deputy Mayor, I just wanted to make sure you're good. Okay, all right. Okay, we'll go to the next area.
So the next section, area focuses Safe London for women, girls, gender diverse and trans people, and I think the entire area is here on the screen with all of the strategies.
So this entire area. Any changes? Go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, to staff, I just have a question about language. When we are, and I'm going to use this as a broad brush statement for all of the draft strategies here. When we are talking about gender diverse, I want to make sure that staff are interpreting that as inclusive of all the different identities within the LGBTQ plus community. And I'm seeing nodding of heads, so I'm satisfied with that. I just wanted to, that was a question that was asked of me, and I wanted to ensure that I asked it of staff.
Okay, you got the nodding answer you're happy with? Okay. Any other questions or changes to this area? Okay, you can go to the next one.
The next area of focus is economic growth, culture, and prosperity, and I might suggest we just go outcome by outcome here because there have been a number of suggestions made this evening. So we'll start with outcome 1, 1.1 to 1.4, and all the associated strategies.
Yes, and so there was a delegation that had some suggestions here. So I prefer colleagues to be specific and not make I want to accept every recommendation that the delegation made. So if you're looking to adjust some, and you can be relevant. So if there was a suggestion that a few be combined into one section, so if you're going to suggest that, you can suggest that. But let's go through 1.1. I have Deputy Mayor Lewis first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Specifically on 1.2, where the increased economic activity from our core and the greater community, I did hear, and I think that the comment from our delegate tonight that suggested through key service partners, including, and there was the suggestion of the addition of the London Chamber of Commerce, LEDC, Tech Alliance, SBC, and the business improvement areas. I do think that adding the Chamber of Commerce to that list specifically makes some sense. So I'd like to move that we amend that language to include the Chamber of Commerce in draft strategy A, bracket A.
Okay, so to a slight process improvement to what I suggested, if it's moved and seconded, I'm gonna ask if there's consensus. If there is, we're not gonna have to go through the whole loading it in the system and voting, we're just gonna accept the change. If there isn't consensus, like if I see a hand raised that there isn't consensus, we'll do a vote. So we know the suggestion that's been made to add in those other partners in 1.2. Is there consensus on making that change? It's moved and seconded? Yes? Not consensus? Oh, so if you don't,
I was seconding it.
I got it, okay, you're thirding, so we're good. Does anybody object to this change? I'll ask it that way. That's a better way to ask. No? A question, go ahead.
Sorry.
This
The deputy mayor said, he said the Chamber of Commerce, but then you said the partners, plural. So I just want to make sure, are we talking about Chamber of Commerce? Are we talking about the other?
I think you're suggesting to add the language in the Chamber of Commerce, comma, pillar, comma, LEDC. So just a specific change that was suggested to 1.2, if you have the document that Mr. Henderson passed around, you'll see the exact language. So that's the change that we're suggesting. So no one objects to that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I just confirm that council can actually see this, like on the screen in front of, you can't see it in front of you. This is the problem. Okay, so that's why they can't see it.
See, I've got multiple screens, so I'm just
saying. Right, so I don't know how to help here, because that's why you're asking the question. You can't see what's in front, or can you? No, I'm on the strategies. Can you see the change we've made? Okay, all right, if you can see the change we've made.
So if you toggle your screen to the non-voting screen, you should see staff making the suggested changes that get moved and seconded so that I can ask for your consensus on that. So that's the button in front of you. I think, Councilor Pelosi, you should have that on your screen just because of the way that the eScribe works, so you should be okay. So you see the change, and I just had a question, but I don't think anybody objected to us just carrying forward with that change in 1.2. Okay, so I'm gonna say that's good. So we're still in outcome 1. Any other changes that colleagues want to suggest? And do you want us to go through 1.1, 1.2, or just all of outcome 1?
All of outcome 1, Your Worship, unless there's
Yeah, let's deal with the whole
more
outcomes
changes,
together.
yeah.
So other changes in outcome 1 that you'd like to make? Go ahead.
Yes, in 1.4, I do think it's also reasonable in the language that says is a regional center that proactively attracts and retains talent, because I do think that sometimes there's a need to work on our talent retention as well. So I would be moving that change.
So you see the change on the screen. Is there a seconder for that change? Okay, I see multiple seconders. Does anybody object to that change being added in? No objections online? Okay, so that change stands. Councilor Pribble.
I read for the same one, 1.4 and A, recommending to add as a destination for new investments, education, and talent. So I'm recommending to add education after investments. There's not just investments and talent, it includes education as well.
So attract and retain skilled workforce by marketing London as a destination for new investments, education, and talent. Is there a seconder for that change? You can see it on the screen. Councilor Cuddy is willing to second that. Does anybody object to adding in that word education there? Okay, seeing none. Okay, that change will stand too. Other changes to outcome 1. And I should note, we can make wording changes to outcome 1 as well, if you want. It's not just the subsections. No one suggested that, but I'm just letting you know that now is the time if you're thinking about that. Okay, are we good with outcome 1 being done, or no? Councillor Preble?
Actually, the one that was 1.1, strengthen partnerships. I did like the proposal, strengthen existing and introduce new partnerships. So I'm proposing to add the existing and introduce new into the 1.1A.
Okay.
So it doesn't limit us only to the existing ones. So we are focused and more aggressive on gaining new as well.
Understood. Is there a seconder for making that particular change? Okay, Councillor, or Deputy Mayor Lewis, any objections to that addition? Oh, this process is working well so far, so we'll keep with it. Okay, that's a change that will stand as well. Now that I've said that, the next one is gonna go to a vote for sure. Other changes to outcome 1? Okay, let's move to outcome 2. Okay, outcome 2. Changes to outcome 2. Go ahead, Councillor Preble.
I did like also the recommendation 2.1, use existing and create new assets. So again, we are not just working with what's already in place, we are being proactive, looking into new as well. That's 2.1B.
Is there a seconder to add that in? Okay, Councillor Ferreira, any objections to adding that language in? Okay, sorry, go ahead. Do you object or?
Well, before I provide consensus or objection, I would like to, through you, ask staff their interpretation of creating new assets. Because this is focused on the UNESCO City of Music. And it does talk about a destination for arts, culture, and sport. But would we be interpreting this as, in terms of new assets, things that align with our other plans that have already been developed, for example, our Parks and Recreation Master Plan? Because if we're talking about, things like investigating the building of a performing arts center or something, then I'm objecting. If we're talking about we're renovating existing facilities and maybe the new is things that are in other parts of our plan, then I'm fine with that. So I just want to know how staff would interpret that.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, the current interpretation is more the promotion or the building of existing resources, like an incubation of those types of things. It doesn't actually include facilities. So if you want that to be very much clear, then just ensure that that's included in the actual strategy.
So that's what staff say. I want to go back to the person who added it in and make sure that's Councillor Prible's intention.
That was my intention. I don't know if the delegate. Sorry. That was my intention. I don't know if it's the same as delegate, but that's certainly what Mr. Maters just said. That was my intention, my personal intention.
Okay. So honestly, with respect to the delegation, it's up to us on how we want to interpret it. So as long as we have consensus with our staff and what you'd like to do, that's what we need to do at this point. And if honestly the delegation or anybody else in the community feels like it should be expanded, there's a PPM to make that suggestion to us. And if someone wanted to suggest that we do a performing arts facility, we would change that language based on feedback that we got from the public. So, okay. So no objections then to adding in that piece. Okay. So that's that part. Other changes to outcome 2. Yes, go ahead. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, sorry about that, Your Worship. I'm just looking at multiple things here, and we're leaving outcome number 2.
We're in outcome number 2. I haven't left it yet, but.
Okay, we haven't finished it then.
No. So if you want to make a change, I'd do it now because I'm just about to depart.
So I have a question through you. I know I'm looking at the Chamber's comment or request as it relates to 2.3, which is London is recognized as a premier tourism destination domestically and internationally. And that would be under the expected result through you to staff. What are the implications if we do that in our strat plan? Just asking.
So if we added a expected result that has no draft strategies yet, I guess, how would you approach that? Is that the question? Yes, go ahead.
Your Worship, I'm not sure we could tell you on the floor. I think we would need to go back and consider what that means and whether there are because I do think we have strategies that address destination of choice in other parts, so I don't know if it would mean moving some of them or creating new ones. We haven't had an opportunity to consider it. If council adds it in, then we will try and do that work and turn it around for you.
I think the change here was that the word tourism wasn't specifically mentioned in this section, and I think the intent was to identify a tourism as a destination. The other pieces are creative strategies, destination of choice for working, living, and recreation, but it seems like the desire here was to add a tourism-focused component and attract both domestically and internationally. Now, there's no draft strategy to that. Obviously, we have a tourism agency, so I think was the intent, but Deputy Mayor Lewis is on tourism, so it's good that he has his hand up, so go ahead.
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. First, I want to highlight to colleagues that this same outcome was proposed at our last strategic plan meeting, and we removed it. I'm not in favor of putting it back in, but I also do want to underline that for the first time ever, because it did not have one under the previous general manager, but under Ms. Finn, for the first time ever, Tourism London has its own strategic plan that it has just finished developing. The board actually just approved it formally and finally today at the board meeting at lunchtime. So those pieces are in place and being handled by an external ABC. So I would really encourage colleagues to just allow tourism to continue to lead on this and work through their own strategic plan.
Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, through you, Your Worship, to Deputy Mayor Lewis, I appreciate having that update. I think it's good to know that there is a strategic plan with Tourism London that's been updated. But I also heard from staff that there's probably other opportunities to address the tourism part within our strategic plan as well. So I think I'm satisfied.
Okay, so you're not making a change at this time, but you've got your question and answer. Okay, so outcome 2, any other changes, Councillor Pribble?
I know there were other proposals by the delegate for outcome 2. If I look at London as a destination of choice, and we are listing the UNESCO and the film industry, I do feel that we have more to offer for the destination of choice. I know there was a proposal of various other things. I'm not saying that all of them, potentially not all of them, but I would love to see London as a destination of choice go beyond UNESCO and the film industry, because we do have more to offer as a destination of choice. I don't know if anyone wants to revisit the proposal. It was enhance and increase creation and distribution of cultural activities, goods and services, notably the film and music industries. So I don't know if it's the words, if other councillors don't feel comfortable with, but I would love to see, as I said, more than just UNESCO and film industry, because I do believe we have more to offer as a destination of choice.
So you'd like to expand 2.2. There was suggested language from the delegation, but you're not tied to that language, and you're looking, it would be helpful if we were more specific on this, because it's tricky to say you're just willing to have different language there. I'd prefer if you want to make a change that you make a specific change. If you don't have a specific change at this time, but you'd like to entertain one, you could certainly work on language before the next time we come around to this but it's helpful to deal with specific language and not just, I'd like to expand this part.
So I wonder if we could expand somehow the cultural activities, and because the cultural activities will cover more things that we can come up with the strategies, not just again tied to those two that we have there. So I don't know if maybe the staff could help out with that or have a suggestion, but I think the cultural activities we can explore it more. By the way, while the staff is working with it, I just want to thank the staff because on this area, I did spend some time with them, and I just want to make sure that a lot of actions and tactics that I was proposing, I want to make sure that we'll find a home for it, and the staff did go through it with me and for the implementation plan. So I would like to thank the staff because that was my worry that we wouldn't find a home for it later on, but staff was very helpful and assured me that we can find a home for it.
Your Worship, we're putting the wording up that was provided to give council something to work from here and to try and be helpful with furthering the discussion.
Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. Yeah, I'd support putting in the language on enhanced and increased creation and distribution of cultural activities and goods and services as it's written here. But then I do believe we'd have to then alter A, B, C, D, and E as proposed by the Chamber. And I'm thankful for the work that was done ahead of time to meet with those in not just the core, but also in our cultural industries to have those conversations, because I think that it is strengthening the language here and making it so it's not as specific just to film, but into film and music, which I think helps us to achieve some of our UNESCO goals as well.
Okay, so Councillor Rahman, are you interested in making?
Sorry, I'll be clear.
The adjustments that were suggested?
Yeah, I'm looking to move to point 2 and the A, B, C, D, E that was provided.
Okay, so I want to give a second to have that put up. I know the language was emailed to our staff. I'll ask if there's a, okay, so there is a second term. So, but let's just give it a moment to put that up so people can see before I ask for consensus. And I will say if there's not consensus, but there's like 2 or 3 words that you're not happy with, like we could see if there's some ability to drive consensus rather than voting the whole block of this down. So I'll ask for consensus in a moment once everybody's seen it. And if there's not, then I'll listen to the speakers list on what adjustments might need to be made. And if you're just outright against the whole thing, like that's fine too. We can have a vote eventually. Go ahead, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you, as it's going up on the screen. I did see these comments as being supportive of the desired results in just, again, the tweaking of making it more film and music specific, and then just broadening a few of those definitions around supporting not just one festival, but multiple festivals as it relates to the industry. And I think that just, again, helps if we're looking for a growth strategy. We have to envision that these things will grow and we'll need to support it in different ways.
I'll go to Deputy Mayor Lewis.
So, Your Worship, I'm going to want this one to be a recorded vote. I will not be supporting this one. I liked the version that we had before. I know that we heard from the delegate that there was a sense from a few members of the community that it was too granular. But frankly, I want a strategic plan with goals that are accomplishable and focused. It is not a blue sky world out there. We've got lots of challenges that we have to overcome. I think what we had to begin with was both practical and measurable and something we could obtain in 4 years. I think this actually weakens the strategies. I think it's less specific, and I think it's more of a, well, honestly, it's a bunch of buzzwords to me, and I don't mean any disrespect to those who have suggested them, but you know, it's a lot of, you know, creative producers through the cultural industries, including, and we keep repeating a number of words over and over again, and we're just making things more complicated, in my view. So I won't be supporting this one. I liked the original version that we had.
Okay, so we'll have a vote on this at the appropriate time, but I'll have discussion first. Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I tend to be in favor of the changes. I do think they're a little bit more specific. I'm not sure if we need D, though. I just would like to, and what does D imply when it comes to promoting London through social media newsletters and online campaigns? I'd just like to have a better understanding of what that means.
I'm going to go to Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. I obviously can't speak to all the aspects. When I read you were commenting on D or E? D. Continuing to promote London's creative industries through social media, et cetera. I just saw that as an opportunity for the city to get involved with more of that. And again, having broader reach than maybe some organizations do, that's an opportunity again to share the message out. And I didn't see that as being cost prohibitive as well.
Councillor Pribble.
I personally would take it out as a strategy because I do believe it's more of an implementation plan and can be done from the bottom. So I personally would take this one out.
Take D out?
D, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sure. Is the mover okay? Okay, so the mover seems like, and you know what, if we vote all this down, we can add D back in if that's, like, we go back to the original state. So for now, the change is to also strike D. So it's the yellow and the striking of D. Councillor McAllister.
Thank you, through the chair. E isn't sitting well with me just because cultural workers is just a term I'm unfamiliar with, and I feel like that's a very subjective. Are we talking specifically to film, music, restaurants? It's very vague to me, and I think it's a bit too ambiguous for my liking. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but I can't quite put my finger on it, but it's not sitting well with me.
Councillor Pribble.
I recommend this one as well to take it out because again, develop a plan and we actually have coming down the road implementation plan. So there's no need for it to be in this strategy.
Okay. Councillor Rahman, you were the mover. Okay, take E out.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so now I like this. We're getting a little more concise with the change. We could, it's still moved and seconded. So discussion, and then we'll have a vote on this change. And if the change doesn't fly, we would revert back to the original language and then can continue to make adjustments to this if we need to. Any other discussion on the changes as you see before us? Additions of the yellow, striking of the strike-through components. Okay, so I want to actually do this in the system so it's a recorded vote. So if you can do up a motion that says the edits to section, basically the edits to section 2.2 be approved. Everybody knows what they are. They're clear on the screen. And so we'll be voting on all of them as a block. And again, if it fails, people can make other changes to this if they'd like, but we'll try to deal with this as effectively as possible. Okay, so is everybody okay to vote now? Oh, remind me who the seconder was for that, just because we're putting the motion. Was that you, Councillor Hopkins? Councillor Pribble? Okay, Councillor Pribble, the second. So if you switch your screens to the other screen, as soon as we have that up, we can open it for voting. Oh, if we haven't already. Oh. I'm slow, sorry.
Closing the vote, the motion is passed 7-6.
Okay, so we'll keep those changes. Is there any further changes to outcome 2? Okay. Outcome 3? I'm going slow so people have a chance to look through. Outcome 3 has 3 components to it. No changes to outcome 3? Oh, Councillor McAllister?
Yeah, just 3.1A, culture workers, again, I can't, it's too vague of a term for me. I'd like that taken out, please.
Okay, so you want to strike
It's in the A and B.
cultural workers, and in A and B. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, through you. Isn't it arts and culture workers? So it's people that work in the arts and culture?
I just think it's redundant. I would assume it's people in the industry. I don't know if we need to call out workers, but that's just my thought on it.
Councillor Rahman.
I don't know the industry terminology well, but I'm just wondering if it's to encapsulate or capture people that may not be artists or creators, but maybe lighting, design, I don't know, I'm trying to think of technicians, that kind of thing.
Go ahead, Councillor McAllister.
Like industry, I don't know. I just find it redundant to keep calling it out. But.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I also find cultural workers really an awkward term, but I think perhaps what we could say is collaboration and opportunities for individuals working in the arts and culture sector. And that way we would cover technical support staff as well as the artists and creators themselves.
Yeah, we're going to get the strike-throughs too, don't worry. Mr. Steinberg is fast, but he's not quite that fast. And that change just applied to A? And B. Yeah, we don't need work. I don't think we need workers. Okay, that's a suggestion. I need a seconder for that. I see 2 nods over there, so we'll count that as a seconder. So is there objections to this particular change? Okay, there are no objections, so we're going to have that change stand. Other changes to outcome 3. Councillor Pribble.
I just want to add that there were, through the delegation, other draft strategies, but I wouldn't implement them, any of them now. And I do think that there are more potential, again, actions that could be implemented into the implementation plan.
Okay. Any other changes to outcome 3? Don't want to go too fast, but I am going to move on. Okay, outcome 3 is good. Outcome 4. We'll go to Councillor Ferreira.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I would like to make an addition to outcome for 4.1, and I'd like to hopefully put it as D under C. And the addition I would like to see would be, and the wording is, develop capacities in Midtown to increase economic and community well-being.
Okay, is that a second or a question? Councillor Stevenson, go ahead.
My question is just why specifically Midtown when it's included in the core area? All of this was the core area.
Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
Well, Midtown, they're pretty organized, and I see them as a community association that's kind of left outside trying to get in. There's a lot of, like for downtown and for Old East Village, there's a lot of funding initiatives that they can get within current programs right now, but Midtown doesn't have any of, or, well, a lot of them. So that's why I wanted to put that in there.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Stevenson. So that there's a change that's on the floor. I'll go for objections to adding this change first. Everybody looks pensive and stares at me. It gives no indications of nods. I'll say there's no objections then. Okay, that's just me giving everybody enough time to think. Okay, so that we'll keep that change in. Other changes to outcome 4, of which there's a number of sections here. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I would like to add under 4.5 as number F, and thank you to Ms. Wilcox and Mr. Steinberg for helping me with the wording. I'd like it to say, identify balanced and compassionate solutions to social service delivery, balancing the needs of businesses, community, and service providers.
Okay, is there someone who's willing to second that language? Councillor Pribble is. So that's now up on the screen as a new F. Is there any objections to adding this new F? No one online's okay. Okay, I don't see any objections to adding F, so we're going to keep F. Councillor Pribble, other changes.
I would like us to consider change 4.3C, where it states increase awareness. I would like to change it to evaluate opportunities to expand CIPs. So I would like evaluate opportunities to expand. Not just to increase awareness, again, looking outside the box and potentially come up with other opportunities. That's my thinking behind it.
So you want it to be evaluate opportunities to expand the city's core area community improvement plan incentives?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Stevenson. Is that objections or, okay, so there's some objections, so let's have a discussion. So discussion on this potential change. There is a mover and a seconder to support it. So Councillor Frank, you were first up, so go ahead.
Thank you, yes. And while I think I understand the intention behind this, I would prefer to wait until we get back the 5-year evaluations of the core community improvement plans before creating a strategy to expand them.
Councillor Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Well, ditto to what Councillor Frank just said. And I will say, would be very, very cautious about language that talks about expanding one CIP to the exclusion of others. We're going to end up with a list of people coming at annual budget updates asking for business cases for their BIA CIP areas as well. We have a fair amount of investment in the downtown core in this plan already. I was supportive of the awareness because I've encountered merchants in the downtown who weren't aware of some of the programs that they could access. So I was supportive of the awareness. I am not supportive of the expansion.
Any other speakers? Councillor Pribble.
I'm not proposing that we are going to enlarge it, but again, there could be opportunities out there, and we are going to evaluate them. So we are going to see, does it make sense for our community or not? So again, it's not that we will have to, but again, it just inform in my eyes was very vague, and again, closed doors. Evaluate opportunities, again, for us to think outside the box. We are not saying we are going to do it, we are going to implement it, we are going to spend more money, but again, we are not closed-minded, we are open-minded, we are going to evaluate all opportunities, and we might do it from within, we might learn from other communities, and just, again, thinking outside the box. We are not committing, we are not making any commitments.
I put myself on the speakers list too. So I'm not really supportive of this change either, if I'll just speak from the chair. One, because we're already doing it, and two, because above it talks about finalize the review of core area improvement plans and recommend enhancements to address key priorities on the residential occupancy and livable space in the core side. I think we're already undergoing this work, and I do think if you provide the directionality on this piece, you're kind of opening it up to everybody wanting the directionality increase. We're already doing the review. The incentive plans are already there. I think you can promote them from the perspective of increased commercial occupancy in the core without having to provide the directionality. So I like the original wording. I do support the general intent of what the councillors are saying, but I'm not sure it's necessary to change the language. That's my own feedback on this. I had Deputy Mayor Lewis on the speakers list, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Stevenson.
Actually, I'll yield to Councillor Stevenson first. I've spoken on this once, but keep me on the list and I'll chime in after.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Well, based on subsequent discussion, I'm withdrawing my second.
Okay, is there anybody else who wants to second this change? Okay, so that goes back to the original language. And Councillor McAllister, other changes in this area?
Speaking to 4.5A, just following up the discussion we had earlier in terms of our police resources, I just want to express from my ward's perspective that the only place that a lot of people see police currently is the core. And I know I have received feedback that I agree, like I do agree that the core does need attention, keeping in mind that our police headquarters is an OEV. I just want to express that a lot of citizens want to see those resources to the city and not to the core, as we are strapped for our police officers, as Councillor Lehman said earlier, in terms of how many police we have, in terms of our ratio of the city. I just want us to keep in mind that that doesn't preclude having boots on the ground elsewhere in the city, because that's something I hear a lot, that they want to see police presence, not exclusively in the core. So I know that doesn't necessarily fit in this because, this is specifically speaking to the core, but in terms of safety more in generally for the city, that we want those resources to be spread out. Thank you.
So what are you suggesting you want to change?
Increase police presence of officers in the core, but I don't know, something along the lines of just, I'm just trying to think, because we're increasing our resources, that those resources aren't exclusively going to go to the core.
The challenge is this section is about the core area, like the whole section is. Yeah. So it would be very difficult to change that and keep it, I think, in this section as that's probably why you're struggling with the language.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go to Councillor Stevenson. I can come back to you if you think of another way you want to do it. I'll go to Councillor Stevenson next.
Thank you. I have an idea because that one is right under the core, but under Wellbeing and Safety 1.4C, it currently says enhance police response times, and maybe we could say enhance police presence and improve response times, and that would be across the city.
And the city manager was on the list, but then she gave a thumbs up or a point when you said that. So that sounds like a way, if colleagues don't mind jumping ahead to that piece, since it's addressing an issue here, and making that a small change now, and then we can come back to this section, but I'd like to get this done while it's top of mind. So enhance the police presence and response times for emergency calls, urgent calls, so that it reflects across the city. So I see there's a number of seconders for that, so.
Yeah, I would just say enhance police presence and improve response times.
Okay. Any objections to that? Okay, so that stands. Let's roll back to the area we were in. I think Councillor McAllister, you're probably good now. Any other changes to outcome 4 in this area? I'm going to move on. Okay. I'm going to move to the next section. Go ahead.
Your worship, just to be clear, the well-being and safety we had already gone through, so we won't be going back there unless council wishes to.
My mistake,
No
sorry.
problem. And so now we're on to mobility and transportation, and on the screen is outcome 1. That's the only outcome, and all of the strategies are in front of you.
Okay, mobility and transportation. There's all of the strategies here. Councillor Rahman, go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So there was a discussion that happened at Civic Works Committee in which we supported bringing forward some recommendations to council, but in terms of the timing of when council meets, when we're in our process, et cetera, I'm just worried that some of this might get missed. So I'm just trying to find a way to bring this into today's conversation. The recommendations that were proposed that we then discussed would come to the strategic planning process for discussion within the process, and how if we wanted to include any of that language in here. Noting as well that some of these are deliverables by LTC and not, and specific to paratransit as well, that are not specific to our plan. So the recommendations that were discussed at that meeting were by September 2023, same-day booking options, smart card access in every bus, and sensitivity training for drivers. Now, I do realize we have some language in here around paratransit. I'm just wondering if we feel that in the strategies and then the outcomes that is somehow connected or reflected. If we can comment on that. And then the 4-year goal of increasing ride capacity by 10%. I'm, again, just bringing this conversation forward on behalf of the community, as that was part of what we discussed at Civic Works.
I'm going to go to staff to see if they have a suggestion for this.
Yes, Your Worship. I think at this point we would need to work with LTC to understand how to adjust the strategy. So if I understand your question about steps, those recommendations would be going to council on March 7th. Is that correct? And then we have the PPM on March 8th. So perhaps what we can do, allow council to make a decision around this, but in the meantime work with LTC so that at the March 8th, after the PPM, we could offer some changes if needed, should council pass that, and we would be ready. I think that's the best we could do in terms of the steps.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. I'm satisfied with that. I think that helps to make sure that it's reflected appropriately. The other piece I had on the transportation side was around electric buses, and just noting from community members and committees that some committee members that there wasn't a reflection they felt specifically around green buses. I did go through this with the strat plan team, and they did share where they see it connected. Just didn't know if anyone else felt that we needed to be very explicit in our language around that. I know we've talked about there's a piece about the fleet, and we may not want to be extremely specific around electric and say more around our approach, but I just wanted to bring that up as it's a big part of our strategy as well.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I'll just share some thoughts because Councillor Rahman did invite them that I've heard from somebody about electric buses too, but I'm pretty comfortable with where we are on that already. There is an approved direction from the past council. Staff might correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the PETUS funding business case has already gone through. We've also dealt with some of the infrastructure needs for LTC for a new headquarters. So to me, I feel like it's already something that is happening. And so the generalities of the language in there, I'm pretty comfortable with right now. I know that certainly there will be some moves from our staff and from the mayor's office and others when the federal government brings its promised transit funding, dedicated transit funding opportunity online, that we'll go get some money from that. But even there, I don't feel like we need to include that right now. I feel like it's more of an implementation rather than a strategy.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I just had a question in terms of, it came up around the tourism board about how it was included in their strategic plan. And I'm just wondering, at what point do the actions of, or the outcomes of boards and commissions be included in our strategic plan, and when we don't? If somebody could just explain to me.
I'll go to our staff.
Your Worship, this is the top-down, bottom-up process. So the way that this plan has been developed is having input from all of the ABCs in terms of the proposed outcome, areas of focus, outcomes, expected results, all of those components. So our understanding is that reflects their strategic plans and efforts. That's the input that's happened. Of course, there's been council's direction on some of those changes. So that's how we've attempted to integrate their work into the document you have in front of you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. Councillor Rahman, you're okay with the responses? Okay. Any changes to this section then? Mobility and transportation. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Lehman.
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Councillor Rahman's thoughts there. I'm concerned that if it's not explicitly in this strategy, that it could get delayed. And I'd like to see 1.2C added. Continue our path to transforming our bus fleet towards electric fleet, or some wording that acknowledges past council's direction on that, and that we continue to head in that direction, as opposed to just getting our 10 buses and leave that there unless there is some sort of program that comes from federal government or something like that. I think we have to acknowledge that this is a direction we want to continue.
Okay, so there's a suggested language that you've given on a new C that says continue our path towards transitioning our bus fleet to zero emission. Is there a seconder for adding that particular language, Councillor Ferreira? Any objections to adding that. Nope. Okay, we'll leave that in. Any other changes to transportation and mobility? Nope. Okay, next section.
Your worship, we can focus on the first two outcomes of climate action and sustainable growth and the associated strategies.
Okay, let's do the first two first. So that's outcome 1 and outcome 2. Any changes or adjustments to outcome 1 and outcome 2? No? Okay, let's go to the next outcomes. Outcome 3. Changes to outcome 3. No changes to outcome 3? Okay, that would complete that. Go ahead, Councillor Hopkins.
Sorry, I've had a moment of where we are. We're on climate action and sustainable growth right now.
Correct, yes.
My apologies. I know I've passed some information on to staff about outcome number 1 and 1.3, adding that London is one of the greenest and most resilient cities in Canada. I'm just hoping to add to that in our plan and in being specific to the implementation policies of the London plan, the direction number 4. And if you look at number 4, there's a number of points, but just generally speaking, and I know we've touched upon them in other areas, but just really focusing on the fact that we want to become one of the greenest cities in Canada, but looking at developing and implementing and lead plans to take action on climate change mitigation and adaptation. Number 2, using ecosystems, watershed approach. 3, protecting and enhancing our Thames Valley corridor and its ecosystem. I'll stop at number 4, protect and enhance the health of our natural heritage system. I'm not saying we can implement each and every single one of them, but just really underlining the importance of trying to become one of the greenest cities in Canada. So with that, I would like to add 1.3. London is one of the greenest and most resilient cities in Canada.
So I understand you want to add 1.3 and then move some of the draft strategies under 1.3 from the one above, or you want to create new draft strategies?
So this is my problem. I'm looking at too many of them. I'm going to just turn my head behind. Hold on. That's not going to work.
Switch your screen. We'll give you what we're looking at.
Yes.
Do you have it now, Councillor? So I see that piece, but
Yeah,
are you
and then
looking-
as an A, a percentage.
Sorry?
And as an A under, in the next column with the draft metrics of, oh, we're not doing metrics yet?
No.
Okay, that's where I got kind of confused.
Okay,
Okay, so I will wait until we get to the metrics part of things.
Okay, but do you have strategies for this new 1.3?
I would like to put it in because then we could deal with metrics. I'm not sure of the process, so maybe through you to staff, if staff can sort of give me a bit of direction here as to where.
I guess what I'm losing is you have a result and you're looking to add some strategy, some metrics, but there's no, like, what is the associated strategy that's going to go with those metrics, like in the middle?
Well, the strategy would be the London plan.
Okay.
I just want to go through you to staff if I can get a little bit of clarification. I'm looking for where that can be inserted. Where's the best spot?
Okay, so the counselor has a desire to incorporate some language, but doesn't, so maybe you can see if there's a way to help out here.
Yes, Your Worship. I wonder actually if it elevates to the level of the outcome, so it's fitting into the language of the outcome of being, I mean, we can play with it a little bit. Yes, I mean, you could replace it, I think.
Yes.
If that's the intent.
I think that, I see some nods that it might be a refocusing of the outcome to be what you're suggesting is, you know, a strategy here, and like elevate, that London has a strong and healthy environment. You just want to be a little more bold in the language with what you've put in 1.3, and everything kind of below it, you know, does fall under that banner. So does that work for you?
That works for me. I know I see Ms. Shear's hand up as well.
Oh, yes,
If
okay.
I can get her comment, but I thought of that too. I'm looking for a little bit of direction from staff. Where's the best spot for it?
I'll go to Ms. Scher.
My apologies, Your Worship. I'm home with a bit of a cold. I would suggest that maybe outcome 2 could be reworked to reflect that. We've said it's a model for climate action and sustainability in alignment with the climate declared emergency and the climate emergency action plan. I think we could work with the wording on either 1 or 2, but 2 seems to already sort of be going down that path, but we certainly would be up to the councillor's advice on that.
I appreciate that. I looked at number 2 as well, and I'd be comfortable with that. Sort of adding London is one of the greenest, most resilient cities in Canada behind outcome number 2.
Outcome number 2 is already pretty long. And just because outcome number 1 says it doesn't mean that there aren't other components of outcome 2 that might apply, right?
Ms. Shearer's hands up as well.
Go ahead, sorry. I got to look at the right screen. That's my fault, sorry.
No, my apologies. It's certainly harder to do this from home when we're back in real life. What we could potentially look at is putting in the language that London is one of the most greenest and resilient cities in Canada in alignment with the council declared climate emergency and the climate emergency action plan. So we could get rid of the section that says as a model for climate action and sustainability. I think that's captured very, very well in these draft strategies and in the particular outcomes under it.
Yes, I think I see some nods here that fits better, and I will say it might be difficult to do from home. It's not a piece of cake here either. We're doing our best though to work through it, so we appreciate your suggestion. I think that's very helpful.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your patience.
Okay, so we're going to leave outcome 1 as worded before. We're going to adjust the title of outcome 2 to align with what Councillor Hopkins has suggested. I did see someone willing to second that with all the nods. Is there any objections to adjusting that language in outcome 2 to align with how it looks on the screen now? No? Okay, great. So that's good. So I think before we were there, no one else really had any changes to this section, and we were just kind of wrapping it up before you jumped in, Councillor Hopkins. So I'll just ask one last time, does anybody else have any other changes to this, this area? No? Okay. Next area. We did outcome 3, because we did that before we scrolled back up when Councillor Hopkins was there. So I think we're on.
So the last section is well-run city, and we'll look at the first, we'll see if we can get the first 2 outcomes on the page. Yeah, there you go. First 2 outcomes and associated strategies.
Okay. Changes to this area. No one wants to add committee meetings are well chaired and efficient and, no? Okay. All right, I don't see any changes to these two that anybody
That
has.
takes us to the last outcome.
Outcome 3. Okay, changes to the outcome 3 space. Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Thank you. Could I suggest we add the word to 3.2C, could we add the word fun? Strengthen a safe, fun, and safety-conscious workplace?
It's already fun. See what you've caused? You've already made it fun. We don't need it in the strategic plan. It's a lot of fun. Okay, there's a seconder for adding this much fun into the strategic plan. So strengthen a safe, fun, and safety-conscious workplace for every employee, contractor, and member of the public. Go ahead.
Your worship, I love fun, and I would like to suggest that maybe with respect to the councillor, it fits a little bit with implement 3.1B, implement the people plan to build an enterprise-wide culture that is inclusive, inspiring, motivating, and fun. The purpose of 3.2 is really on the safety, respectful aspect, which is also fun, but just...
Okay, so do you like moving fun to a different area? Okay. And fun. I had Councillor McAllister before
Just
you.
a point of personal privilege, Your
Sure.
Worship. I just want to state for the record that Ms. Livingston has a different definition of fun than I do.
Yeah, well, how excited I was about talking about tax ratios last week, I think I do too.
I just wanted to chime in with a quick,
Yes,
I
go
look
ahead,
forward to
Councillor
the
McCall.
metrics of fun.
Oh, don't worry, they'll be developed. There's a whole team of people across the city who can help with that. Okay, so as a mover and a seconder for adding fun into this section, is there any objections? I don't know who's going to object to fun, but I don't see anybody objecting to this addition. And thank you for the suggestion. We'll see how that gets prioritized in the budget. Okay, so we've added fun in. Other additions to outcome 3. It seems like we're getting close to a break. I think we've completed now the run through of all of these components, and the next piece is metrics. I think we've been back at this for just under 2 hours. Would you like to introduce what we're doing next, and then maybe we'll take a short break. People can have a moment to use the washroom, refresh their beverages.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So we would propose to approach the metrics the same way, section by section. I would like to begin with Ms. Wilcox giving a bit of just a brief description of what the metrics are, how we approached it, why they look like the way they do, so that everyone has coming from the same place, and then we would propose to go section by section.
So would you like to take a break before that, or do that first? Would you like to take a break now? Oh. False alarm. Okay, would you like to do that after we come back? Have the go through by Ms. Wilcox? I just need some nods. Yeah, okay, yes. Okay, so why don't we give ourselves 10 minutes? That's gonna be just after 8 o'clock we return. Okay, so all those in favor of, 10-minute recess moved by Deputy Mayor Lewis, seconded by Councillor Pribble. All those in favor of a 10-minute recess? We need you to vote. What the clerk needs to count them. In favor of a 10-minute recess, put your hands up.
That motion's carried.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. So we got one little piece to clean up from the previous section, and that is we actually completed a section because the metrics is a different part of the agenda. So I'm going to look for someone to move and then second the following motion, which is the following actions be taken with respect to developing the 2023 to 2027 strategic plan. A, on the recommendation of the city manager, the report dated be received. The attached revised draft strategies for the 2023 to 2027 strategic plan be accepted for additional consultation with the public. The report dated February 28th entitled be received, and it being noted that there was a delegation. Is there someone willing to move that? Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on that? Okay, we can open that for voting.
Councillor Pelosa. We'll mark Councillor Pelosa absent for the time being in closing the vote, and the motion's passed 12-0.
Okay, so now on to metrics, and I'll go back to our staff.
Yes, thank you. And does the clerk need something? Okay. Just concerned.
There's a lot of fun happening up
There's
here.
fun
It's
happening
like,
over there. Okay, as long as that's the case.
wearing out our
I'm-
voices.
I'm all good. I'm actually going to ask Ms. Wilcox to do a very brief introduction to this section, and then we will move to go section by section on it.
Thank you, and through the chair. So the metrics are the unit of measure or the data point that would be used to measure progress and performance in the implementation of council's strategic plan. And the metrics that are in front of you have been developed to align with the draft expected results, which are supposed to tell us about the change required to achieve the outcomes that have been established by council. Where possible, we've added in population level indicators. You'll see those at the top of each section. These, while we don't have substantial influence or control over these indicators, we are suggesting that these could be monitored to provide additional context for the overall state of the area of focus. The draft metrics have been developed with input from all service areas as well as the city's agencies, boards, and commissions. And again, the purpose of them is to provide an understandable indication of whether we can see the intended change in the community as a result of the implementation of the strategic plan. So in establishing the metrics, we considered the following. Is it clearly connected to the expected result? That know it when you see it. In terms of the change in the community or the organization? Do we have timely and reliable access to the data? Do we have a purposeful stake or influence over the metric? And can we drive accountability through specific and quantifiable targets? And we also looked at, can we build metrics that establish a common reporting mechanism across many service areas in our agencies, boards, and commissions? This was a key learning from our last strategic plan. And so we're trying to avoid duplicate metrics where we may all report on the same thing. And in our last plan, we would have reported all individually. So we've tried to roll those together and include many entities in those metrics. Again, they're not intended to reflect all aspects of the work of the city or the ABCs, and that detailed reporting would come through the implementation plan and also through the various standing committees when there is reporting on specific plans. The targets for each metric, including the direction of change, so an increase or a decrease, will come once the multi-year budget has been established. And as was discussed earlier, that's where the pace of implementation would be set. We do have we got a slide, and refer you to the screen. This is an example of what you could expect with the conclusion of the multi-year budget. So we've pulled this from the previous strategic plan, and this is what it will look like when we add targets to the various metrics. So the intention today is to establish the unit of measure, what is that data point, and then the target setting would happen across those metrics once the multi-year budget is complete.
Thank you, Ms. Wilcox. We just wanted to show what it will eventually look like. Tonight, you are identifying the unit of measure, but this is what eventually happens once the multi-year budget is established and we understand the pacing. So this is what how those pieces all connect. So maybe I'll just, Mr. Mayor, pause to see if there are any questions about what Ms. Wilcox had to say, and then we can move to the discussion of each section.
Sure, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. I just want to confirm, is there an intensification target for the primary transit area that I just saw on that slide? I'm just curious because I haven't seen that before and I'm just very excited. Totally, but is there? I didn't know there was even a target for that area. Anyway, that was just an aside. I was very excited to see that.
Thank you for, I'm glad the example slide excited you, which is, I think, from our previous strategic plan, right? Yeah, so. Okay, any other questions on the metrics, the presentation? Okay, so the strategy is to proceed through as we did before, for colleagues to ask any questions, make any adjustments to the metrics as we go through. Noting that we did make some adjustments through the course, so there might be some sections where the metrics may not line up completely, but I know staff can make those corrections. I'm not sure we changed things too fundamentally that the metrics would be different, but there were adjustments we made through the previous sections. So colleagues will just have to accept that as we go through this, obviously this piece was written under the old language, so we may just have to pause in those areas that we've adjusted and changed. A question? Okay. All right, so we're into the first area. So I think we'll do this the same way. So you see expected result, outcome 1, outcome 2, the components underneath there, and all of the draft metrics. Are there questions or changes to this area? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And through the chair, I did circulate some edits to the metrics yesterday through the clerk's office. So I did suggest 2, and I made sure that they're metric-y. So the first one was 1.1D, percentage of identified communities and organizations feel that their engagement with the municipality feels more inclusive. And I think that could be measured through a survey. I was trying to think of how to measure stuff, but. And then I also had outcome 3, 3.2, a C for that as well. But I don't know if we want to deal with that separately.
Let's do them one at a time. On each of these, given our staff are going to be responsible for trying to implement the metrics, if we're suggesting metrics, I just want to give an opportunity to comment on any suggested changes given what we may or may not have access to, and any flags on significant challenges with data collection if we're going to suggest metrics ourselves. So I'd go to our staff for any comments that they might have on this particular proposed metric.
Your worship, as the councillor suggests, I think the mechanism would have to be through survey, so we would have to develop that and then conduct it in a year-over-year manner. So that is, we don't have a ready collection mechanism for that, but I believe we could do it through survey.
Okay. All right. Is there someone willing to second this particular change to the metrics or addition to the metrics in this area? I should have asked that first, I suppose. Actually, what I will do is go to the staff for comment first in case there are flags that might cause a seconder to change their mind. I see a seconder and Councillor Ferreira. Is there any objections to including this as a metric? So if there's an objection, then we'd have a vote. If there are no objections, we'll just move forward and accept. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, I'll just say I don't want to object tonight. I want to absorb this a little bit more. I am concerned about how we actually measure this. Even surveys, we know that there can be low response rates, surveys don't really reflect the reality of lived experience, and feeling included can be so subjective from one individual to another that I'm not opposed to it for tonight, but I'm not sure that in the final draft I'll want to leave this in. I need some time to think about it, but because feeling included can be so subjective, and not that we shouldn't be striving to help people feel included, but how we measure that might be difficult. So just putting that out there as a comment for now, and we'll see how I feel about it after March the 8th.
Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. And I'd say for most of these, I'm not married to any of the specific language. It's just more I noticed that there is a lack of like qualitative evaluation. There's a lot of quantitative. And while I appreciate that might be easier to track, I do think when we're dealing with humans, it might be nice to qualitatively ask them questions. So again, I'm not married to the method of collection or the language. So I hear your concerns, and I'd be happy if there's some wordsmithing later on.
I'd like to propose that if we're going to suggest new metrics, we may approve them. But I'd like to leave it fairly open, if colleagues are accepting of this, to our staff to take the intent of a metric and suggest a new metric at some point through the process, if not tonight, later, because there may be a slight modification that can be used to go through different agencies or groups who may collect this data that might not be exactly as the metric as we define, but captures the intent. And if we're relatively open to that, I think we would be open to staff making suggestions back on alternate possible metrics at the next point in the process on this. So if we leave some in that we might have some questions about later, we also might expect that there's some suggested changes from staff. I see everybody nodding at that, so we'll just generally know that as we make some additions that that's an expectation we'll have. Okay. I don't see anybody objecting to keeping this in then, so what's your second suggestion?
Thank you. Under outcome 3, under 3.2, adding item C, percentage of respondents indicating satisfaction with how they feel included in the system that is the municipality. Again, more of a qualitative, I'm open to different interpretations, but like a qualitative evaluation of their experience.
I'll see if staff could comment on this proposed metrics.
I think I would take the councillor up on the offer to look at this with the ARAO team. I'm not sure how we would come at this, but I understand the intent. So I would like to be able to take it back and work with the team a little bit. There are ways to ask questions about inclusion. It's just the mechanism by which we do this and not over surveying groups. So if I can have the time to go back to folks, then I'm happy to do that.
I'll go to Councillor Rahman in a second, but perhaps given we're putting this in and it would go out for public consultation, if we're concerned about not having done kind of some thorough vetting of them, do we want to perhaps include the word, or like put the word in brackets behind draft metric? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I apologize. I misunderstood which one we're talking about. If this is about City of London staff in the internship program, we're actually doing this now through our equity inclusion audit, where we ask specifically questions about belonging and inclusion. So we are doing that. I may work with the language here a little bit, but we are doing that.
Okay. Councillor Rahman.
Thank you. Through you, that was going to be my point. The only piece I had was how it connects with the internship program, because you may not survey or hit that population when you're surveying if they've completed an internship and are not currently interning. So just a thought.
I think it might be, I know these are all draft metrics, but we might want to indicate if this is being put out to the public that this is, this is not being, okay. Then we can do whatever we want. Perfect. So we'll leave that in. Suggested wording changes will come. Is there a seconder for this particular addition? Someone who's willing to second this change? Okay, there's a seconder. Is there any objection to keeping this in there, noting that there may be some wording changes to all of these metrics by staff? Okay. All right. Any other changes? I know Councillor Frank had a suggestion in this section. Anybody else have suggestions for this section? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is not so much a suggestion as just a comment, and it's, when we are talking about, for example, percentage of new hires that identify as representing an equity denied group, well, that's a valuable way to measure things for sure. I just want to draw to people's attention that there's still, even in 2023, members of the LGBTQ2+ community who do not feel comfortable being out at work, whether it is the City of London or another employer. And so when we're measuring those, people have to be willing to identify. And so we're not necessarily capturing the entire result of our efforts. So, and I know that Ms. Livingston and others in the SLT are aware of that, but just some commentary to share with colleagues is that we may not be catching everybody because there are people who still today are not comfortable identifying with one of those groups.
Okay, that was a comment. Okay. Any other changes to the first section? Okay, let's move on to the next one. Okay, so we can see outcome one. Is that all of outcome 2, or is there? Okay, so that's all of outcome 1 and outcome 2 with the metrics associated for housing and homelessness. Councillor Frank? Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I have some for each one, I think, except for the economic one. Under this one, under outcome 2, under 2.2C, I suggested perhaps, again, another qualitative percentage of tenants at LMCH properties indicate satisfaction with their space, given we're talking about social housing, and that's some that we kind of directly interact with.
Comments on that metric? Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I feel like Councillor Frank and I should have had lunch beforehand. But my hesitancy on this metric is that not all social housing in the city is provided by LMCH. We have other providers, Odell Jelna and Homes Unlimited and others. So not all of whom fall under our ability to have so much influence under as LMCH, but nonetheless are providing social housing. So I'm not supportive of measuring just by LMCH. And I know that somehow Mr. Dickens and his team are working away along with Mr. Felberg about new funding sustainability agreements with some of those third-party providers. So through you to staff, I wonder if, first of all, are we able to obtain data from our third-party housing providers beyond LMCH, and how could we perhaps capture some of that qualitative feedback from other partner agencies?
Your Worship, I'll turn it over to Mr. Dickens, but one of the principles that we were operating on under the metrics was including things where we had the sphere of influence. So that's getting further away in our ability to do that, and I don't know if Mr. Dickens wants to add anything.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. There's 64 social housing providers in the City of London, the County of Middlesex, that the city as service manager is affiliated with. Those operating agreements, as Ms. Livingston said, they get further away from our sphere of control when it comes to strictly funding or operating agreements and those lifespans. The LMCH piece is the one that is strictly under the control and influence of the city more than the other 63.
So that's helpful. My concern is that we would only be capturing a portion of the picture here in terms of outcomes in social housing. And I'm also hesitant on this one because, and I say this with all due respect, and we're going to be talking about a tenant replacement on the board later this evening. But it's very easy to have a dissatisfied tenant who doesn't understand that perhaps the procurement contract for, say, an elevator replacement doesn't happen in 2 or 3 days. It can be several months. And so you might be capturing at a moment in time where you have a very dissatisfied tenant because of a very particular problem and really skewing the outcome of the metrics that we're trying to get back. So on this one, I I'm not supportive of bringing this one forward. I think this one is too subjective and too narrow in its focus to really provide us a metric that we can come back to and measure how we are doing on the social housing piece as a whole and the complexities that go into some of the tenant dissatisfaction.
Okay, so we'll have a vote on this one then on whether or not to include it. Councillor Frank, go ahead.
Is it possible maybe then to have staff like workshop something similar? Again, I just think like the other two are quite quantitative. Do you know, and I would love to know how the humans feel. So if there's a way to find that out, and I don't know how, that's kind of what I'm looking for there. And again, it doesn't have to be this metric, but some sort of human evaluation element to it. Is that possible through staff?
Mr. Dickens.
Through the chair, we can certainly look into that as staff. Off the top of my head, I'm unfamiliar of the detail that LMCH is currently collecting with their tenants, be it part of their strategic planning work or as part of their tenant engagement strategies. They may already be collecting some element of tenant satisfaction. I just don't have that available at my fingertips.
I see Councillor Ploza related to this. Yes, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Just appreciate the conversation and the lens of trying to ask the tenants themselves for an opportunity for feedback and realizing a decent portion of them might not respond. And satisfaction could be a wide breadth, like we've talked about. It could be, is the elevator out? Is it just you don't like your neighbor? To me, realizing it's only 2.2 and having had so many community concerns before and realizing we're working on upgrades is, for me, it'd be the percent of tenants within those properties or in those programs that feel safe within their space versus satisfied. So just putting that out for comment, realizing Councillor Frank already had comments on it too.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis, and then I'm going to make a comment on this too.
Yes, and actually, I want to just pick up on what Mr. Dickens was saying. There is a tenant engagement strategy at LMCH. There are, of course, as we'll be talking about later, tenants on the board, but each site also has a tenant engagement person at each of our LMCH sites. So tenants provide some of their feedback and concerns through that person. So rather than support this one tonight, I think that it might be great for Councillor Frank or others interested, and I'm happy to even send an email asking if Mr. Chisholm can provide an overview to council on how we engage with our constituent or our residents, because I think that'd be helpful to have. And some of that work is being done. So I'm happy to reach out and get that information before council.
So as I said, I was going to make some comments. So I did serve on that board as well for a period of time. I don't think I'm supportive of this particular metric, but I do think there's an alternative to it. I'll tell you why I'm not, is because there's a reason why we're refurbishing and rebuilding 2,000 spaces within the system, is because the spaces are not good. What I'm interested in is how that process is going and whether tenants are satisfied with the new and refurbished spaces and how that's improving their quality of life. And I think the way that we could gather that and have that information reported on, rather than include as a metric in our strategic plan, is at the annual shareholder meeting of LMCH, we could engage with the board and the administration to ask them if they could track and provide data to us on how that is going and how it is changing tenant satisfaction, and have that board report to us, but leave the responsibility potentially with that particular board. And as a shareholder, we would certainly have the ability to engage and ask them to track and report back on the information that we're interested in receiving as the shareholder. So I think we have a mechanism of accountability and a process that could work very well to gather the human data. But I would be interested in gathering how that is changing as LMCH engages in the rebuilds and refits of so many units, as well as moving people from the existing spaces into what will be their new build spaces as well. and get a gauge and a handle on how people are feeling with those sorts of improvements that are being made within their space. Because I think what we already know is this would be a very low number, there's a very big problem, and action is already being taken on it. So I'm more interested in tracking whether the action is successful than getting a metric that I think we already are probably aware of what the answer is. Those are my comments. Other comments? Okay, so I think this is one that we're gonna vote on because it's moved and seconded, but there's some desire maybe not to include this one in the way that it's there. So if there's no other discussion, I think the motion is, however it's worded, is just going to be, support the changes to, maybe you can tell me how this is going to be worded and we will open the vote afterwards. Do you have some wording for this change? Okay, so that the strategic area of focus be amended in the draft by adding a new draft metric C. So if you support it, you vote yes. If you don't, you vote no. We'll open that for voting now. Do you need the mover and the seconder? Oh, Councillor Frank was the mover and the seconder was Councillor Ferreira? Okay, Councillor Ferreira is willing to second.
Closing the vote and the motion is lost 4-9.
Okay, so we won't include that particular metric at this time. Other changes to metrics in outcome 1 or outcome 2? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. In 2.4, are we looking at social housing properties in the metric? I'm just wanting to be specific there because given the outcome, it's not going to be any rental properties in the city, right? It's going to be our social housing units. So I thought it should say number of social housing properties, rental units involved in proactive blitzes.
Go ahead, Mr. Mathers.
Through the chair, it's actually all housing, so it also includes existing apartments if there was, if we were going to move forward with a blitz on those apartments as well, so it could be any form of housing.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yes, I just want to add a follow-up to that response from Mr. Mathers. I think it's important that colleagues also understand that the highest percentage of complaints about property standards and maintenance often come from converted rental units, so single-family homes that have been converted and are regulated under our business license as a residential unit license. I've got the acronym wrong, so I'm not going to try and correct that right now. But if I would concur that my recollection from our discussion, meeting prior to this was that it was proactive on rental units of all types.
Other questions or comments in outcome 1 or 2 and the associated metrics? Okay, I'm going to move to outcome 3. Any changes or adjustments to outcome 3? Okay, seeing no changes or adjustments to outcome 3, we'll go to the next section. I don't think you're going to fit all those on, so we'll do it in 2 parts. Let's do 1 to 5, 1.1 to 1.5 first under outcome 1. Changes to this piece. This is under well-being and safety. Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thank you. More people stuff. Mine's under 1.3. I want to add a B, or I guess it could be a D, but percentage of residents who indicate they're happy or very happy. And that I just want to follow up. I did include a link, but there's a lot of research about using happiness as an indicator of success instead of just GDP growth. So I included a link if people want to read it, but I would love maybe, again, I thought maybe in the resident satisfaction survey, I know we'd start fresh, but maybe that being a question, but happy for staff to have a solution.
Sure, Ms. Wilcox.
Thank you, and through the chair. We've done some preliminary research on that, so it tends to be measured at a sort of either a national level or a provincial level. It is something we could look at building an index for. However, it'd be something we don't have budgeted for. It's something we'd have to newly explore and build out.
Thank you, yeah, I appreciate that. And I feel like personally, I'd be happy if it was just added to the resident satisfaction survey, but that is a politician who has no idea what that would look like. So I just don't necessarily know if you need to do a whole lot more, but it is entirely obviously in your ball game.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we can absolutely explore that. It's my understanding they tend to be an index that roll up a number of indicators. So it's something we can look at if the satisfaction survey is the mechanism to do that, and we can bring that back.
Okay, is there a seconder for adding a metric or adjusted metric in with this this intent? Councillor Hopkins is willing to second it. Does anybody object to having this as a proposed metric? Yes?
Thinking through, I'm just, maybe it's my understanding of happy and quality of life, but A and D seem very similar, and we already have a way to measure A, so I'm just wondering why perhaps we need D as well.
Councillor Frank, here was your suggestion.
For sure. So I interpret them differently, but I understand again that these are subjective words, and so everyone would interpret them differently. Quality of life to me is like, do I have a job? Do I have a house? Can I buy my food? Can I get to work? Do I, whereas happiness, I think, is, do I have friends? Do I enjoy going to work? Do I struggle to put food on the table? And I find them to be different parameters, but I hear your point. I personally would rather use happiness as an index of success than quality of life, but that's just me.
Councillor Stevenson.
I'm all about happy, but I don't know that it falls under our strategic plan. People can have all the food, housing, job, everything, and still not be very happy. So I'm not sure that's something we want to take on.
Okay, so it sounds to me like we'll vote on this one too. Is there any other comments then? So that was moved by Councillor Frank, seconded by Councillor Hopkins. Whenever you're ready, you can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost, 5-8.
Okay, so we won't include that one either. Other suggestions to 1.1 to 1.5? We're not as much fun anymore, eh? Like, yeah. The other changes to this, this block that we have on the screen. Okay, maybe we can go to the 1.6 and beyond block. So 1.6 to 1.9. Councillor Frank.
Sorry, I feel like it's always me. I did want to include, if we could, under 1.6, adding increase in native perennial species planted and number of hectares of naturalized parkland. Recognizing the existing metrics are good, and I think that we should maybe include these because we are trying to move towards a more resilient city, and I think these things support that.
Did you capture the suggestion? Are you looking them to be separate or together? It's your suggestion, so you have to decide, unfortunately. Okay, they're separate, yeah. Okay, so that's an E and an F. Is there a seconder to include these two? Or if you don't like two, you could second just one of them. But I'll look for someone who's willing to second either one or two of these. Yes, go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
I will second E. I won't second F because I'm not going to support F.
Okay, so you got support for E. Is there anybody willing, like we can deal with these separately, but if there's no one even willing to do F, then we'll just drop it. Yeah, you're willing to do F? Okay, so we're going to deal with these separately, given there's differences of opinion. So does anybody object to, does anybody want to have a vote, I should say, on the native perennial species planted piece? Yes? Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
My comment on F, although I love the idea, I'm wondering the effort required in measuring it is my concern.
I think I'm not sure if we have an answer to that. Go ahead, Ms. Scher.
Thank you, Your Worship. So the City of London is already embarking on a process to increase our native species planting as well as some naturalization. It's easy for us to measure how much we've done, particularly with respect to naturalization, probably easier actually than the number of native species planted. I think ultimately where staff needs to go with this is the development of a native species perennial policy. The reason that hasn't occurred so far is this actually is not a definition that's accepted universally in the horticultural community. There's about 15 different categories of native species that you could overlap that would cover the London zone, and there's a fair bit of debate as to what those should be. There's standardization coming, which will help advance this. In the meantime, though, certainly staff can track at a sort of high level the investment in native species and naturalized space by area.
Okay, go ahead.
That's great. So it's good to know it's easy to measure. Did I hear a request to change that from number of native to value of, or was that just me hearing Ms. Scheer say that?
If I may, Your Worship, sorry. My suggestion would be let staff double check on the best way to count that. It might be on the spend, it might be on the area planted. It probably won't be on a per plant basis because that level of granularity in terms of our plantings would be quite detailed, and we generally don't plant, other than trees, don't count the number of plants that we plant in that level of detail.
Go ahead.
Can I just recommend then that instead of number, we put quantify and allow staff to determine how to quantify that? Quantify native perennial species planted.
Some qualifier. Yeah, I think this is one where we're going to have some language back on. The question is does anybody object to E, knowing that we're going to get some language back? Yes? Go ahead.
Thank you, and through you. So I'm just clarifying that we're just talking about within parks and we're not talking about across the whole city.
I believe so. It's in the improved park maintenance and garbage collection section, so I assume it would relate to. I'm not sure how that's how it's going to be interpreted given the section it's in. But I'll ask Ms. Chair for clarification.
Thank you, Your Worship. We would interpret this as being within parks and open spaces based on the section that it's in. I would like to discuss the next one around boulevard plantings with perennial species separately, as we do have additional concerns about that, whereas we do not with the increase within parklands and open space.
Okay, so I guess objections then, does anybody object to E, where it is in this section, given the answers? No? Okay, E's fine. F is not. I've heard at least one member say that they'd like to make a decision on this. So is there any further comments on F before we have a vote on F? Go ahead, Councillor Frank.
Thanks. I'll just add that I know that we already do have naturalized parkland, so there would already be a base layer. And I personally would hope that there would be more, but I know like directly across from my house, there is a naturalization area that I don't know how many hectares it is, but so I feel like we're already doing it and I just want to see it go up. So that's why I want to include it.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. I don't support this one. And not that I don't support some naturalization efforts in some of our parklands. However, there is a very qualitative piece to this when we're talking about just measuring based on quantity. There are locations where naturalization makes a lot of sense. There are other locations where naturalization is frankly less appropriate in some neighborhood park settings. I'm hesitant to, and there's, in my experience over the last 4 years, there are neighborhoods who love it and neighborhoods who hate it. And there can be some real challenges with naturalization in parks in certain neighborhoods. And I'm hesitant to say that this is a good measure of how we're doing in improved park maintenance. I also wonder how we actually continue to increase our number over time when the parkland that we're acquiring through development agreements and things like that is some of the existing parkland that we have that we're not utilizing to its fullest extent right now, is also in demand in our Parks and Recreation Master Plan. We know we have things like soccer fields that we need more of. I'm hearing an increasing demand from certainly residents in the East End who are interested in more cricket pitches, and things like that are not spaces that are going to be naturalized. So parkland has to really be balanced between user value and environmental value in terms of the parkland inventory. So I don't want to measure our success based on how many hectares of naturalized space we have. When it comes to improved parkland maintenance, I'd like to, focus more on how satisfied Londoners are with access to parks in their neighborhoods, the quality of their experience while they're in those parks. So I don't see naturalization as one that by hectare that I'm supportive of.
Okay, any other comments? Go ahead.
I think we're on the same page. I don't disagree with Deputy Mayor. I think some space could be a great naturalized area and lots of other space could be a great recreational area. And I don't think that, again, to staff's earlier presentation, I'm not setting a target. I'm not saying that there needs to be a target or that every single park needs to have 10% naturalized. I'm just saying that grass is pretty much useless unless it is used for a recreational purpose, like a soccer field. So areas that can be naturalized, I would like to see it. So that's why I'm really keen to see this included. But I'm not saying it trumps recreational use in any way.
Councillor McAllister.
Well, just through the chair, thinking then of adding, in terms of the metric, like unused, or like adding something else in there in terms of the metric to look at I'm drawing a blank on this, but I do think something could be added to specify the councillor's intent. I'm drawing a blank here though, but it's getting late in the evening. Is there a metric we could use in terms of unused, I don't know. I'll leave this to the original, but maybe we can refine this metric is what I'm trying to say.
I'll go to Ms. Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. Perhaps I can provide some help in navigating this. Generally speaking, our approach where we do naturalization is going to be in places where they're difficult to maintain for recreational or athletic amenities. So we might be looking at part of a park that tends to run quite wet, very difficult to mow, not suitable without a fair bit of investment to turn it into a sports field or a picnic or casual play area. So it might be well suited to a rain garden. One of the other opportunities we do see this in quite regularly is as we start to rehabilitate stormwater ponds. Stormwater ponds built prior to about 10 years ago, 15 years ago, are generally sort of big square swimming pool type features with turf grass around them. We know that in terms of both meeting water quality and water management standards, naturalization in those spaces can actually be really beneficial. So I think there's always areas we can target this. We would never as staff be looking to trade off use of programmable recreational or informal recreational or athletic space. So we can work on some language if there's a need to have it explicit, but I'm hoping that provides a bit of clarity about where we would consider this direction to be applied in terms of our programs and projects.
Any other comments? Again, we're gonna vote on including this one. So you've heard that there might be obviously adjustment to the language and approach to this, but on the concept of including it, generally we'll have a vote on that. And given there's no more discussion, we'll open that.
Councillor Pelosa. We'll mark Councillor Pelosa absent for this vote. Closing the vote, and the motion is lost 4-8.
Okay, still on the piece here up to 1.9. Any other suggestions? Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I'm tempted to remove something, which might be exciting for people. So both under 1.7, 1.6, number of grass cutting cycles per year. Again, just based on this discussion, I personally don't find that to be an indicator of success. I understand that some people like to have grass 2 millimeters above the ground. I think that is both a waste of space, opportunity, ecosystem benefits, and uses a lot of greenhouse gas emissions. So I would rather just remove that as an indicator of success personally.
Okay, so you want to move both of those. We'll try doing it together. If people want to deal with them separately, we can. Is there someone willing to second the removal of both of those? Deputy Mayor Lewis is willing to remove both of those as indicators of success. Does anybody object to? Okay. I know the ward you represent, and I probably understand why. So discussion then. So this won't be unanimous, but we'll have a decision on this. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, while I don't necessarily see converting all of the areas to naturalization, I certainly think that there are spots in our parks where we could reduce the number of cuttings. You know, maybe we're only extending the period by 2 or 3 days, but over the course of a summer, that might result in 1 or 2 less cuttings at a very negligible impact to residents' notice. So I'm okay if we aren't using this as a metric of success. In fact, I would love to see staff come forward with a business case in the multi-year budget that saved us a little money by cutting 1 or 2 less a year.
So we'll have a vote on this. So I'm going to go to comments, but just as you craft the motion, I'm just going to need to know whether it's in the positive or the negative. So I guess the motion is going to be remove these. Is that how you're going to craft it?
Yes, it'll say that in the strategic area of focus, well-being and safety, expected result 1.6, draft metric C be removed from the draft strategic plan.
It seems to me like we can deal with both at the same time. So if you want to add in the 1.7, I don't know of anybody who's asking these two to be separated. No? Okay, so you can pull that together. I'll go to Councillor Rahman for comments, so.
Thank you, and through you. I heard a lot about grass cutting at the doors. And I'll say it from a concern around standards, and that the grass exists already in these parks and in these boulevards, especially heard a lot about in the boulevards. And right now, or what I've heard over the course of the election, especially when I was going around and seeing all the uncut boulevards, was concerns around the fact that people thought that there was ambiguity around whose job it is, but also when they found out it was the city's, how many times the city is coming. So I think having some metrics, it doesn't impact whether or not we're cutting it more often or less often. It tells us what the standard is, tells us what we've agreed to. It then helps us to understand our pattern and the way that we are providing that service. And I think it gives us a reasonable metric to be able to say to the homeowners and to the park users that, yes, your grass, according to our numbers, has been cut X amount of times. So I think it gives us a metric that we can use in our conversations. But I understand the environmental cost, but these are spaces that, as a city, we've agreed to take care of already. Thanks.
Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you, and as Councillor Rahman pointed out, it got me thinking. I did not hear a lot about grass cutting, but I heard a lot about the concern of needles in long grass and the inability to ensure that the areas were safe for children and dogs walking. So I will support Councillor Rahman in not supporting this. Is that right?
Yeah, so just so everybody's clear, a yes vote is going to be take it out. A no vote is going to be keep it in this time because the motion will be to remove them as metrics. Any other comments, though? Go ahead.
Part of a new campaign, and it's a war on grass. Just wanted to include that.
Thank you. So I don't have any other comments. Just a reminder, this is a motion to take it out. So voting yes is taking it out. Voting no is keeping it in. So we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost on a tie vote, 6-6.
Okay. Any other changes to these sections on the screen before us? Yes, go ahead.
And Deputy City Manager Shear kind of alluded to this, but I was hoping to have an increase in number of boulevards planted with perennial native species under 1.7.
So you want to replicate whatever the metric's going to be in E under 1.7. And I think Deputy City Manager Cher said she wanted to comment potentially on the inclusion here, as it might have some different consequences than the other area. So I'll go to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. So very similar to the discussion from Councillor Stevenson and Councillor Rahman, generally speaking, where we've naturalized boulevards, it tends to be more rural areas, and we still get significant complaints about the unsightly and untidy nature of that space. I would suggest that we be in a good position to pull together a policy related to future boulevard planting with native species over the life of this strat plan. We certainly have made some replacement and changes in our decorative boulevard plantings, going from more annual species to more perennial or lower maintenance species. But I would have some concerns about our ability to do this effectively. We certainly will need to put in an order of magnitude cost, because this would include replacing some existing grass boulevards potentially.
Okay, so is there a seconder for the inclusion of this piece? Yes, there is. Does anybody object to the inclusion of this piece? Yes? Okay, does anybody need to discuss it, or are we just gonna vote? Okay, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to our staff. I don't know if there's concerns or not, or if there's particular native species that might be identified. But when we're starting to talk about boulevards and things like that, are there concerns arising from some native species plantings around sightline triangles? You know, I think about areas along Veterans Memorial Parkway where some native species might be appropriate, but at the same time, with vehicles traveling at a high rate of speed on an expressway, and the sightlines of, and the work that goes into maintaining these to preserve the sightlines might be prohibitive. So just wondering if staff can indicate whether that would be an issue for them, potentially.
Through your worship, so generally speaking, when we're picking species that will be used roadside, we'll be looking for things that we are able to maintain with respect to safe sight lines at intersections for pedestrians and vehicles and cyclists. We would, in the case where we are using native species plantings, still need to mow those corners and sightline triangles, which would be part of that. I think that scoping this work would be really a good process, and I'm happy to recommend that we advance coming up with a boulevard native species or native perennial species policy to define what exactly would be the desired outcome of council with respect to this action. Are we looking strictly at the decorative landscaping boulevards? Are we interested in starting to convert existing grass boulevards to native species plantings? Or is this looking at a development standards change that perhaps only in new neighborhoods would be looking to integrate some projects that would proceed with native perennial species? We have done some pilot projects with respect to lids that have used a lot of native species. They have been quite difficult to maintain effectively, and there has been a fair number of complaints. So as I said, as much as I'm a very big fan of perennial native species, if there's an opportunity to convert this to developing a strategy with respect to boulevard planting in this style, that would probably be a better outcome from a staff perspective. If it's the will of council, we'll figure out a way to make this work.
Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. I would be supportive of not including this at this time and working on the policy.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
So you want to not do it? Okay, great. So we don't have to worry about this one. We're going to work on a policy and take it out of this section. So, oh, yes, go ahead.
Your worship, what I interpreted there was it comes out as a metric, but put it in as a strategy in terms of developing the policy, just to be clear. So we will add it into the strategy side. I see nods.
Yes. Does anybody have an objection to seeing this as a strategy rather than a metric? Everybody know what that means? Or do they? Okay, good. So no objections. Okay, yes. Make it so, Nick. I'm not sure how, but I know you'll work your magic. Any other changes to the section that we're in? Yes? Okay. I just looked to you now.
The last one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Under 1.9, under C, it currently is food bank utilization. I'm fine to leave that if we want to. I suggested a different one, or so it could either replace it or it could be a D, but I was thinking percentage of Londoners living in a food desert, and that's defined as living more than 2 kilometers away from a fresh food location. And that to me speaks more to, I think, the health equity in neighborhoods. Because food bank, I mean, going up and down to me is not a strong indicator of health equity.
I might go to staff on our ability to measure that. Go ahead.
Thank you, and through your worship, I talked to my research and policy team, and we're not aware of any organizations currently measuring this, the proximity to food deserts. We also did reach out to the Middlesex London Food Policy Council, and they weren't either. We did do this many years ago with Dr. Gilliland when we started our work on poverty, and actually worked a lot on creating food hubs and in partnership with the food bank, but we currently don't measure this nor have a way to measure this. I can speak to the food bank on different stats that they collect if you wish, but right now we don't have one that accurately measures this by neighborhood.
Go ahead.
I'm okay to withdraw it then, because I do think it might be a lot of work, but I will say I do know that the Middlesex Food Policy Council, I think, does every 4 or 5 years a community food assessment. And I do think some indicators in there might satisfy what I'm hoping for from this, but I unfortunately didn't do any legwork on that. But I do, there are some indicators I think that would come out of that would reflect people's ability to access food within their neighborhood.
Okay, so Councilor McAllister, I think this is being withdrawn, but you want to make a comment? Go ahead. Okay, so we're not going to move forward with that piece. Any other changes to this section? No? Okay, let's move to the outcome 2. Oh, wait, no, yes. Go, Councilor McAllister, go ahead.
I was hoping to include, in terms of getting a sense for, I don't know if this is the correct term, but like number of hectares of urban garden lands, specifically on like the public land that we have.
I'm just unclear on where you're thinking.
The section we were previously on, lost track of where it was. Back to the food.
Go down to the food area. Okay.
Yeah.
So did you just describe what you said again?
Number of hectares devoted to urban gardening and public land.
Go ahead, Councilor Rahman.
Thank you. Just to clarify, we're talking about community gardens. Yes, thank you. Okay.
So, in an odd way, I think I might have a suggestion for this. If the goal here is to measure kind of, I think what Councilor Frank was getting at, proximity to and access to community gardens and its improved health and equity access across neighborhoods, are you interested in just, are you interested in the hectares? Or are you interested in the like diversity of geographic locations of community gardens, like that they're generally available in different parts of the city?
I mean, ideally, I'd like to know the quality of the quantity, but I'm not going to overstep. And I would just, in terms of how much land we have devoted to it, would be a good metric to have as well.
Okay, I don't mind leaving it as is. I just wanted to get to your intent. Is there, so seconder for including this, yes. Is there question, like, first off, any questions or comments? Any objections to including this? Okay, that one stays. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Apologies, Your Worship, but I was trying to give some thought to geographic dispersion as well as quantity. I'm wondering if Councillor McAllister might entertain, if we can revisit 1.9D for a moment, number of hectares, comma, and unique locations of public land devoted to community gardens. And that might speak to, even if we haven't necessarily increased the number of hectares, if we've got a diversity of locations, that's a measure of success to me as well. So I wonder if that might better encapsulate both location and total quantity.
Go ahead.
Thank you, and through your worship, we could measure unique locations, or we actually measure neighborhoods, so the number of neighborhoods we're in that aligns then with the expected result.
Okay, so maybe we can adjust it to be reflective of the information that we have access to. And I mean, on hectares, I leave it to staff on whether that's the right size measure. It might be plots, it might be plots of a certain size, but whatever you think is best there, you can suggest back to us. Go ahead.
Sorry, and through your worship, I might suggest 2 separate metrics as we report separately on each of them.
Okay, we're making that change now. I assume the mover and seconder are okay with having that way. Okay, any objections to those 2 additions? No? Okay, those are in. On to outcome 2. I believe that's all of outcome 2, is it? It doesn't go on the next page? Okay, so you see all of outcome 2 here, changes to outcome 2. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you. I just had a question on 2.1C. It says number of new attainable housing units. And I noticed the outcome says affordable and attainable. I'm just looking for clarity on what an attainable unit is.
So we're going to what does attainable mean? Mr. Mathers?
Through the chair, the new legislation being proposed by the provincial government does set out what attainable is. However, the new regulations will provide the detail of what they mean by attainable, but it is something that's being used by the new provincial government housing supply plan. So that's why we've used this as the metric at this time.
So we have to wait for the regulations to see the exact definition, but we're essentially aligning with where the provincial government is going. Any other questions or additions for this section, which is all of outcome 2? Okay, let's move on to the next area. Okay, this is Safe London for women, girls, gender diverse and trans people. The whole thing is on the screen. Any changes to any of the metrics or comments here? Go ahead.
Thank you. I just had one under 1.1D, number of collaborative partnerships developed and or strengthened. And I got that one from Jennifer at the London Abuse Women's Center, so I just thought it might be good if we can track that.
Any comment from our staff on that? No? Okay. All right, seconder for this edition? Yep, okay, there is one. Comments or questions? Any objections to including this metric? Okay, that one's in. Any other changes to the metrics in this section? No? Okay, let's move to the next section. Economic growth, culture, and prosperity. And I will note we made a number of changes to this in the other piece. So the metrics may adjust slightly here, but let's just kind of open it up generally if there were additional metrics in this area that colleagues were considering. Realizing that there might be some adjustments based on the changes we've already made that our staff will bring forward too. Okay, so we can see outcome 1. I don't see anybody looking to make changes to that. Outcome 2, again, the language is slightly different. Maybe you can see if we can fit outcome 3 on there too. Is that all of 3? Okay. So outcome 2 and 3. No? Okay, how about outcome 4? Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I had a few changes or additions I was hoping to make on this one. Under 4.2, I was hoping to add C as number of new tree plantings. And D, percentage core area residential vacancy rate.
Okay, I will go to our staff first on comments on either of these and their measurability and ability to gather data.
Your worship, I believe Ms. Scher is on the screen.
Yes, go ahead. I looked first.
Thank you, Your Worship.
You hadn't appeared yet, so that's my fault. Sorry about that.
There's always a little delay, Your Worship. Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to measuring the number of new tree plantings, certainly that's a measure that we're able to manage with respect to public lands. We can tag that in with our colleagues in planning and ECDev to measure any plantings that happen on private lands as a result of development. There are fairly limited opportunities and generally throughout the core with respect to new plantings, which is why we had made some changes to the budget, largely in the downtown, but we are often looking for spaces and we can certainly measure how well we do in those spaces.
So do you think we should be specific to public spaces if you, like, would be bad or inaccurate data on private spaces?
Your Worship, I would actually suggest that we count it across the board. Because we've run out of a number of private public spaces, a lot of our plantings are going to be in cooperation with private property owners.
Okay. And any comments on D that staff might have? The addition of percentage of core area residential vacancy rate? Mr. Mathers?
Through the chair, we do very much so suggest for the commercial vacancy rate. The residential vacancy rate, just want to understand, are we talking about rental percentage of like availability for rental housing? There's another metric that we have for citywide. Are you just wanted to ensure that you're just looking at the same thing for the core, just to make sure that we're using the same language and completely
Maybe you could
understand.
describe the metric that you have available, and I can ask the counselor
Yeah.
if that's what they're going for.
So in 2.1E, we have London's average rental rates or apartment vacancy rate. So is this just the apartment vacancy rate in the core that you're looking for?
Is that what you'd like to see, Councillor
Yes.
Stevenson? Okay, so let's align that metric to be the same, and there's no issue with geographically tracking it to the core area?
We can take that back. I don't think it will be an issue, but we'll take that back. But I just wanted to make sure that I understood what you're looking for, so that's clear.
So we can include that. I'll ask if there's a seconder and any objections, but noted that if it's very difficult to track, it may be suggested to come out. Seconder for that? Yes? Oh, objection to that? Or what? Oh, suggestion. So first off, is there a seconder to adding this in? Yes? Okay, there is. Go ahead, Councillor Pruitt.
If this will be challenging to quantify, how about number of residential occupants?
I think what Mr. Mather said is it's not challenging to quantify. The only restriction he might have is tracing the geographic area of the core and getting the data in that space. So it's a metric that is already in another section. It's just about whether or not we can track it to that piece. Are there any objections to including this, realizing that our staff will give some feedback on the feasibility of it? Any objection to either one, I should say? There was the tree plantings one and the core one. No? Okay, we'll leave both those. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, and I was hoping to add under 4.3B would be number of new parking spaces. And that's for commercial.
Okay, question. We're gonna have some questions. First, is there a seconder, I should say? Yes, there is. Question, Councillor Rahman.
Thank you, and through you. Are we talking about net new, or are we talking about, let's say, a new building goes up and it decreases parking somewhere, but there's an increase in parking somewhere else? Is that net new, or are you looking at, I guess through you, Chair, I'm just trying to understand what we're looking at here, because I'm pretty sure our parking strategy isn't to increase parking in downtown. Thanks.
Yeah, so are you looking to find kind of the net increase in parking overall? Because again, when a building is developed, sometimes parking goes away, some is added in the building, it doesn't always balance out exactly perfectly.
Yeah, I was looking for net new because my understanding is it's been hard to sign commercial leases in that people want more parking than is currently available. So in an effort to increase our commercial activity downtown, or reduce the commercial vacancy rate, I've been told that we need more parking spaces. Thinking more parking garage or something like that, or parking within a new building.
Okay, Councillor Frank, and then I'll go to Councillor Hopkins.
Thank you, yes. I won't be supporting this just because I think we need to be reducing parking spaces, and I do think we're actually overburdened with parking spaces in the car. It's just that people have to pay for them, or if a business wants a parking lot, they'd have to pay for the parking lot. So I won't be supporting for net new parking spaces.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, maybe through you to staff about the strategy, parking strategy that we already have. If staff can make a comment.
Go ahead.
Through the chair, there is currently work, and of course, with the COVID and the changing environment in the downtown, we're continuing to work on that as well, because it is really something that's changing in the short and the long term. The one thing that may be helpful that we've heard from community as well, as the commercial owners as well, is that the difference between like whether it's a public parking spot, so it's where anyone can take it, which I think maybe that you're getting at here, that you'd be an increase in the number of public spots. And then also that what we've been hearing about being able to have reserve parking, which is helping some of the folks downtown as well, that they need to be able to reserve parking for their users. So if any of that wording would be helpful, I just wanted to suggest that.
I have Deputy Mayor Lewis and then Councillor Ferreira.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I will share that I'm uncomfortable with the language net new. We do have, in my opinion, a parking problem downtown. We have lots that are significantly underutilized, and then we have lots that are at capacity like all hours of the day, and we're unable to fill vacant commercial spaces. Landlords cannot attract tenants because there's not even room for their employees to park. And while it may be our desire to see as many of those rides as possible on transit, it is still going to require parking for employees and for customers of some of the businesses. And if we're going to continue to maintain the London Plan goals around downtown being the location for major office spaces, and we've talked and we've heard in the news about the province relocating WSIB. WSIB employees are not all coming here and working out of a downtown office if they do not have spaces to park, as one example. So I'm struggling with this because I don't want a lot of surface parking lots, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that bit by bit, we have been removing some of our own on-street parking for other, whether it's active transportation projects, beautification projects. We have been removing some of those. And I'm mindful of, and I'm going to maybe steal Councillor Lehman's thunder here a little bit. I'm mindful of the quote that he always gives me, that nobody's going into Jill's table and buying a slow cooker and a cast iron pot and then walking 6 blocks back to their car with 100 pounds of purchase. So we do need to have parking that's right-sized for the core. Councillor Frank excluded, because I know she'd walk all the way back to Wortley Village with that purchase, but so I'm struggling with the metric, but I understand the intent is to make sure that our parking utilization is right-sized. I'm not sure how we capture that in a metric in the strategic plan, though. And I don't know if staff has any thoughts to the right sizing of our parking availability and utilization, but
City Manager's next on the list, so I'm going to go to her.
Thank you, Your Worship. The intention of the metrics is to give a neutral unit of measure. The debate about whether that should go up or down or change comes when you do MYB and target setting. So I would respectfully suggest that maybe if parking spaces are important, net new comes out, and the discussion and debate about what direction that should be occurs through the MYB process. This is just strictly the unit of measure at this point in time, not setting the strategy or direction you're trying to move in.
Good.
I think so, but through you, I might ask Ms. Livingston a follow-up to her comment, because I think I hear where she's going. I'm just wondering if perhaps there's a metric that says the parking utilization percentages, which I know we do measure, could be the metric that we consider. But I also hear what you're saying about the MYB and setting it in the targets. So I'm amenable either way, but I do support the idea that we need to right-size our parking strategy in the downtown.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, our intention in developing the metrics was to support the expected result. So the expected result is increased commercial occupancy in the core area, which is why we offered the metric of what percentage is the vacancy rate. I would suggest that if parking spaces are important to that, you keep it neutral, and then we can determine through your discussion around the strategy the review of parking that's happening and the MYB, what direction that should go in.
I know I have others on the speakers list, and I know the downtown councillor wants to speak, but I know Councillor Stevenson suggested this. There's been some feedback. I want to go back to her first.
Yeah, it's sounding like this might be better as an action item in order to increase commercial occupancy. So I'm willing to withdraw that and keep it as a way to increase the. So I'm willing to withdraw it.
Okay, so we're not going to include that as a metric. Councillor Ferrer, do you still want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Thank you, through you. If it's being withdrawn, I was going to suggest a way to maybe quantify parking at an appropriate level. Well, not a way to quantify, but how to look at it. But if it's being withdrawn, then I'll just hold those comments for when we bring it up again.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on this. I think this is where sometimes we want to insert a metric with an intended result that we're unsure on the actual link to the strategy. I think what will happen is we review the downtown parking strategy, and if you've read the old one, there are some areas that had a surplus parking, there are some areas that had a deficiency, and it's not equally spread. So having a general metric across the whole area probably doesn't help us achieve what might be the goal. And given the comments, and I've heard the same thing, that it's not just about public parking, but the access and to reserve parking, the proximity that you can travel for reserve parking to be able to say, I know someone who wants to build a high-density residential tower, but they can't, will end up losing their reserve parking, needs to find some place for the reserve parking to kind of achieve our goal. So this is a complex issue, and I think if we're not careful, we get ahead of ourselves by building a metric that may not actually be linked to the strategy that we're trying to accomplish. So my advice would be keep it with removed, let the parking strategy take its course, and then we'll see the actions that council may need to take and the linkages to core area vacancy after that point. Councillor Lehman.
I'm concerned about removing it, because I think we need to measure it. However, that being said, as long as I'm comfortable with staff's remarks that it will be looked at, the number one reason companies are not locating in the core is because of concerns of parking. You talk to commercial real estate guys and gals, that is what they hear. And WSIB was mentioned, and I think I'm very concerned that we might lose that business from the core. That was an opportunity. If lost, would be a shame. So I will not, I'll go ahead with leaving it off the metrics because I agree with the mayor's comments about getting in the weeds. I'm also comfortable with staff's remarks about this being looked at.
Go ahead.
Your Worship, I'm hearing the discussion of council, and clearly there's an intent that a strategy around parking is connected to commercial occupancy. So if you can leave it with staff to try and develop a strategy to support the outcome and expected result and not have the metric try and serve that purpose, then we can bring that back for your March 8th discussion.
I think there's lots of nods that, yeah, that would be the proper approach. That way we make the right decisions based on the information. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. Just two more. Under 4.1, I was hoping to add C, net gain / loss of business.
Okay. I know LEDC recently kind of give some data on that based on the project, but I want to have staff comment on how we would track that across the larger core area and if there's any challenges to that.
Through the chair, we can take that one back. There is data available, it's just whether it can be, again, like detailed to the core area. The things that we do have measures on are business licenses and things like that, but that business licenses don't apply to all businesses in the core either, so that's the other challenge. So we can take that back to see what would be required to be able to track that metric.
Okay, so is there a seconder for including this, Councillor Cuddy? Is there any objections to leaving this in, realizing our staff might come back and say it's either feasible or not. No objections to seeing if this one might work? Okay, we'll leave it in, and we'll look forward to your feedback on that. You said you had one more?
I do, and I'm not sure how measurable it is, so I'd love staff's opinion, but I wanted to add under 4.5 C, the value of new security measures in the core area.
I think my first question would be, what do you mean by value?
Oh, dollar value spent.
Are you talking about public or trying to capture some of the private security investments that are happening?
I was looking for municipal dollars spent.
Okay. Is that something we can measure?
Certainly, we can measure municipal dollars that are spent in the core. I don't think that is a particular challenge.
Okay, is there a seconder for including a metric like that? Councillor Cuddy. Any objections to including a measure like that? Sorry, there's a comment first. I want to do the comment first. Go ahead, Councillor Ferreira.
So thank you, and through you. So I'm concerned with that just by the municipal investment of new security, because if we are successful in what we're trying to do moving forward, I would assume that that value would go down. And I just wanted to ask, how would we see that as a successful metric, in the decrease of the spending or the increase?
It's like I think it was said before, it's a neutral metric, so it would be linked to other pieces of data, but I don't know if any of our staff have a comment on that beyond what I've said.
With respect, Mr. Mayor, I didn't table the metric, but I'm assuming it's intended to try and demonstrate an association with increased safety in the core?
I think that's the intent, yes. Go ahead, Councillor.
And thank you, through you. So yeah, that's what I'm just trying to kind of allude to. It's just, I feel like it's kind of distant, a little bit further than I would like to see, to actually have a direct measure of what we're trying to measure there. So that's just the concern that I'm pointing out.
Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just would like a little bit more clarification, because not sure what the measurement is and the geography of the core area and what we're trying to get here with the measurement. Just would like a little bit more information.
Thank you. I did come up with this one last minute, and my intention was to tie it in with the increased safety, but I understand what Councillor Ferreira is saying, and I think, again, I can tie this into an action item instead of a metric. So I'm happy to withdraw it.
Okay, all right, thanks for taking that. And I would say, I think that's a good way to go. What we do know too is there's organizations, private organizations, who are investing in security too, and probably the overall rate of that change is probably important, and that would be very difficult for us to measure. Okay, any other changes to this area? Councillor Pribble.
Proposal for 4.3 to add square footage of occupied versus vacant, and to split it into the ground level and upper floor space. So square footage of occupied versus vacant, and into two areas, ground level and upper floors.
That's all commercial, because it's under the
Correct.
commercial
Yes,
occupancy.
all commercial.
Okay, capacity to measure that sort of, Mr. Mathers. Microphone, thank you.
Through the chair, we would be looking at a fairly intensive effort to get the core area vacancies piece, but my understanding of how we'd be calculating that, we'd need some of that base information. It's just whether we can look at it from the different floors. So that would be the next piece. So we can take that back. The amount of square footage would be part of that vacancy calculation. It would just be whether we can geographically break it down by the floor. So even to get this metric, it will be over and above the work we do, because it's a consultant usually that we use to be able to track that information. We have got it out of our core area vacancy study, so we'd just be building on that work that will be moving into the future, but I can get back on whether you can do that breakout.
Okay, is there a seconder to do that? Again, this is one of those ones where it may not be feasible, but staff will look into it. Is there a seconder to trying to capture this? Yes, okay, there is. Are there objections to having staff look into this one? No? Okay. So again, we'll note that this may not be feasible, but you'll take a look, especially if there's a significant cost associated with collecting it. Any other changes to outcome 4 area here? Okay, let's go to mobility and transportation. Okay. Okay, we've got all of them on the screen, mobility and transportation, 1.1 through 1.7 with all the metrics. Changes or comments here? Councillor Frank.
Yes, thank you. I would like to add under 1.1E, percentage modal share split. I put in quantifiers, we can delete that. So percentage of modal share split as a metric.
Are there comments on the capacity to gather that data from staff? Go ahead, Ms. Chair.
Thank you, Your Worship. So certainly modal share split is something staff does track as best we can with the information we have available. To do it comprehensively, it's a fairly long-term strategy. You use an origin destination study, which is quite expensive and takes a great deal of time. We're happy to track it, though, on the metrics we do get from our intelligent traffic systems, from cell phone data, some of the metadata we get, some of our spot counts, those sorts of things, passenger counts, some of the counts we do for pedestrians and cyclists. But if you're looking to do a very comprehensive one, we would just want to make sure that that's properly budgeted and scheduled. And I would just caution that progress from year to year is often quite small. These are long-term trends, but they are trends that we watch that are important.
Councillor Frank?
That sounds good. The easy one, please.
So the one that didn't cost a lot, I think is the one that we're interested in. Okay. Is there a seconder for, okay, Councillor Hopkins. Questions or comments? Are there objections to including this as was described by our staff? Okay. Other changes to this section? Councillor Frank.
Thank you. Under 1.6, adding a B, percentage rider satisfaction with service to industrial workplaces.
Hopkins, Councillor Hopkins.
Yeah, I just have a question. Maybe I'm not sure who can answer this, but would the LTC not do these surveys themselves? I'm just kind of wondering if maybe that's where we should go with wanting to get this information. I think it's good information to have, but I'm not sure if it lays with us.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, the councillor is quite right, Your Worship. A number of the metrics we will work with the ABCs on. This would be a perfect example of that. With the addition of, or suggested addition of this one, we would need to talk to LTC to see if they do collect it, and we can bring that information back for March 8th.
Okay, so is someone willing to second the addition of this? Oh, sure. Okay, you are? Okay. Any questions or comments? Any objection to this, realizing our staff will have to talk to the LTC about the possibility of having this data available? We'll be very dependent upon them having collected it. Okay, so there's no objections to doing that investigation and leaving it here for now. Other changes to this section? Okay. Next area. Climate action and sustainable growth. Probably no suggestions here. No, I'm just kidding. Councillor Frank?
You'll be happy to know I dropped a bunch of targets. Under 1.2G, I was hoping to get percentage reduction in sewage overflow volume annually with the work that we're trying to do with unwanted water sources.
Can I have a comment, I assume from Ms. Scher, about the collectability of that?
Through you, your worship, no concerns with tracking and providing that information. We track it and report it provincially as well.
Perfect. A seconder for that? Yes, there are. Any objections to including that? Okay, that one's in. Next, go ahead.
Thank you. Under 1.2I, I was hoping to add, and I didn't circulate this, so I'm sorry, grade level for watersheds from UTRCA. So every 5 years, the Upper Thames Conservation Authority does a watershed report card for all of our watersheds, and their target is to have a 1 grade level increase. So they track this very scientifically. So I was just hoping to have the grade level watersheds for UTRCA, knowing that they are every 5 years, so it would span over the strategic plan, but I would like to see between this strat plan and our next one, our grades for our watersheds to go up 1. So that's why I was hoping to include it.
Any concerns with tracking that? Given it sounds like data already being collected, although the time frame is maybe a little bit out of alignment to get multiple data points. Seconder for including that? Yes, Councillor Cuddy, yeah. Any objections to including this?
Your worship, I'm sorry to interrupt, but
Oh,
Ms.
sorry,
Scher
I
is-
see, Ms. Chair. Go ahead.
My apologies, your worship. We have some interest in some correspondence from the Upper Thames Conservation Authority that their schedule for the grade level reporting does not align well with the strat plan, and they would not be able to deliver on this metric.
Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you. So that's even more of a concern for me in including this metric. But the other concern I have is that we are downstream from other municipalities, and the health and quality of our watershed is not something that is totally within our sphere of control. We can certainly influence it, and what we do can benefit communities downstream from us. But what communities upstream from us are doing is not something that we can have direct control over. And so we're getting graded on actions that we are not wholly responsible for. So I'm not comfortable using this as a metric in measuring the City of London's progress on healthy watersheds.
Any comments, Councillor Frank?
I also received some comments from the Upper Thames Conservation Authority staff regarding this. And my understanding was they said, yes, it does span 5 years, so you could use it. It's just we won't have a new number by the end of your strat plan. So I guess my bold hope in this was that we would keep it as another metric for a future strat plan use, and that's why we'd be able to compare from this strat plan to the next one, the change in grades. So I personally still would like to keep it, and I think UTRCA staff will be tracking this every 5 years because it's kind of part of their core mandate. So again, I think just recognizing we wouldn't have any difference. We'd know what the grade is now. So I'd like to keep it personally.
Okay, well, Councillor Cuddy.
Thank you, and through your worship, the deputy mayor made a good point. It's out of our control, and for that reason, while I agree with Councillor Frank, I think it's a great metric to follow. We were sitting in the same meeting, so I do agree. I think it is out of our control, so I'll be withdrawing my second.
Okay, is there anybody else who wants to replace the second? Councillor Hopkins? And you want to make some comments? Go ahead.
Yeah, I know we've got the report card just came out today at our AGM, and it is done every 5 years. I appreciate staff's comments, but it's good to have, I guess, numbers to reach, and it is, we do have a whole watershed system. It's just not the City of London. So Deputy Mayor is correct when he said municipalities to the north affect what's happening downstream, and we will affect what's below us. But there's lots of work and collaboration with all municipalities going forward and making sure we can meet these targets. And I don't think there's anything wrong with keeping it in and supporting the plan that's already I'm trying to think of the word, which is the report card to meet those targets. So I'll be supporting it.
Okay, well, we're gonna have a vote on this one, so is there any other comments before we vote? Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, if I heard correctly, for the grade level watershed, we don't have anything to compare it to, so there is no real measurement for this, or?
It's an every 5-year measure, so the comment about the strategic plan is our strategic plan is 4 years, so there'd be one data point. The councillor would like to keep it in to have that data point. Others don't see that as valuable, which is why we'll have a difference of opinion and a vote and make a decision. Any other comments before we vote on whether or not to include this? Okay, seeing none, you can open that whenever you're ready.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost, 6-7.
Okay, other changes for, we've got outcome, I think, 1 and 2. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can I hop to number 3? You'll be pleased to know this is my last edit. Given I think we're at the end of the document. Oh, no. Oh, actually, no, I lied. Last edit for this section. Under outcome, can we skip to outcome 3?
As long as it includes fun. Yes. No, sorry, I just want to make sure Councillor Hopkins had her hand up to see if she's got something for this section first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And before we get to outcome number 3, I do have a question for outcome number 2. I know when we were speaking to the strategy, Council added the portion around London becoming the greenest city in Canada. I know staff's got the wording there, but as we did put it in an outcome, and maybe this is a question through you to staff, do we need to speak to that as 2.3, that London is one of the greenest and most resilient cities in Canada, and then having that measurement, which would be implemented through the policies of the London Plan? And I think I spoke to the direction number 4 a couple hours ago when I was ahead of myself, but just wanted to know, since we've made that change, do we need to do anything to have that measurement, or just want to get more feedback? Maybe Ms. Scheer could make a comment, since she's the one that graciously helped me out with outcome number 2 and putting it in there.
Sure, we can do that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think that with the elevation of the on the path to being the greenest and most sustainable city piece being added to outcome number 2, there's probably the metrics that are there collectively add up to delivering on that outcome, because it's no longer listed specifically as an action. That would be my general take for staff direction, that we are measuring that in a number of different ways throughout both this entire section. If the council feels differently, I'm happy to work on some wording and can submit it.
Councillor?
Yeah, so I'm hearing that there is that measurable there by having it in outcome 2. I just want to make sure. And to Ms. Scheer.
Through you, Your Worship, that would be my feeling about the number of metrics we have with the change. I think that we've well captured that we'll be measuring this appropriately.
Okay, good. Okay, any other outcome 2? Okay, we'll go to outcome 3. Yes, go to, okay, outcome 3 now. Go ahead.
Thank you. Under outcome 3, 3.2, my computer is shut down. But I sent it via email, and Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. Teamwork. I just want to add a couple additional measures under 3.2B. So tracked by additional measures such as number of kilowatt hours, conserved, liters of water reduced, kilograms of waste diverted, and greenhouse gas reduced. Those have all been provided to me as language from J. Stanford, as they are tracking it already. And I just wanted to have greater clarity, given that they're already going to be working on that with the Climate Emergency Action Plan.
Okay, seconder for that piece. Yep, I have one. Comments on including this? Any objections to including this additional language? I would see if staff would like to comment. There's I have a counselor requesting that. Sorry, 1 second. Yes, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Your Worship. No concerns about the additional language providing clarification. It well reflects what we're tracking and the diversity of projects we'll be tracking it on as we implement the Climate Emergency Action Plan.
So essentially, data we're already tracking, no issues with including it. Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
I'm just wondering, does it tie into the outcome of 3.2?
I can't answer that. You want to make a case for that, Councillor Frank? And then I can see if there's other comment.
I mean, yeah, I thought it did, and staff seemed to think it did because they supplied that language. So, yeah.
Okay. All right, I see nods. So is there any objections to including this then? Or sorry, any other questions first to help colleagues with this decision? Okay, any objections to including this language? Okay, we'll leave that one in. All right. Any other changes to this section? Okay, so next area. Well-run city, you can see outcome 1 and outcome 2. Suggested changes for this area. Okay, let's go. There are pages flipping. I just want to make sure everybody's okay with me moving on. Yes? Okay, outcome 3. Let's move to outcome 3.
This is my last one.
Go ahead.
Okay. And second round for happiness. Under 3.3, I was hoping to add a metric about percentage of employees who say they're happy or very happy with their work or workplace. Right now, I think we have retention and who they say they're engaged and who are offered paid positions. And I just was hoping to, again, ask the humans how the humans are feeling. And I like using happiness as an index because it has been used in United Nations and other global happiness index purposes.
Any challenges with tracking happiness for staff through any sort of surveying?
Yes, Your Worship, I think so. We would need to develop that index. What we can measure, however, and we are doing right now through our equity and inclusion audit, is inclusion. That is one dimension. A couple of other dimensions, because we do have a plan to have a employee engagement survey, is to understand how employees may feel engaged in their work, valued, recognized. So if you can leave it with us, we might be able to bring back some language around what the metric could be here that is maybe just builds out the happiness elements.
There's nods on that? Okay. Councillor Rahman?
Thank you, and through you. My caution around this would be changing the way that we're doing employee engagement and the way that we're doing our surveying right now. These systems to survey the metrics associated, et cetera, they cost a lot of money for a city to engage in that work and to find credible places that you can use to help you to do that type of work is difficult. I just worry that it might create an additional expense, but to give us the same kind of information that we already have around engagement, inclusion, et cetera. So I understand the desire to make happiness the index. The challenge is that it comes with potentially a lot of cost. Thanks.
Okay. So that sounds like there's not a unanimous position on this. There was someone willing to second including this, though. I just want to make sure that there is. Yes, there is. Okay, so difference of opinion. Other comments on the inclusion of this one, and we will end up having a vote on including this one. Okay, I don't see any other comments. So when you're ready, you can open that for voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is lost 4-9.
Okay, so that one won't be included. Is there other changes to any of the areas in well-run city? Okay, Councillor Stevenson.
Not a change, just a question. I'm wondering in 3.3B, it says number of third-party audits completed, and I was just curious of an example of what a third-party audit would be.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So that would include all of the, all our audits are external internal auditors. So they have a number of studies that they do, the external audits that are done on our financial statements. So those are the kinds of examples where we have a third party come in to validate the work and provide those reports to council.
Satisfied, Councillor? Yes. Okay, I actually have a change. I hope colleagues don't mind if I suggest it from the chair. It's back in outcome 1 under 1.2, which is reduce barriers to public participation in municipal government. We have 2 metrics related to community engagement activities on equity, denied groups. London are satisfied with the accessibility of municipal services. When I think about reducing barriers to public participation, I think about the opportunities to engage directly in decision making, and I would suggest that we add a metric under that related to the number of participants in neighborhood decision-making, because this is one of our programs that allows people of any age to engage with the city, and I believe the measurement and the tracking of that program is reducing barriers, particularly for those of a young age, to participate in municipal government. So I would think that reporting on that metric on the participants engaging in neighborhood decision-making, which I would include, that's both their voting as well as their submitting of ideas and as a possible metric. So I would suggest inclusion of that. Is anybody willing to second my approach on that? I see some. Any discussion on that? Any objections to including that as a metric? Okay, so that'll stay. All right, Councillor McAllister.
I think this would fit in this area. I'm wondering about keeping data on number of public participants digitally, like online, for our meetings. If there's any value in that, but I just think that it would be maybe a good thing to have in terms of the hybrid model and knowing how many people actually, from an accessibility point of view, having that option available to the public to participate.
I'll go to our staff for the measurability of that right here. I will say I think like 4 of my staff are watching this meeting, so I'm not sure it would be all members of the public, but go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm not sure that I understand the measurable that you're looking for, whether it's members of the public who would be watching the live stream or those who register to participate in a meeting through Zoom, because those are two different things. And our ability to measure varies depending on what you're looking for there.
Councillor McAllister.
Yeah, I'm looking more on the participation side, how many people are online and like requesting to participate in the meeting, not the viewership, because they're not really, like, that's already out there. That's something people can access. I'm more interested in whether people are actively using the option available to them to participate online.
I think if I understand the councillor's question, one of the new things we did through the pandemic was allowing people to do, say, public participation delegations digitally, which we still allow. So maybe tracking like how that is changing over time. I'll let you respond. The councillor's nodding, so go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. We can certainly track that. We have not been, but we can measure that, yes. And we would measure that against potentially the number that would participate in person.
Mr. Chair, we need some language
Yes.
for our scribe here.
We're trying to figure that part out. So, Councillor McAllister, do you want to take a shot at it?
Okay, I'll do my best. Number of public participants online versus in person. I don't know, or I don't know if that needs to be broken into two. Number of public participants. Yeah, it's the online number. I'm more interested in to see whether, because to me this is kind of a marker for evaluating moving forward whether there's value in maintaining that or whether we return to an in-person approach.
Councillor, if I could suggest it, if you're interested in assessing that, that may not be linked to the reducing barriers. And like, I know it is, but if you're looking for like a discussion at, say, governance working group on whether or not we should continue with a hybrid option because of the resources and the amount of participants, that may be something that need not be like a component of the strategic plan, but something that you could just raise to track as part of a review of our governance processes and what we offer and what we don't. And I think that might help with you trying to struggle how to fit it in here. I know it fits with reduced barriers to public participation in municipal government in the way that you've described it, but it seems to me like you're trying to evaluate the offering of the service. And I just wonder if staff have a comment on if they feel this is the right spot or whether there's an alternate way to pursue.
Well, sorry, let me clarify. How about like delegation status, online,
okay.
number of online participants requesting delegation status for council proceedings.
Okay, that sounds like it's something much more specific. I don't think you just mean like delegation, you actually mean participants at a public participation meeting where you don't have to specifically request delegation status. Is that correct? Okay, both. So it's not just if they request a delegation status, it's also, say at a PPM, people may participate without needing delegation status at a meeting. And so
I think it's just a value, sorry, just to add to this, I think it's a valuable metric to monitor because I think moving forward, if we're trying to gauge public participation, I mean, this is also tying into whether people feel that they have the means to do it. Because if we're offering, I know that I'm not trying to get back into the service thing, but I think we need those metrics to be able to say people are participating.
I think we've adequately captured it. So is there a seconder to include this piece, Councillor Hopkins? Yes, okay. And you have some comments, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may, and I just want to make sure the council just wants online, not the public that is here in the gallery. I just want a little bit more clarification. I'm very supportive. I know when I'm here at committee or at council, I have no idea who's participating unless I really look into it. And I think it's valuable information, especially as we determine if we're going to proceed with a hybrid. That may be a conversation down the line. It will be good information, but I would like a little bit more clarification. Is it just online, or is it also people here in the gallery or in our committee rooms?
Councillor McAllister.
I do think, sorry, through the chair, I do think there is value in tracking the in-person as well. And I know obviously we're not, for record-keeping purposes, it would be good to have that information. I know we don't record obviously people's addresses anymore, but like in terms of the number of people who are coming, if we could record, no, I don't mean recording the people, but I mean the numbers, just the raw numbers in terms of how many people we have. That would be useful for future purposes. Thank you.
So I think what we got here is something that captures that full intent. And I think we understand that we're not looking for how many people are sitting in the gallery, but this is about the option to participate in person or online in the variety of ways that the public can participate directly to us in person or online. Yeah, I think we've captured it. So there's support from a seconder for that. Any objections to including this, Councillor Stevenson?
My concern is just similar to some of the ones I put forward, that does it really measure the reduced barriers? Because it might have nothing to do with that. It might have to do with the topics, or I don't know, just a thought.
The only thing I will mention is that in the previous council, I did hear comments in both, say, a significant weather event, as well as members involved in the accessibility community, that there was some value in having an online option to participate during those times. So it probably does reduce a barrier when barriers are up there, but that's only my just initial feedback from feedback I've gotten.
Yeah, well, I'm 100%, I hope we always keep the online for various reasons. I'm just not sure whether measuring it is a accurate reflection of whether we've reduced barriers or not.
Well, we can have a vote on whether or not to include it, for sure. Yeah. Okay. So we will do that. We'll vote on this one, but other comments before we do so? Okay, I don't see any, so whenever that's ready, you can open that for voting. I think we're in the middle of a vote, but go ahead. Is it a problem with the voting? Okay. That doesn't seem right. Okay.
Closing the vote and the motion's passed, 11-2.
Go ahead, Councillor Stevenson.
I think it's irrelevant now that it's passed, but I was just wondering if it was better under 2.2. Our services are designed and delivered, putting the resident business at the center and using innovative approaches. Then as that number goes up, it shows but it may be irrelevant now.
I mean, we voted to add it. It doesn't mean we can't move it. If everybody agrees that that might be a better spot. So the suggestion is, although we've agreed to add this in as a metric, that perhaps it goes under our services are designed and delivered, putting residents at the center, using innovative approaches and continuously improving the needs of Londoners. Or we can move it later. Yeah. Okay, let's leave it for now, and we'll decide whether or not to adjust that later. Okay. Anybody else with any other changes? This is the last section for metrics, so yes, go ahead. Go ahead. Councillor McAllister.
I'm not opposed to moving it. Let's get the results either way.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Yeah, let's move it now so that we are giving staff that clear direction and so that what the public sees is up to date.
So there's at least 2 councillors willing to move this to the other section. Does anybody object to moving it? No? Let's move it. Okay, any other comments in this section? Okay, I think we've done it. I'm going to hand it back to our staff. Oh, I'm going to let you wrap up the process, but there will be a motion we'll have to do after you're done, just kind of approving that section that we've done. But go ahead with the wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to talk about kind of some of the immediate next steps. So of course, our engagement activities continue, and that will close on March 3rd. We will, as we did today, pull all that work together and present it for the March 8th meeting. So I just want to be very clear about what will be available to you and when for the March 8th meeting. So all of the feedback, community engagement feedback up to March 3rd will be available for March 8th on the added agenda. So that's March 7th. Also, all of the changes that were made tonight, both to the strategies and to the metrics, will be pulled together for the added agenda. So you will see both those pieces of information, that's how I feel, both those pieces of information on March 7th. So just to be very clear with folks. Then what will happen on March 8th is the PPM. You'll receive that information, and as staff, we would be looking for any final direction from council on any changes to any component of the strategic plan, vision all the way down to metrics, and we would turn that around for you for March 28th. So that's the plan for the next meeting. This is just a pretty picture saying all of that, so you know where we are headed on both fronts. And I think thank you is the last slide.
Well, thank you, and our staff tonight for all the work that you did, both in the preparation of the material for us tonight, and of course in helping us through all of our questions and adjustments through the process. There is a motion that we just need to make to tidy up the draft metrics. So it's that the following actions be taken with respect to developing the 2023 to 2027 strategic plan, the recommendation of the city manager, the report dated today, entitled, the title of the report, be received, and that the attached revised draft metrics be included with the draft 2020 to 2027 strategic plan. As you know, this is basically going to come back to us. So that's just that what we did today is going to be included at the next time that we meet, as was just described in the process. I need a mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Rahman, seconded by Councillor Frank. Any discussion on that piece? Okay, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed 13-0.
On to 4.4, which is consideration of an appointment to the London Middlesex Community Housing. It requires one tenant. This, for colleagues, just a reminder, under our agreement with the London Middlesex Community Housing Board of Directors, there is a process that they follow to make a specific recommendation to us, which means they have gone through that. I know we have members of the board here. They can elaborate on the process that the board went through and any comments that they'd like to share. And then I would entertain a potential motion from colleagues on the appointment of a director, or if you don't want to do it that way, an alternate process. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will be very brief. You've already outlined that there is a particular process that's followed for the filling of these tenant vacancy appointments. The board has both a scoring matrix that we use with the applications, and then we have actually added an additional step, which is to interview the candidates who are identified by the subcommittee as the top candidates. So we have gone through both an evaluation of the applications as well as in-person meetings with the top 3 candidates. I will say that the subcommittee actually had no disagreement on who the top 3 candidates were, and after the interview process was also unanimous in its recommendation of Kara Alcock to fill the new role. I will just share very quickly that Kara not only brings life experience as a London Middlesex housing tenant, but she is also an example of a tenant who brings some professional experience as well. Kara has been taking the opportunity to improve her education and actually now provide some counseling services for people who are experiencing difficulties in their life and who are often tenants of Middlesex community housing as well. So it was an overwhelmingly strong recommendation by the subcommittee, and then it was also unanimously supported by the board at our last board meeting. So I'm happy to put forward the nomination of Kara Alcock to fill that position, and I'll see if Councillor McAllister wants to perhaps second that and add any comments he might have.
Okay, that sounds like a moved and seconded motion, and Councillor McAllister, you can make some comments too.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with Deputy Mayor Lewis, and I would also put forward that name, and I'm happy to second that.
Any other comments on this moved and seconded appointment to the board? No? Okay, well, we will open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed 13-0.
The next item, and sorry, my apologies, I just flipped my paper over, is consideration of appointment to the Committee of Adjustment. It requires 1 member, and there are 5 applications before us. We are prepared in the system to approach this in the same way that we've approached all of our committee appointments that don't have a process as was defined in the previous appointment. So we can put up all of the candidates. People will be able to select one. There's only 1 appointment. That would be not an election, but a system to determine our overall preference. And then based on that, I would entertain a motion for appointment from a member of council. So that is the process that we have defined in our policy. And so if there's no objections, I'm going to proceed with that. So we are allowed to make any comments before we actually do the preferential voting piece or make the final decision. And when the motion is moved and seconded, we obviously can debate it. But I just want to make sure that if colleagues have comments on any of the candidates that they'd like to make, they can do so now before we do that preferential voting piece. Deputy Mayor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to underline again for colleagues, having served on this committee before my own election to this chamber, that this is a quasi-judicial body that's making, it essentially functions as, if to put it in really basic terms, it functions as a junior planning committee in many ways. And it's really important that we have individuals with a background and some experience in filling those roles. This is not having looked through the applications, and we've got two former members of council who've applied. We've got a former member of the committee who's applied. And I think that any of those individuals bringing their experience back to the committee bring a benefit through the roles that they've had before. This is really not a committee, in my personal opinion, that is a place for somebody to start dipping their toe in the water. We have great advisory committees and other opportunities for somebody to get their first experience. I think it's also important to underscore that this is not a housing advocacy committee or anything like that. Decisions have to be made based on principles around the Planning Act and based on the 4 tests of a minor variance. So it's really important that we've got somebody who's got some experience in terms of making planning decisions, filling this role.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Any other comments? Okay, if we're ready, we can open the selection process.
Closing the vote, and Miriam Hamou has received the majority votes.
So I'd look if someone was willing to make a motion to appoint Miriam Hamou to the Committee of Adjustment. Councillor Lehman's willing to move. That's seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on that appointment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open that for voting.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed 13-0.
Thank you, colleagues. The next item we have is, I guess the final item in this section of the committee agenda we have is the second report of the Diversity, Inclusion, and Anti-Oppression Community Advisory Committee. There are a couple of actions associated with the committee's work that come out of this. So there is a motion prepared that both receives the committee's report as well as the actions that are contained within the report. So I'd look for a mover and a seconder on that committee's work. Councillor Ferreira is willing to move, seconded by Councillor Cuddy. Any discussion on this? Okay, we will open that for voting then.
Closing the vote, and the motion is passed 13-0.
Deferred matters and other business. Seeing none. Before we conclude, I will let you know, my son Max and I were cleaning the living room, and I gave him a high five saying great teamwork, to which he replied, now we know the dream is working, which I thought was pretty smart. So I appreciate your teamwork today. I will let Max know that we accomplished a great deal and the dream is indeed alive. So thank you for your work today. With that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Stevenson, seconded by Councillor McAllister. All those in favor of adjournment?
That motion's passed.
All right, thank you very much. We're adjourned.